لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارت معك وين ما تروح.
Hello everyone, welcome to another thrilling edition of Facet Blind Ranking. I am here with heroic best in the world here. We got Analog and KJ. How you doing, gents?
Hello guys, Analog.
Hi.
This guy's introduced himself 3 times today. I know who you are, Analog. Are you worried about this?
Yeah, people have to know, you know. Every time you say Analog KJ, the Brazilians,
Yeah.
just so we don't be the same, you know.
I am Analog. Yeah, that is Analog. That is KJ. Today we'll be ranking some...
I mean, almost, you know, like need more, some years of getting
Oh, okay, yeah.
more Dota years, and I'll be like you.
Oh,
you know?
thank you. I hope not. Don't end up like me, my friend. Enjoy the hair while you have it. Let's play our game here today. I'm going to give you guys facets. You're going to rank them from 1 to 10, 1 being the best, 10 being the worst. Trick is, I'm only giving you 1 at a time. Are you guys familiar with facets? Have you memorized all of them like good players?
I think we work with that. I think we know some of them.
You know some of them?
Part of our job.
All right, fantastic. Well, let us begin then with our first one, Quick Wit. This is Dark Seer.
I'll have to know by the name.
No, I'm going to tell you, calm
Okay.
down, relax.
Right.
I will tell you. Quick Wit, Dark Seer's passive, he gains attack speed as he gets more intelligence. This is your first facet. You must rank it 1 through 10.
I know my offlaner always take this facet, so I would say it's
No, wait, it's just a facet, because like what makes it broken is a facet plus the innate. So it's just a facet, you know.
Well,
if you
assume the innate is good as well, you know? I mean,
I don't know the Dark Seer innate, but I think this facet is good. Like, I will rank 6.
Huh? Yeah. What do you mean? Like, 1 is the best,
1
right?
is the best, yes.
It's like 3. If you count the innate together.
Ah, okay, 1 is the best one. Okay, I got it.
No, we have to decide that. So we're counting innate together.
Yes, of course.
Okay, so it's the 2 thing.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's like 2 if you count the innate together. 2 or 3?
Okay, I'll say 4.
Okay,
we can have different.
3 then.
You can have
No, you can't have
rank.
different. You're a team. You gotta make a team.
We have 1.
Yes.
Not you, not me.
Look, it
3.
got nerfed. It got nerfed. So it's probably 4.
It got nerfed.
It did get nerfed.
Yeah.
Okay, 4.
4.
I think it's a 3.
We're locked in on 4.
We're gonna regret that.
That's pretty high, but okay, 4 it is. All right, very good. So you guys don't have a lot of Dark Seer experience then, as I heard from this discussion?
No, we have. It's every game ban or pick. So.
Oh, okay. Well, all right, very well. So next up is One Man Army. This is from Axe. You know, Axe gains strength based on his armor as long as he's away from his allies.
9.
Super nerfed.
9.
Yeah, super nerfed. 9?
For me, it's 9.
Or 8. It's a nice one as well because.
Can I choose one? Because you chose the other one. So for this
I'll go for 9. All right.
Okay, 9 it is. All right, so this one is, you just don't get this one because it's way too nerfed now? Is that accurate?
We're doing the combo with the innate, and the hero is not that strong anymore after he got nerfed.
Sure. We were seeing that in almost every game. Did you guys enjoy the axe time? Did you spam any of that in your pubs? Did you try any of that?
I just play my role,
I
but
used to play it mid when the mental works and you can.
Oh my God, those were
the
good
shard,
times.
you know, your attack was a very.
that was not good times. Good times X was when you buy 2 stout shields in Dota 1,
Holy shit.
and then you go 2 vanguards.
The double stout shield meta, that was nasty stuff. Yeah, oh, that's only for the bald guys in the chat there. So yeah, for sure. Okay, next up is Enchantress's Spellbound. And cast range of enchant is increased if the enemy is a hero. Enchantress has increased attack range against that target.
You're the English expert. I will live for you. I just trust you, you know. Just say the number, I'll trust you.
Damn.
I'll not even contest it.
How good is this one?
Oh my God. If you count the innate together, like the ranges are.
Why do you keep saying that? You have to count the innate. You don't get to deselect the innate.
No, I thought this was like an ability draft of Facet you could put on any
No,
hero.
it's just like, how good are they in the world of Dota against each other?
9.
9? This is 9?
Wait, the X wasn't 9 the X?
No,
think the-
X was
X
8.
was 8. Yeah.
Ah, it was 8, okay.
I hope there's not worse ones, you know, otherwise I don't have slot for them. But actually, we want Enchantress and then they ban my Enchantress because they think I only play this hero.
Yeah.
Okay, so this one's going for 9.
9.
9 it is. Okay, full trust. Is that
Yeah, I'm
sound
not even contesting. He's the ancient expert.
good? As a,
Everyone bans it, otherwise you're gonna lose. Even with the 9 Facet, you know.
Damn. Even as an expert, how do you think about her innate? What do you think about that one? The double neutral item. Is that a meme or is that actually good?
It's kind of meme, but in theory, I think what the big brains of Dota thought was like, you get the thing, you get super fast because you farm jungle, and then your team get like super fast because ancient is usually for tempo, right?
Sure.
You're gonna play fast. So if you get faster neutral items for everyone, in theory you're gonna have a power spike for like the 8-minute rune. At 7 you get like lots of neutral items. And if you are good, you can catch them in the air. You know that?
Okay. What? You can catch it in the air?
Yeah, like when you have one, it goes to base, the other one, right?
Yeah.
But if you're fast enough, you can catch them in the air. So you can give to your mid.
Oh, so you like put yours in your backpack slot, then catch it while it's in mid-air?
No, you just catch the other one and you go to your backpack.
This is some crazy ass meta. Okay, got it. All right. Speaking of catching things in the air, this is Leaching Leash. This one, Pounce applies to stacks of Essence Shift when striking enemy heroes. So you get this for Slark. You pounce and you get an Essence stack.
I don't even know that was a Facet.
Yeah, me neither. This is my first time. What the hell is this? That sounds wild.
I don't even know the other, just know the Barracuda.
Yeah, there's a Barracuda
The
one.
Barracuda, that's
Yeah,
right. Well,
I
this
think
is
the
not
other one is
Barracuda.
Barracuda.
So this is.
Okay, that's...
No, but Barracuda is an 8. It's not the other Facet.
All right, and I don't even remember it's like exists, honestly.
Okay, so where are we putting it? 9 and 8 is already
No,
taken.
7.
Yeah, 7, not that bad.
It has to be 7.
Yeah, it has to be 7, right?
7? Okay. You think this is better
It's 7
than
or 10,
Axe?
right?
No,
It's 7 or 10. It's 7?
7
No,
or
it's
10?
7, because the Barracuda is OP.
Yeah, but that's not the Barracuda.
That's not the Barracuda, though.
Oh, the
Barracuda is
Barracuda is
innate.
innate. Okay.
It is, right?
Yeah. No one else
You
in
work
this
with this
piece-
game, you have to know.
I understand. No one else in this game has ever talked about innates. This is all you're talking about. It is Facet. It is Facet. It is the Facet game. What the? All right.
Innate fan.
So where do you want?
Okay, 7 is good. Yeah.
Oh, it's 10. No, I think it's 10 actually. Pounce and get edgy.
No, pounce and get edge is a good thing. I think probably people get this one.
That's true. So it's 7.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, going on next. Unbreakable. This one is for Lone Druid. The Spirit Link, only damage dealt by Spirit Bearer heals Lone Druid. And Lone Druids morph his Spirit Bearer into a enraged form that gains bonus armor, cooldown 75% on Entangling Claws.
We don't have a laundry expert, but
We had one.
we had one, yeah.
Last year, our offlaner, he played like 25 pubs of Lone Druid and didn't lose a single one.
Holy.
Like in the TI, when we were playing TI. So we managed to not play Lone Druid a single game because everyone banned it.
Okay, that's fantastic.
PPP.
Yeah, so what I remember from it, and from his words in the new laundry, is the hero's garbage.
Okay.
So I'm betting for a 10 more than a 6.
Wow.
It's 10. It's 10 for sure.
This is the 10? This is the worst one? Okay. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Are you guys sad you don't see Lone Druid these days? You like Lone Druid?
I like.
I like, but not that much.
Okay. All right, next up is Rewards of Ruin. This is an innate, I think, or is this a fast one? I don't remember. Pugna receives 1.5 spell amp per destroyed enemy tower.
Sorry, they saved the
Pugna.
they saved the trash ones for last now.
1.5 damn spell amp per tower.
That's good for Pugna mid. Kappa.
Kappa.
It's not good. It's not
11.
good, but we don't have more.
11? Oh, no,
Top
no.
11.
All right, guys, what are we putting it? The lowest you can go now, I believe, would be 6. Yes.
Has to be six.
Yeah, for Pugna mid is very
It's very
fine,
good.
innate,
Very fine.
so yeah, 6 is fine. All good.
6 is fine.
It's way better than the one main army from X. Yeah.
Oh, the one-man army, that is true. Okay, sounds good. Let's put that in there then.
Jesus, that's so bad.
What do you mean it's
It's
bad?
2 amp. It's 2 amp for tower.
I
Like,
think it's 1.5.
1.5.
Jesus.
That's
so
strong.
bad.
No? Okay.
If you take 3 towers, which you can certainly do as Pugna, it's like a Kaya. How much spell amp is a Kaya?
Kai, I think it's 8.
That's basically
8
a
or 10,
Kaya.
It's a Kaya after 3 towers.
That's pretty good.
If the Pugna was pause 1, he would not get this innate anyway. He would get the heal 1.
All right, next up, Frostbound. Chain Frost lingers on its target. If it fails to bounce, can bounce again to new target if available.
This one is OP.
Really?
This one is OP.
This one's OP.
Okay,
This
where are
one's
we
like,
ranking
it's
that?
like 2. The hero itself may not be that good, but the facet, just the facet is good. It's like 2.
Okay. We don't have a 1 yet. We don't have a 3.
Yeah, so this is a solid 2.
It's going so like it's coming a lot of face it. So
No, but this one is good.
yeah, I think 2 is fine. Like even the hero not being that good.
Okay, a 2.
'Cause, I don't know. The next one gonna be like a super trash one, like Downbreaker.
Okay, take it easy.
Something like this. you
We'll
know?
talk about the next one. The next one is Lunar Orbit. Moon glaives rotate and provide damage reductions while active on Luna.
This is good.
That's not the shard.
No,
No, the shard. I don't know what the shard does.
you were grilling me about not knowing. You don't know Luna Shard?
But I'm support.
Okay.
You have to know everything. You work at the game.
That's true, that's true. So where are we putting this one? Lunar Orbit, guys.
It's 4 or 5.
I'm
It's not that bad.
sure.
It's good for Luna jungle as well.
I don't know. I'm down for 5. I never see this hero in
5 is fine.
5 is fine?
since the faces come. I never saw this hero again.
Okay, all right. You think we're ever going to get support Luna back?
No, but we can get jungle Luna.
Oh, very exciting. Can't wait for those days again. Wonderful. All right, next
By
up.
the way, try it on your pubs. Gonna
Don't-
be so good.
What the hell's
Everyone
wrong
should
with you?
try it.
Don't,
yeah.
no.
Luna
Don't.
Jungle is the next thing. Like KJ just said, it, I agree with him.
Level 1 Luna Jungle? Or?
Yeah. Level 1 Luna Jungle. Don't help anyone. Don't buy any sentry. Just go straight jungle. Buy Gloves of Haste, Rush Midas. You're gonna see it's very good.
I'm professional jungle. Gloves of Haste, Cutting Blade, then you rush Madness.
Okay, great. Next up is Overwhelming Devourer. The name changes every time. Astral Imprisonment. Affected heroes gain a mana allergy debuff for 5 seconds. If they cast a spell, they heal Outworld. And then Sanity's Eclipse also does the same thing.
That's good. That's
OP.
good.
That's OP.
That's all OD gets. We don't have 2, right?
1 or 4?
1 or 4?
It's 1.
It's probably 1. It's probably 1.
The oldest
Have you
get
guys
is
seen
1.
an Outworld Devourer in a while?
We played against 1.
Oh,
Yeah.
how'd it go?
With
We
it,
won.
with this Facet as well.
Oh, okay.
We won, right?
Yeah, but he was destroying the game. He did roach at like 12 minutes.
Yeah. He really did a lot from this thing, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think.
They had TI winner
No,
in
yeah,
their
but
team.
people get this Facet on all these good heroes, so yeah.
All right. And number 4, then, is Scattershot. Shrapnel, slow and damage are increased, but the duration is decreased.
God bless, we chose the deal one. God
15.
bless.
This is top 15.
This is 15? Is this like the worst facet? I've actually seen this, and I think that this might be the worst one of the game. Like, it actually makes Shrapnel worse.
Yeah, that's so bad. Like top 140 best Facet in the game, you know.
Yeah. Whew. Have you ever
Okay.
selected it? Have you ever seen this even?
I seen sometimes someone misclicking it and never saw it again, you know. That's the level of this Facet, like just rework this thing.
Okay, all right. So what do you guys think about your list? Did you do well? You think you got the best ones? Outworld is number 1, the most broken one. I believe your most dog one was the Unbreakable Spirit Lone Druid?
It's different. The problem with the Outworld Devourer Facet is that his ultimate already did that, right? So the Facet is actually bad in theory that it didn't give anything new.
Yeah, but
No, it heals, right?
Yeah,
it
the
heals
heals.
HP.
It already healed before.
HP?
Yeah.
The ultimate?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
You ultimate people when they use spells, you get HP.
No.
Yeah. We both work at the game.
Bro,
we both
I work with
Dota
the game
too.
as well. I'm professional.
Trust us, we work in the
Look,
game.
but
Twitch
I'm a
chat.
mid laner, I play OD.
Yeah, absolutely. He knows.
See all these.
I've seen an OD before.
No, OD does that, but no one remembers that.
Oh, fantastic.
Maybe
Well,
in Dota 1, yeah. I never played this game.
I'm not the bald one.
all right, well, thank you so much for your rankings. You guys did fantastic. I believe that you did very, very well in our game, so well done. You can see a lot more of these guys coming up soon. But thank you for watching another thrilling episode of Facet Blind Ranking.
Let's go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
to Riyadh Masters live from the Esports World Cup, where we are having our final day of the group stages. And that means a lot to be decided today. Some teams being very sad at the end of the day, and some teams being very happy at the end of the day. And I know 3 people that are happy regardless, and that's the people next to me. Kezu, how are you doing today?
Doing pretty good. You know, last day of the group stage is always the most exciting day for me.
Yeah.
Mostly for the players too, unless you're already out, which, you know, it happens. Sometimes we don't play as well, but today is the day.
Yeah, it's kind of sad though. You know, it's the day that dreams are crushed. So
Keys are even crushed.
Keys are also crushed.
Many things.
But a lot of teams that I was rooting for and hoping would kind of have a Cinderella run didn't. So it's a little bit sad to process that. Maybe there's a little bit of hopium left for some of them, but it seems pretty predetermined.
Yeah, seeing some of the results that did happen, you know, great Dota so far, but I always like good underdog stories, and the Entity, man, they are crushing it.
Yeah, they definitely are crushing it. They might get to crush some keys as well. We will have a mass crushing today, by the way, guys, as that will happen at the very end. And of course, it's very exciting that there's cool Dota going on, but did you know that there's also 2 other games going on right now that are having their final day today? Mobile Legends Bang Bang is in their grand finals right now. They're in map 3 of potentially 7, by the way. They get a best of 7. Do you miss those, Kezu?
No, I don't, because they take 20 years in Dota, whereas, you know, in their game, they have like, what, 15-minute game times, you know, they're fast, it's good. They need those BO7s with the flap TZs and the call TZs.
I think we only had BO7 once.
And that was a reverse
Dota history, and there was like...
No, there have been more. They just weren't very...
More.
Yeah,
I wonder why we got rid of that. Imagine playing like, and let's say lower bracket is a BO5 into BO7. That's what I want to see in Dota in the future.
No, we remember the BO7.
No, this sounds amazing. Great Holocaust.
Great call.
Or Dota.
I think maybe if our average game time goes down to like 20 minutes, we can talk about.
Sure.
Yeah, that'll never happen.
I'm down for that. We switched from normal mode to turbo mode. That's now going to be our competitive gameplay.
That's how we do it.
Yeah. And you see here that we did have the Sengalore Red Giants. They are one of the teams in the grand finals, and they're going up against Falcons Apren. And to be honest, when I heard we heard the pre-show, and when I heard that the Red Giants have basically been undefeated for a very long time, I was surprised they're not considered the favorite, because apparently some of the analysts said that they prefer Falcons for this one, even though Sengalore Red Giants, I heard something of a 106-day win streak.
So they're gonna win.
Pretty impressive, but our boys, Flap TZ, Carl TZ, and the rest, not sure if I know the name.
MP the King.
Super Marco.
And MP the King.
Super Marco, yeah, they've been on point. They've been on fire, but right now it's 1-1, and I believe they're gonna do it.
Yeah, and of course, Free Fire has their finals today as well. It hasn't started yet, so you need to wait a little bit for that. But at the moment, Mobile Legends Bang Bang is where it's at anyway. I think we've all been very much enjoying.
He has something to say.
I'm not being...
No, hold on.
MLBB yet.
No, there's a guy that Lacoste met. Isn't it a Free Fire player?
He is a Free Fire player. His name is Flip Flop. He asked... No, I'm not serious. It's a true story. So he wants to take a picture of me. He played Dota before. He played for one of the Southeast Asian teams in 2007, 2018. Then he stopped and then switched to other games. But yeah, when I saw Flip Flop, I'm like, yeah, let me check your name on the back of his jersey, and it's Flip Flop, and it's just amazing. It's amazing. It's one of the best names I've seen, because we called Gleipnir the Glips and Globs and the Flip Flop.
No, it's just really funny hearing Lacoste like provide analysis for MLBB. It's like, I don't know. I think my boy, it's 1-1. I think my boys will do it, because, you know, Carl TZ, who's picking the meta hero.
With those names, you have to win.
Snapfire. I don't know all the names, but it looks like a Snapfire hero from Dota. He's been owning.
Yeah,
they're on point.
They are on point. I really hope that Purge will keep us up to date and informed with everything that's happened on all the other stages. And of course, how important it is to see who is going to win in the end, because that is the team that gets the most points for the club championships, and that is what we're keeping a close eye on the upcoming week as well. I know we're only in week 2. This is the second weekend where there will be finals, but we might see some big shift in terms of who's on the top and who's not. And if you're wondering, like, club championships, I don't really understand how it works, we got you covered.
Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the club championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup club champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money.
Yeah, we'll see who takes home the lion's share. I know we started the whole Esports World Cup with Falcons on top, and they do have most teams, as in the widest spread of games. They have the highest number of teams, 16 different titles they're in. But we also had a guest from Game Gladiators here, and he said that they're focused on quality over quantity. So far, I feel like quantity is working out.
Yeah, we're gaming. Wrong strat.
No, I think he said they were focusing on both quality and quantity. So they didn't want to like submit every team. They wanted to like get teams and make sure they were like
But
as
for
good
some
as they
teams,
can
they
get.
came in pretty late. Like they didn't get the hands on the best team. And they also said the strategy is not to pick up the best team, which Team Falcons would probably disagree.
Yeah, they
invested
disagree.
in all of these top tier teams, and so far it's been working out great for them.
It's been working out great. We can talk about the Dota as well, because it has actually, apart from day one, been going pretty well for Falcons overall. We of course will have them in the first series of the day, so we'll talk more about them then. But they have been doing well, and they are in the top. And when we're looking at Group A, all of the teams in Group A are teams that came in last Wednesday, Effie.
Yeah, when you look at this group distribution, it's about how you'd expect, where the play-ins teams are in the bottom 4 and the teams that were already seeded through the system throughout the year are in the top 4, which is a little bit sad, because yes, you do know that these teams have been the best teams all year and they are going to outperform the play-ins teams. You still hope that the play-ins gave them a little bit of extra competitive edge. I mean, the only team that was the exception to this throughout this tournament has been Entity so far.
Yeah, I think for me, like when I look at the play-in teams, like I'm still looking at maybe Heroic can do it, because a team like Falcons, they're obviously looking very good. And, I mean, their day one was horrendous. It was bad, but they fixed it. They're looking very good, but they don't look as untouchable as they did before. So if any other team can just bring their A game, any game will be competitive.
Yeah, I didn't know what to expect from Tundra. I heard a great thing, saw some of their games, playing the TI qualifiers and everything. They looked good, but I would say they didn't look as good as they look right now. Things just clicked for them, and this team is owning. They're not afraid. They know the matchups. Thompson talked about some of the heroes yesterday that he thinks are not as strong, and we're going to see some of the results from yesterday.
Yeah, we had quite a couple of ties there towards the end of the day. We did start with Entity owning BB Team there. They're still in at the moment. They will be featured later on this very stream, and they will be fighting for their tournament lives, and it's not even only up to them as well. We will have to keep track of how Bisco's doing. Oh, guys, I know I'm getting ahead of myself, but there's potential for tiebreakers. There's potential for no tiebreakers as well. There's a chance. But there are so many permutations possible that it's near impossible to say anything really like, oh, they have to win this and then they're through, because so much depends on all the other matches going on at the same time.
That's why the viewers just have to watch all the matches.
I think that's the way, and I know that you guys watched the matches yesterday, but if you didn't, we got our Aremco top 5 plays. With a lot of top plays came a lot of Pepsi top reactions from yesterday's games, and I do want to touch upon one team that's mathematically eliminated yesterday. They went 0-4. We did see a couple of their highlights just now. Lacoste, Mouse eliminated.
Yeah, kind of expected, but I would say that they had some good performances. Second game against Team Liquid, they were kind of owning. I think they had 10-15k gold advantage, but unable to capitalize, unable to close the game. A team that doesn't have much LAN experience. Their first LAN was pretty much a newly formed team. They did play Wallachia Season 1, but also didn't get the good result there. So it needs a little bit more time, maybe some roster swaps here and there, but a team that has a bright future if they fix some of the things that they have.
Yeah.
I do think they have a bright future because often, I mean, in Dota, we see teams come and go, and we see a lot of teams try, and we'll always say the same thing as, oh, they need more time, oh, they're new, just give them a little bit more tournament experience and they'll be better, and it just never happens. But I actually don't think Mouse is one of those teams. I think with experience, they can get so good because we covered them in play in Kazu, and we saw how good they can be in certain cases. There were games that they just clutched, and I want to shout out Allnet in particular. That he had some really, really standout carry performances where he just hoisted his entire team on his back.
Yeah, they need more time, and they did not have their coach here. As a young team that doesn't have a lot of experience, you need any help you can have to like alleviate the pressure, help you with the draft, and so I'm hoping just moving forward, they'll do that. He will show up, and they'll slap.
They will have to wait until next season because they did not qualify for the international either. So we'll see if they do go for some roster swaps or if they're just continuing again, because as said, they are a very young team and we did not really get the chance to see them in action proper. As said, no coach here. It is unfortunate, but that is the reality of it. So we'll know for a fact that their key will be in the mass crushing. I feel it sounds a little bit brutal. I'm not gonna lie.
It sounds very brutal. The mass crushing. I don't want to be close to that.
But it sounds like a catastrophic level event.
I don't think the hydraulic press can even crush multiple keys at the same time. I feel like they're just...
Yeah, it might not be strong enough.
So it's 1-by-1 death.
Maybe.
1-by-1 crushing. So mass individual crushing.
Mass individual in a row crushing. Yeah, okay, I follow.
That's true. Let's take a look at the prize pool before we talk about crushings and potentially keys that do stay alive. Let's talk about the prize pool because there's a lot of money to be taken here at Riyadh Masters, and as we said, one team is already eliminated, but they do not go home empty-handed, Lacoste.
Yes, I think Dota has, like, in terms of prize money, has always been top-heavy, especially at TIs. The money distribution here looks much better for the teams overall. You know, first place, quite a lot of money, $1.5 million. But even if you end up 19 to 20, which we've seen in the play-in, so you're still gonna get some good chunk of money for a Mouse as well. So yeah, they're not gonna go home empty-handed, and that's a good feeling. You know, some more experience, some money as well, and a lot to learn.
Yeah, I'm just happy we don't have these tournaments anymore, or I hope they never come back, where teams show up for 2 weeks, plays bottom 8, and it's like, well,
nothing for you.
Go back home.
Goodbye.
You guys are not
Thank
good
you
enough.
for coming.
I'm glad those days are over.
Yeah. Same, me too, and I think the player is definitely very happy with that as well. And next to prize money, they of course can win a fantastic trophy, which could feature some keys. And if you're now wondering, we've been talking about keys and mash crushings for a little while. You're wondering what's up? Let's take a look at this.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the Club Championship trophy, and the totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
We'll see who gets to keep their keys. At the end of the day, we'll lose 4 teams and we'll see 4 keys getting crushed. Now, we already touched upon Mouse. The rest is not yet set in stone, but I want to highlight some teams that are doing good, and I want to highlight some teams that are having to pay a little bit closer attention to their matches today. So we got Tundra, Liquid, and Entity. Because they're doing good.
Yeah, they are already qualified to the playoffs, to the upper bracket as well, so they don't have to worry. And the other teams, they still have to play. wbg.xg, PSG Quest, Bedboom, and Beast Coast. Bibbidi Bobbidi team for me is the biggest surprise of the tournament. Quite a underwhelming performance coming out from them, because I think I had them in one of the favorites to reach the top 4. And so far, we haven't seen much from them, especially yesterday, the way they've been playing against Entity. So yeah, that's a big question mark for me. And they also had another draw after that.
Yeah, and Group A is the one with the highest chance, Effie, of potential tiebreakers.
Yeah, this group isn't so... It's hard to say because you see all these 7-5s at the top of the group, but you look right below and there's Aurora at 6-6, which is a very good score given the teams in this group. You see Heroic at 5-7, and people are going to say, oh, Heroic, they had such a good first day, they had such a good play-ins, why did they fizzle out? They didn't. They're in the hardest group, and they're at a 5-7 score, which means that if any of the 7-5 teams lose 2 games and Heroic win their series today, they could even make it to playoffs through the upper brackets. So anything could happen today.
It is, I would say it is a hard day for the teams that are 5th to 8th in their group, because they're all playing the 1st place to 4th place. So Group A, if you're the teams at the bottom, you better bring your A game.
It is the day to show everything that you've learned over the last 2 weeks and put it into practice today. And I'm sure Purge has something to say about that too.
Thanks, Cheever. I'm here near the Jamil Motorsport Park, near the actual rally car that was used by the team in the past. But looking forward, I think what we really need to talk about is the Jamil Motorsport match of the day. And there's so many good matches today because Group A is so close. Group B has a lot of potential tiebreakers situations as well. But the match that I'm going to keep an eye on is the OG versus LGD match. It's at the same start as the first match of the day. It's on Stream D. That match really matters because it determines whether LGD gets eliminated, whether they manage to make lower brackets, or whether or not on the other side, OG can stay towards the top winner bracket of the group stage and move on to the winner bracket of the playoffs, excuse me. So very, very big matches today, and we'll keep an eye on that Stream D for you and check in later.
We will keep an eye on Stream D, but that's not where that matchup's happening, guys. I just want to correct it. It was moved to Stream C, but this is what's happening on Stream D, Lacoste.
Yeah, Blacklist International against Team Spirit. We have Mouse against PSG Quest. It doesn't matter for Mouse because they are already out. And we also have TBD against TBD. That's one of my favorite teams to play. They never reached the grand finals, this TBD team, but they tend to do well.
Yeah, and for Stream C, we have LGD versus OG and Liquid versus Entity. I think everybody is just going to be watching this Liquid Entity game, or I know I will, because Liquid, they're looking really hot. They look like they found their high-tempo, super aggressive gameplay, and it's finally connected for them. And Entity, they're the dark horse team. They're the team that could potentially just take everyone by surprise and win it all. So that's going to be a banger.
Yeah, and we have Stream B with Aurora Gaming against Mr. Gaming Gladiators. They're looking pretty good. Then we have XGWBG versus Beast Coast. I definitely think that this is a hard one for Beast Coast. And again, we have Tower Bridge Dominic versus Timmy, Bobby, and Dilly.
Dilly.
Yeah, this is very good. This is a good match.
Yeah, of course, those are tiebreakers, guys. In case anybody is confused. I know you guys aren't. It's all good. This will be happening on the main stream today.
TBD to be determined or tiebreaker day. Which one is it?
You get to choose.
You choose, Lacoste.
Okay.
To be determined, tiebreaker day.
Yeah.
Both.
Oh, it's both.
It's both. There you go.
Shiva, please, the teams on the...
Tundra versus BB team. That will be a very exciting one. It will be the final test for BB team to see if they have what it takes to make it through, because they have a chance to move forward or get eliminated. But we got to start at the start of the day. It's Group A. It's Falcons versus Heroic. We've seen Heroic throughout the play-ins, and they have been looking good in the play-ins. They've looked fantastic in the play-ins. The question is, can they take games off of Falcons? Out of all of the top 4 teams, Falcons has been dropping games here and there. So as we see them rolling in with a Jamil player arrival, maybe they'll fall here as well on the main stage. We know that that is what powers Heroic up. We've seen it at ESL One Birmingham. We've seen that it had a great impact on them, and perhaps here as well it will have the same. Let's focus our attention first on Falcons. We know this team, Kazu. We've seen them. We gotta say again, though, this team is expected to do well.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they have some of the best players. They have also been powering up over this group stage because, yeah, they've dropped some games here, even yesterday against OG. I wouldn't say it looked super clean, but they kind of brought it back because, yeah, in this matchup, definitely the favorites, at least for me.
Yeah, they managed to win 7 out of their last 8 games, and they looked pretty damn good in those games. The one against OG was a stomp, but it was also a Mario playing Vengeful Spirit, not something that he does play. And they did go back to some of their best heroes, some of their level 30 heroes, the Timbersaw for Amar, and also the Primal Beast. I think this hero in this series is going to be highly contested because it's the hero that does pretty much everything. If you don't know how to make a move, if you're having a rough time, this is one of the best heroes to just go in and make stuff done.
I think the best thing that could have happened to Falcons already happened to Falcons, which is honestly going 0-4 on the first day.
Yep.
I think sometimes you need to get slapped in the face a little bit before you understand that the state of the meta and how well everyone is doing, and it kind of woke them up and it made them play much better Dota over the next few days. So obviously you want to have days like that at the very start of the tournament and then like roll into the tournament and carry it with that momentum. So Falcons to me are looking very good, even though they did draw OG yesterday. That's because OG just owned. They're ownage now.
This could have been 2-0 for OG. They had the advantage. They had all the auras. This is the first time that I've seen a team pick up every single aura in the game possible, especially like 3-4 auras coming out from Chen. But Falcons, they did manage to punch back with some really nice gameplay, with the nice focusing on the heroes. And this team, there's a reason why we call them the best team.
Yeah, they are definitely one of the strongest ones here, and I'm sure they are fully recovered and in good spirits going into today. But just to be sure, let's check in with Malrine and Purge.
Hey, I'm here with Malrine from Team Falcons. How are you feeling so far in the tournament?
The first day was not that great, but the next day was fine. So for now, I'm feeling fine, let's say.
Did it help to have more experienced players on your team after that rough first day? Because they've all been in these situations before. Did you rely on them for emotional support as a way to reset and play the best Dota that you guys play?
I would say even in this team, I have not the best starts in a couple tournaments, like even, let's say, Bad Boom Dutch, and we really know how we can fix these problems and we can handle it with it. And it's not something new for us, so it's not that hard.
Okay, you're a bit of a confident all-chatter most games. Is it just come to you in the moment, or is this something that brews in your head ahead of time, like, oh, I want to beat this team, I'm going to give them a smiley?
Usually I'm all chatting, it can be a bit weird, but I'm all chatting by my emotions, I'm just getting nervous and then trying to split them with the enemies. And I mean, it's coming just from random situations. Usually if I'm getting kill my opponent in the mid, but it's just randomly. I don't know how to explain it.
Okay, when the Facets came out, I believe it was during Dream League, I was watching your Dota 2 Pro tracker a lot, and you were playing a lot of Batrider mid, and you're getting that Arsonist Facet, the one that allows your sticky napalm to do damage to towers. You tried it multiple times, and ultimately it ended up not being as good as the other one. Why did you want to get it so bad as a mid hero?
I think it just first that I got in my vid. It's Batrider, a couple of heroes Primal Base, and I was trying to figure out how to use this Facet as I can. And I became to it's probably not the best Facet, and then hero was not the best grade. And for now, I just feel it got buffed a lot of times, and Facet especially. And it just rarely, I would say rarely, I can choose this hero. A hero who can make a lot of pressure, especially with this Facet and getting towers.
All right, cool. Well, thank you for answering my questions. I appreciate it, and good luck in your upcoming matches.
Thanks for support. Thank you. I'll try my best.
We will see how Falcons does on the main stage today. I want to talk more about their opponents, though, because we've really not been able to cover this team enough, in my opinion. I feel like Heroic is a team that can power up on stage, Effie.
They can, and they showed us that at ESL One Birmingham earlier this year. A lot of these players are just hungry for their time to shine and this opportunity to soak in energy from the fans and just show the world what they can do. And honestly, they have so much potential. And if you look at the individual players on this team, I feel like this is the most improved team on an individual skill level in the last year. All of these players look 2 tiers above what they were giving us last year.
I would say maybe even higher, because I was covering some of the South American DPC back in the days. I was keeping an eye on Analog, and I gotta say, like 2 years back, he did not look good, and I'm very impressed with overall performance here. He's been, I would say, even one of the best mid laners here. Like, no, you know, just don't want to jinx anything right now, but he looked very good.
He went from Minecraft content creator to top star mid laner.
Oh, that's real?
Yeah, that is real.
I've never heard that before.
Yeah, no, he is, I would believe he was doing pretty well as well.
Not bad.
Not bad, not bad.
Like, they've all improved like quite a lot. The only thing to me that is a big question mark, I would say out of all the teams here, they might be the most the most emotional team, like for better or worse, and their last days have not really been as good.
No, and when we look at the emotionalist player of the squad, I'm just gonna call it that. I have to talk about Davai Lama, and he is definitely the most animated on the team when playing. You see him on the cams a lot, and you'll see him on the cam right now as well because he's talking to Purge.
Hey, I'm here with Davai Lama of Heroic. How are you feeling ahead of time before your upcoming match?
Yellow Birch, I'm feeling all right. Had a good morning. Excited. It's going to be our first match on the stage here, so.
All right, good. Well, I have a bit of a throwback question. At Birmingham, we were talking about possible weird heroes. You told me Tinker's support was like almost good. Then it got reworked with Facets. Have you tried it yet since then?
No, I think it's not really support right now. I'm not sure. I haven't had much time to experiment, but what else, you know?
Okay, well, something you are experimenting with is Ember Spirit offlane. Pretty much everybody that I've seen has played it mid. Maybe I missed some games, but you played it yesterday, I believe, as well. And the first time that I saw it was maybe right after Facets came out. So why do you like it? Because it seems to be something you're confident in still.
I think I'm just good at the hero. I like the hero. I think the tool set is, you can play it as an offlane, and I really like the hero. I utilize the hero, so you just try and utilize it as a flex.
How dangerous is it to flex? I mean, obviously, if you feel comfortable with it as a hero, you feel comfortable playing there, but does that flex potential really make a gigantic difference in the draft, or is it just game by game where you're forced into like best of 2 bad choices?
It's classified information.
All right, that's a very fair response. So non-classified, how are you expecting to do in the upcoming series against Falcons?
I have no expectations. We're going to try our very best. I feel like we've shown that on our best day we can beat any team. On our worst day we can lose to the worst teams here. So we just got to try our best. I think we're going to do well.
Okay, good. Happy you have some confidence there. Well, thank you for joining me for the interview, and good luck in your match.
Thank you.
You got to know yourself, and it does seem like Heroic and Davai Lama is aware that they are not yet as consistent as they want to be because they can beat the best on the best day.
No, they absolutely can, and sometimes all you can do is like have those talks when your games are over, what you can do better on the next day, but also sometimes the only thing you can do is hope that it comes together in your gameplay, the way you draft, that things happen. You know, they're preparing now, you know, helping themselves emotionally, you know, hype yourself up, give this little speech as the coach. I like what I see.
I like this, and they also have Meepo, who is outside. They're not a big Meepo fan. Meepo's just going to take some of the pictures for social media, of course, but I like that this team is not too afraid to experiment with some of the heroes. Davai Lama, he does love to play these weird heroes, this Ember Spirit, the Wind Ranger. These are not traditional offlane heroes by any means. Night Stalker as well, Snapfire. This has been like South American classic for some time, but also from other roles. They have Analog, who played Pudge, and then you have also Schofield, who did play Pugna. These are heroes that other teams are not too comfortable experimenting with, so I want to see coming into the series what else they have prepared.
Yeah, I do like that they experiment. I like that they have pocket picks. I also like that they'll bust out some counter picks mid that maybe other teams aren't doing. Like, we see their Monkey King come out mid in the plains. We've seen them even pull out a Huskar versus a Pango. So this is a team that, while you can kind of predict the drafting from the plains, it feels like there's a lot more in their pocket that they can still bust out.
Now, over the last couple of days, we've talked a lot about the speed and the tempo within the game, especially the early stages of the game. How fast does Heroic play? Like, how much does their playstyle fit into, well, I don't know if you're going to have time to answer that question because I want a proper answer, not a rushed answer, Lacoste.
Okay.
So answer it later. As you can see, there is a countdown behind me, and that means that we're very ready to send you over to the stage where we'll get the players on there together with Fancy and Tsunami.
of play-ins have concluded and 4 days of groups, and now it's time to get the final group stage day underway. And we gotta do it fast, Fancy, because we still don't know where a lot of these teams are going.
That's right, so many things happened yesterday. And Group A, for example, there was so many tiebreakers. But before we touch down on Group A, we only have 4 teams that know their fate in Riyadh Masters 2024 so far. We have Tundra, Team Liquid, and Entity all making it to the upper bracket from Group B, and Mouse eliminated from the tournament, yet they still have a match they need to play tonight.
It's a very important match as well against PSG Quest, but it's Group A that are the real troublemakers out here. Teams that are tied for first right now could be eliminated by the end of today, depending on how things play out. And yesterday, like you said, they all split. So if we just do that again today, we're no closer to finishing things off.
That's right, we might have so many tiebreakers happening on the main stage, up to 3 best of ones, and we also might have 1 tiebreaker that's best of 3, and so many others on the secondary streams. Honestly, I have no idea what's gonna happen tonight.
It's stressing me out, Fancy, but I'm always down for, infinite loops if that's a possibility. We can call up Dr. Neustadel to get some tiebreakers, but first things first, we gotta get 2 teams on this stage.
That's right, and for the first team on the final day of the group stage, please welcome Team Falcons. Like Tsunami said, even though this team is tied to first place in their group right now, they might be eliminated. But all they have to do is bring their A game. If they win 1 match, they make it to playoffs. If they win 2, they may make upper bracket.
And coming to the Qiddiya Arena for the first time this event, please welcome Heroic! These guys have been all over the place. They had a pretty smooth play-in stage. And when it comes to facing off against the best of the best, all the teams that are tied for first, they've done it all. They've split, they've gone 2, and they've gone 2-0. What'll happen against Team Falcons? We'll have to find out in just a moment. Keys are placed. Let's get this final group stage day underway.
Falcons versus Heroic. Who will be victorious in this upcoming 2-game series? Who will take the majority of the wins? Or maybe they'll just split and each take 1 win. But maybe you already know, or you already think you know what's going to happen in this upcoming series. Make sure you get your votes in on www.stcplay.gg. I don't know what's going to happen. Because do you want to make a wild guess?
2-0 Falcons.
Wow.
No, I was thinking like, okay, do I want to be boring and like say something? So I'm just going to go with my guts, which is 2-0, but 2 spicy games.
2 spicy games.
Yeah.
I want to see the draft first because Heroic, they can cook some of the drafts. And you did ask me about their playstyle.
Yeah.
So average match duration here is like 38 minutes, almost 39.
Which is pretty high.
It is pretty high. And for Team Heroic, it's almost 41 minutes. They had some pretty long games. They did play against Aurora 2 games where they were over an hour. And it also comes down to K1 because he is calling the shots when he's ready, a slightly more farm-oriented carry player. He has like the highest GPM so far in the tournament and also last hits per minute. This guy, he can farm.
So what you're saying is that they are able to weather the storm mostly, but they can't play as fast as some of the teams we've seen here.
No.
Or at least that's not their forte.
Yes, but they also, in this particular series, they need to speed things up considering that Falcons are picking these early tempo-oriented heroes that can close out the games quickly. The big one for me is Chen, whether they want to allow them to play with the Chen. We've seen how strong the hero is in the last couple of days for Falcons, and also OG yesterday when they played it against Falcons, they were unable to close out the game, but shows the strength of the hero.
Like, if I'm Heroic, I would like to do something a little bit similar to what OG showed yesterday, because actually Heroic, I feel like they've been doing a lot better at like including all their players like K1, going to fights with his CK and whatnot, because a lot of Falcons, they're perfect when it comes to farming on the map. But if you bring numbers and you do something that they maybe not expect because they feel like, well, you know, AI-wise, this isn't the best play on the map, because that's what's going to happen when you play against OG. I feel like Heroic can take the fight to them, and they should do that, in my opinion.
I think so too. I think that Heroic can play fast, and they are capable of bringing it to Falcons.
Well, we got a couple seconds before the draft will be on our screens. Falcons versus Heroic. 2-game series. We got Falcons on the Radiant side, Heroic on the Dire side. There we go. We locked it in, you know. We gave you a little bit of a tease, but then it came back proper. We already got the Chan bend out, so
yeah,
that
immediately
one,
gone.
Yeah,
not really surprised. This hero just gives you quite a lot of tempo and puts you in a position where you need to fight back early on. What I want to see from Falcons is something that they played when they did beat Gaming Gladiators earlier couple of days ago. So I want to see the speed, potential alchemist that could come out. This is a hero that had they had a lot of success with, and some early tempo-oriented heroes, especially Hoodwink. This hero, first phase, probably, if it doesn't get banned out, because they have almost 88% win rate with that hero. And also we've seen Crit pretty much dominate on the hero, less greedy than some other position for Hoodwinks. He does go for Spirit Vessel, for Glimmer Cape, Road of Atos instead of rushing the Maelstrom. But yeah, the hero that is going to get highly contested here.
Yeah, I think for Heroic, I want to see them contest their support flexes first. So like Lacoste mentioned, the Alchemist, I think the Weaver is also a very great hero for them. I think the Hoodwink is also a hero that they could snatch up. And if not, they should just go for the standard, you know? They love their clock. If they can take their clock in that first phase, that would be good for them too. If they can take that Snap or that Phoenix, also good.
I'm wondering for Heroic how many heroes are in Analog's hero pool to make it a bit harder for Malrine to play. I think Malrine thrives a lot when he gets his heroes, especially in good matchups. Like if you give him some Gotcha, Huskar, or Primal Beast yesterday, or they can flex their Timbers around, I think it hurts you a lot. So if I'm Heroic, I would like Analog to maybe have a later pick in the draft, or like a counter pick, or if you're picking it blind, that it's not like some melee hero that gives a very easy matchup to Malrine, because Falcon's tempo, generally speaking, it always comes through the mid lane. Their supports go there and then they blow the map open.
I think they have been drafting in a way that Analog's hero does come later, so we could for sure see that. And Analog himself can do the sneaky last pick Huskars.
Yeah.
So this is a flex for them. They can play this across 3 different roles. I believe Analog still did not play Snapfire from the mid lane. He did not. He has a bit of a different hero pool, but a flex hero that does quite a lot of damage. When you pair Snapfire with any kind of a stun, something that can set things up with the Mortimer's Kisses, you always have a kill threat on pretty much any hero on the map.
Yeah. And we see the Weaver come out for Falcons. I mean, this hero is very often banned, but when he is let through, I do think it's one of the good supports to play against Snapfire, because when you think about Weaver, whether or not he's going to be support or carry, his job is to jump these people in the back line, right? These Snapfire standing, throwing Mortimers, these Oracles, these Crystal Maidens, whatever it may be, this hero does focus on very well.
Yeah, definitely if I'm Falcons here, I'm very happy getting to close my first phase with Weaver, especially from second pick. We can play it on Skeeter, you know, Crit can play it, you can even play it 5 if you want to. It's just overall very good. You can build great items. I mean, you can build kind of whatever you want, Urn, Vessel. You can build a Pipe, you can build a Yules, whatever it may be. It fits very well into like kind of their playstyle. So for Heroic, we have mentioned that they flex the snap a lot, even on Dalai Lama. And while I like teams being open with this, I think there's a fine line where if you cross this too often and you always take the L as the offlaner in the draft to enable someone else, it's not always the best thing to do. Like just because, oh wow, look, it's some surprise pick. I hope that Heroic can do a little bit better at just finding the correct line.
At some point, it's also no longer a surprise, right? So
yeah, that too. Because like sometimes you need your offlaner to have an insane game, because sometimes it's your offlaner who's going to have to carry the game with his pick and whatnot. So yeah, that's one thing I'm looking forward to for Heroic.
A couple of standard bans coming out from Heroic with the Timber Saw and the Razor, and it's Falcons who ban out the Bloodseeker.
Which means they want, or are looking at Pango. At this phase or at some point in the draft.
Yep. There it is.
Pango does come out. I mean, I think there's not much left to say about Malrine and this hero. He plays so incredibly well. He brings the tempo, he can farm well, he scales.
They brought up the Husk against Pango in one of their matchups earlier, and one way to beat the Husk team is to pick the Husk themselves. We remember the Dream League. We had an interview with Falcons once or twice. They talked about the Husk. They are the Husk Masters, as they like to call themselves. So let's see if maybe it comes out, because this Pango, it is a flex pick still. Can be played from the off lane. So I don't think they need to pick the straight up counter immediately. But the one hero that is still left in the pool is Monkey King, which has 90% contest rate.
I'm just assuming he's banned normally.
I mean, there is definitely one thing that, like, because Falcons are second pick, and the cool thing with, first of all, Pango Weaver is incredible together. Like the bugs with the minus armor and also like the lower attack speed from Pango. This lane is very nasty. Both these heroes don't need that much net worth to actually function in the game and do well. And the Pango is a flex from mid to the off lane. So I feel like counterpicking this Pango actually isn't all that easy, because you don't get to choose as Heroic where your heroes are going. Falcons ultimately get to choose at the very end.
I mean, that's why I think Monkey actually would be a great pick, because Monkey can follow Pango to the mid lane or follow him to the off lane if he needs to. Instead, Heroic go for their tried and true Sven. This is their most played carry, I believe, of this entire tournament. I mean, it's a K1 specialty hero. He flash farms, and I feel like the difference on the K1 Sven compared to everybody else is he understands his timings in a way that allows him to fight a lot earlier than other Svens we see.
It's also a bit of a flex if necessary, because they did run it one time. They're not revealing anything yet. The Snapfire can be a support, can be played across other core roles. Rubik is going to be 4. Great Rubik game whenever you play against Weaver. You have Shikuchi to steal, and you can be very annoying if the game's not going well. You can creep skip and also try to set things up from the invis. And also if you steal a Shield Crash or a Rolling Thunder, this matchup is much more difficult for Pango nowadays against Rubik, because before you've been playing off your Swashbuckle rather than the Shield Crash, and you need to use a spell during Rolling Thunder. So stealing Rolling Thunder nowadays is a bit easier, because you want to save that Shield Crash to actually deal damage.
Is it a good enough Rubik game to have Analog play it instead?
Potentially, yeah. It's also a possibility.
He does play it, right?
They can keep it open, but playing...
Didn't play it yet, but checking his Dota Pro tracker, he did play it.
Yeah. Playing it into some heroes that can get on top of you can be somewhat annoying, but at least for now, I like Heroic's draft. Like the Sven, you get the bonus armor against the Pango Weaver, it's cool. It's a pretty good Rubik game. Snap is pretty much always chill. But I will say for Heroic, in order to tie this like nicely together, I'm looking for a mid hero that allows your supports to just go with him. Maybe Storm, something with an Orchid, like Orchid destroys Weaver, destroys Pango. If you can jump Hoodwink, it's also good. Just anything that your supports or the Snap later can play through with the mid lane.
I love Puck for Heroic.
Also good.
They have no stuns whatsoever, and you can pair him up with this Snapfire. You always have a kill threat. These heroes don't like to play into leash mechanic, into silence. Could be a pick that could cause a lot of problems for Falcons. Problems, yeah. Trouble and problems at the same time.
I mean, for the same reason that you like Puck, I mean, Storm could also be very good. Analog has popped off on that hero, and they do have minimal disables, but the Snap Flex to mid is also still open.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking, because this Ench could... So Ench, Hoodwink, of course, I mean, they just have insane lanes. It's most likely just going to be your Weaver 1 with like the Ench as a 5. I feel like Snapfire offlane isn't particularly great, at least for now, against this lane. Like, you don't really pose too much threat So I'm looking for Heroic to maybe just have these two be your supports, and now the last two picks should be your mid and a new offlaner for Dalai Lama. Could also... There's a world where you could entertain a Faceless Void idea, but then...
Then you have Sven 5, which is kind of meh. Because Sven 4 is not a thing.
No.
Yeah, never mind. I don't like this idea.
We got a Slaughter.
Yeah. I like this a lot. It's I cast quite a lot of Chinese Dota games, and Weaver was highly contested. Coming into TI qualifiers, they did consider Night Stalker at the time, which was much more stronger because you could refresh his abilities, and Slaughter was the second one whenever Weaver was picked as the carry. And this is also a flex pick because you can run it in the mid lane, you can run it in the side lanes, and this here, like in terms of damage, some of explosive damage that they have, Slaughter and Sven are quite tanky heroes, and they also synergize nicely between each other. You have this minus armor, you have another way of initiating, and it feels good. So I want to see what the last hero is going to be for them.
Yeah, I think the value from the Slaughter, outside of being a way to deal with Weaver, is that this really could just be the mid hero too, because you see the Pango, it's very likely just going to be the Malrine Pango here. And the Slaughter, if you put him versus Enchantress, that doesn't really feel good, to be honest, because she has a way to dispel sprint. I mean,
it's so annoying.
Yeah, and then you just have another archetype of a Sven hero that just like stands on lane and tries to win the lane, and then it's a blink stun and a right clicker. But do you really want that to be your offlaner? I think that if they just get something that builds auras that can buff up the Sven, that would be a better approach for Heroic in their last pick.
I have something spicy for Amario in the off lane.
What was that?
If you Legion Commander. I know it's not the most popular hero right now, but you can easily dispel things. You have some ability that goes through magic immunity against the Sven with the Blade Mail, where you can kill him. You always have that initiation going. Because if this Sven has a free farm with the Slaughter, if they're running around, that's quite a lot of minus armor. Also, minus armor coming up from the Lil Shredder. They could take over the game with the picks that they have so far.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of this Heroic draft because the Slaughter could have some shortcomings, and we need to remember that they are picking first. So Falcons will kind of know where this last hero is going. I don't know if there's a hero for Heroic to take that still masks it. Like, where even at the very end you can decide, okay, like, you know, we pick some Wind Ranger. Wind Ranger can be mid, can be offlane. Slaughter can be mid, can be offlane. Because I still feel like this hero has a very easy time being counterpicked, at least if you make it obvious where your last two heroes are going.
But I feel like it's also, if they want to keep it open with their last pick, that just screams that it's not really a solid plan or something like that, you know? It's like, oh, we can put anything everywhere, but it's, I don't know. It feels a little bit iffy if they go for that.
And Pucky's band would just be too good of a hero here to miss out. There's still Storm, there's still these elusive heroes. Even Ember Spirit works out because you have this constant damage. It synergizes nicely with your Slaughter, and the Husk Masters will not get their Husk.
No, maybe that means they will go for that Ember.
Yeah, the Huskman here just means that they respect the Pangoflex often if they are looking at that Ember or that Storm or that Void Spirit.
I'm just... I feel like it should be a mid hero that ties your stuff together, because if you're taking a new offlaner, yeah, I feel like this absolutely makes the most sense. I think your draft has too much of the same strength dude running in front, jumping in, that's like really awkward into like Pango Weaver, because they're very elusive. This just makes it like more easy. You just snap, you go with your Storm, you use your spells, start the fight, and hope you kill someone.
Yeah, I think Legion Commander is the way to go. You need that instant lockdown, you need the Blink Dagger, the spell against Slardar. Who else can fulfill that role? Because right now, I don't see any stuns. They literally don't have stuns on side of Falcon. Sure, you have Bushwhack, which is not reliable. Same goes for Rolling Thunder.
They could also do something like a Underlord, maybe. I think you can like build Lotus, you have good lanes. I think the pit can be somewhat annoying.
I think if you pick Underlord versus Rubik, you're making your game way too difficult. Yeah, you're giving Rubik like perfect spells to steal.
Yeah, that is probably one thing they should debate.
Dig deeper, Kazu.
There's Mars still in the pool, or Centaur. Like, that can just be your typical sun hero for Amar. Really also just could pick a Malrine hero here and give Amar the Pango.
Is there something in the game left that you'd like to lane against the Storm that is not the Pango?
You could just go for the Ember yourself, potentially.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what I feel like really strongly about if it came to mid picks. Like if DK was a better hero, I will call DK, but I think mid DK has just... It's disappointed me way too much, but I feel like it's not the hero you should be thinking about here.
Yeah, abysmal win rate as well here in Riyadh. They go for a Slark.
Yeah, a very easy call, of course, for the last pick, Slark.
So we've seen, obviously, you can see here, we've seen a couple of Slarks. We know Amar plays it, but...
I mean, this used to be like his thing to play offlane Slark and try to shut down the carry like 2 years ago. I don't think Slark is good enough here to do that in this patch, to be honest. But I mean, I see the point here, and I think that it can out-trade the Sun. I think it can be a diving hero. The leash can be a way to go on Storm early. But I think it's too weird for me.
100% win rate so far on that offlane Slark from a Mario. I feel...
How many games?
1 game.
It is also then the only Slark game that has won.
Yeah, it is a strong lane when you're going to be playing against Sven. This hero doesn't put much pressure early on. You're maxing out your cleave. You want to go to jungle, continue to farm up. So I think Amar is going to have a pretty easy lane when paired up with Hoodwink. Not sure if that's enough to take over the game. Looking at the drafts, I'm gonna side with Heroic this time.
I like the Slark because generally Slark is, I mean, it's obviously weird because it's offlane Slark, but Slark versus Sven is kind of annoying for the Sven because Sven needs to like use his ult, use his BKB and get people killed. Same with like Storm and Slaughter, they all kind of commit very strongly. The Shark can be very strong, and I think that...
Did you say the Shark?
Yeah, the Shark is very strong. No, like they have the best supports at enabling these heroes. I will say that if Heroic play well, they can definitely win this game. Like you can just play through Storm and kind of slap. But I see the Slark vision, and I prefer Falcons draft a little bit more.
I will give you guys the information is the last time Falcons did play this offlane Slark, it was versus LGD, and they did have a carry Sven, and also Slark was backed up with carry Weaver on his team, and he just went for Treads into Diffusal Blade, into Mage Slayer, into Ags, and they kind of stomped that game from
It's the unbeatable combo, offlane Slark plus carry Weaver.
Yeah.
Unbeatable. Oh, we see the coaches leave the stage, and we see the game actually beginning for the players right now. We've heard two separate stories, two conflicting stories. We got a Heroic fan, we got a Falcons fan. The end of the day is gonna depend on how the 5 players perform inside the game. It's a 2-game series. We'll have a Slark off lane. I'm looking forward to seeing it. And it is time, I believe, to head over to our commentary.
A Mario Slark,
Never mind.
A Mario Slark. He will do it. He's been waiting for this moment. The Weaver Slark, they're gonna help each other. I see it.
Yeah, he was playing that hero when he had like 3 or 4 heroes, pretty much when he came into the scene.
He played this Enigma.
Pretty much.
Carry Slark.
People were, you know, doubting him, saying that he has a hero puddle, and he banged out the Slark a couple of times. I remember when he first introduced the offlane Slark, it didn't look too good, so it kind of became a meme, and then he brought it up a couple more times, and then it looked good, so there's something to it.
There's something to it. We saw a couple confused faces just now, but I think we also saw the faces of people that saw a problem resolved. So I'm hoping we can get into this game fairly soon.
Okay, so I want to theory craft the Slark a little bit more.
Do we?
Do we? I mean, because the Shard, I was thinking about it. The Shard is really good here because everything is single target on the side of Heroic. So
okay. Who knows? We're going to find out with Fogged and ODPixel.
Thank you very much, GVS. It's time to get into the action here of Game 1 from Heroic and Team Falcons. And indeed, we get to enjoy, well, for the second time this tournament from Amar on the offlane, the Slark, coming in as that last pick. I mean, when we were looking at the draft go down, were you expecting this? Is there a reason to believe that this Slark could be good here for similar reasons as it was good in the other game where they managed to get the win against LGD?
I actually kind of thought it was coming for some strange reason, just because they were lacking these extra little bit of control too versus this Storm. I mean, I kind of said it to you jokingly, and it actually came up, so I was slightly shocked. I mean, they did it versus the Sven earlier, but it was a support Sven, if I'm not mistaken, when I remember seeing it last time. I believe Shiro was playing some carry Lina. They tried to like fix their draft a little bit.
Yeah, it was
White
playing Sven.
I think they tried to switch things up because they saw that Slark and they're like, oh, we don't want our carry to be beaten on by the Session Shift. So it's an interesting approach. It's very Falcon style, and we'll have to see if it works. It is with, of course, that Weaver again. It's a lot of minus armor in this draft. They do an immense amount of physical damage on the side of Falcons. It is going to be playing, of course, into Warcry as the game does progress, but let's see if they can create that chaos, because it's a fast-paced draft that plays very strongly on vision, like the panel was saying.
Battle begins.
Snaking? Could be dead.
I think he might be.
Very likely.
And he's not getting out of this one. First blood for Davai Lama.
strong lane. It's actually kind of cool that they decided to put the Slardar instead, just keep it down in that bottom lane. They wanted to pick this Storm. It's one of Analog's best heroes, of course, so they're going to have to deal with that Slardar versus Enchantress matchup as it progresses in the lane, but getting off to a good start. Little Shredder might just change up all these matchups. I think we're seeing the rise of the Snapfire in almost every single one of these games, and everyone, or almost everybody, is taking that Ricochet. So much damage. Just the Shredder in general is so much damage. Yeah, let's see how these lanes go.
Looking forward to see what Analog's going to be able to do in the overall game as well. He's had some good Storm performances.
Yes.
And this game, right, what has he got to worry about, right? Rolling Thunder, the Pounce, and the Bushwhack.
Yes, it's limited.
Not necessarily easy, instant catches that are going to be thrown down onto him, right? Falcons have got to be smart about trapping this Storm.
Absolutely. And yeah, Analog, he's honestly impressed me quite a lot. I know he had a couple of these games that maybe they weren't able to close up. I know the series versus Aurora definitely hurt a bit of their momentum going, but he's looked really, really strong. I was talking to Lacoste too, because he got to cast a lot of South America throughout the year, and he was like, this guy's improved a lot, because he's come here and he's bringing it to a lot of these, top mids. It's been a treat to see. And this one, he should have a pretty good matchup overall versus Malrine. Has that Storm Spirit, but Malrine, he's played this matchup quite a bit. Yeah, looking at top Amar, they're doing a good job already versus K1, as he does get stunned up. They're trading.
Whoa, Amar's going to turn and stand his ground, and they're going to get the kill first. Crit's able to take down K1, and Amar, he walks away alive.
Sven has one CS, and they get a double.
Oh, well, it's, Crit showing up, as he tends to do on these sort of supports. Yeah, you give him a hoodwink, he might just go and win you the game.
Yeah. That's definitely the other thing you always have to factor in. Yep. Yes, they only do have limited stunts, but I think Crit still, for me, is the one that's the best, even though it's gotten nerfed, of course. Well, nerfed / changed because everybody's taking the tree bounce trick shot. He still does the little, the acorn shot bushwhack that's very quick. Yeah, it's one of those best, of course, on the hoodwink. Getting himself set up for a double kill, and they killed the Sven when he only had one last hit. That was K1 trading versus a Slark for most of that lane to start here, and yeah, we'll die. We'll get a couple extra CS, but Slark getting a good start. And bottom now, Snay has found probably the best creep you could find in this lane. He's got the Ice Ogre. It's not gonna last forever, of course, but just getting that little armor onto both him and Skitter means that they're probably not gonna get pressured too much down here when he has it.
Yeah, you can see there, Skitter taking some hits from the little Shredder and barely doing anything with the armor being buffed up upon him.
Yeah, and let's see how much the Dispel, of course, that's going to be coming out from the Enchant versus that Guardian Sprint is going to matter as well, too, if they are able to find that one. Did he get the pull during the shield crash? That's something I've been trying to watch out for a lot of these players. Didn't get to see it if so, but a lot of different one of these mid laners that I've been seeing playing versus these Pangos that have ways to prevent the shield crash or dodge it. I've seen these Pucks, Void Spirit, Storm to catch it as well too, so see them from Analog.
Yeah, having that nice lead so far for him in the match. 20 for 3 against the 14 for 3 on Malrine.
But K1 is not having too fun of a time up top. Constant harassment. They've hit level 3 up top now also on Crit and Amar, so they can keep putting this pressure onto K1 if he's not careful how far he steps up.
Stepping up quite a bit here.
Some concerns for the Sven in the laning phase. Of course, the hero can catch up afterwards with some jungle stuff, but it does feel like it's going to be a rough lane.
And he's on the dire side, right, so he's got the Mighty Mines.
He's got the Mighty Mines, yeah, absolutely. And I imagine they're going to get quite a bit of stacks going as well, too, with the Snapfire being able to just back up constantly, so... They have Storm, so yeah, they're going to have lots of stacks for him to catch up, but a rough start.
Ooh, I mean, him. He's probably dead here. They've got the Bushwhack.
Oh, ooh. Wait, what cut that?
I think so. Was it a Hector straight away with the Quelling Blade?
I mean, he was still stunned. What cut that tree?
Wait, what cut that tree? Check the replays. I saw something got the tree, indeed. The tree got taken out straight away.
That was like instant. Oh, well. Interesting. Well, they'll survive. Was it tree? Was it telekinesis? Whatever. I didn't see. We'll cut the tree. I'm blind.
Oh. The tree was cut, they lived.
The tree was cut, they lived, but the same impact is happening to Hector. He's not getting much. And he does put the second point in cleave too, so not gonna have the Warcry for the laning phase. So they can just look to get aggressive on him. And if your Slark offlane is getting good farming, it's a pretty good sign for sure.
Yeah, Mars having a great time.
Malrine pops the glyph for the wave, trying to bring it to Analog, but Analog is fighting back.
Yeah, both should be fine. We're gonna see the replay. Watch carefully here, Falk.
Was it the lift? I don't know, maybe I'm blind.
No, he just wasn't caught, right? It caught K1, but it didn't catch Cofield. Or am I crazy?
Probably caught both. Whatever. I think maybe the Dark Pack dispelled also the lift instantly, which cut the tree or something. I don't know, whatever.
No, because the tree wasn't cut, because K1 was stunned the whole time. His stun bar ran from 100 to 0.
Okay, maybe I'm blind.
I don't know.
Whatever. Malrine is actually brought it back in the mid lane.
We're waking up. We probably missing some. The chat's
someone will say
right now. They're like, you can't see this.
Get her. Gucci's back up. Here comes crit. Easy kill. Might get double.
Oh, they might actually. They want to chase through again. Oh, they do. Easy bushwhack from Crit.
What a beast.
And he's making it look easy.
Really
Killing spree here for Crit on the hook. Blink 3-0-1.
And Malrine is now just crushing the mid lane. He's got up to 10 denies.
Yeah, that's pretty well considering how well the start of this lane matchup was going for Analog. He had the edge, but yeah, Malrine completely taken over.
They also double got the water runes against Malrine too, and Malrine was able to do this without one of those runes, and now they're swinging the supports over. Level 6 been hit. A 2K lead already. The lanes.
Oh, it's speeding up for
crumbled.
Falcons.
He's level 5 on the Storm.
Ooh, and the setup is there. I mean, there's nothing they could do to help him.
Dead.
Heroic's just got to watch Analog go down.
Tower gonna eat a couple hits here too from the catapult, and Malrine finds an amp damage, probably the best rune you can find on this Pango early on. He's gonna try to keep this catapult alive as long as possible. They're gonna glyph, keep the wave alive, but a secondary wave is coming in. Have to rotate these supports. Yeah, KJ, he's coming over with Schofield.
I'll see what they can do here. Crit. He's gonna be focused first.
Level 2
They're
Snapfire.
gonna just be able to take out the snap.
Oh, this is problematic. This early game.
This is getting very messy for Heroic. They've got to do something drastic to recover the state of this early game. 6.5 minutes in, and it's all Falcons so far.
Crit's doing too much. Gets kills top, moves bottom, gets a kill, goes mid, gets double kill. 6 kills already, and all of those are because of Crit with his rotations. Analog has to be careful. He's one creep, just about one creep away from getting it, that level 6. And are they going to steal the wisdoms too?
Messaggio's going to certainly try. See if Davai Lama crushes, and he will.
Nice.
He'll crush to cover it.
But here comes mid. Another one.
Dead again. Analog getting completely bullied. I mean, bottom, they're looking for Skeeter, but oh, good cookie.
Still got the Shakuchi active.
They're surely getting him. The bash comes in. And yeah, they'll bring him down. So Heroic able to find the kill against Skeeter, but still elsewhere on the map. Pretty rough things happening. Analog going down once more. 7 minutes or so in. This tier 1 tower looks to be going down.
Oh, Malrine bringing it to Analog. So I was telling how Analog was having some better games, but not versus Malrine. Malrine has completely crushed him with these rotations.
And look at that, still yet to hit the 6 on Analog, and as you can see, Malrine, for the most part, doing this on his own. Sure, those last few aggressive kills underneath the tower, putting him with the support backup, but he really sort of turned the lane around in terms of the CS on his own.
Absolutely. And now making those quick rotations, he's got the Rolling Thunder at the ready.
Yep.
The Sven's not even laning. Amar, he's able to just dive. Schofield might just die here. Just to the Slark.
He's definitely dying.
Problems all over the place for Heroic. The Slardar feels like he's going to have to do some insane lifting in this mid game to try to bring stuff back to get some kills.
They'll kill the Enchantress.
They'll kill the Enchantress. Will they? They will bring
I mean, that's the thing. You give this Enchantress a couple more levels and an item, and they probably won't be getting that kill down the line anytime more. But they find a chance to get a kill. They get something. It's important for morale here on the side of Heroic. Analog, he's not a mana, though.
He's caught again.
The pushback's there. They've got a Rolling Thunder coming in. Analog's dead again.
Oh, man. Analog. And top as well. It's just chaos all over the place.
Wait, is this a replay? We just saw him diving Schofield. He's doing it again. Amar, this time with the backup of Skeeter, they take him out a second time.
And they already have this deep ward as well, too. They might even find
they will.
They might find K1.
Or do they want to go for this, though? It's a little deep here, close to tier 2. I mean, K1's going to kind of walk into the meet here. He's going to hesitate, and for good reason. He does not want to go into the jungle right now.
This is going to be quite a painful recovery. The Storm's struggling. The Sven isn't going to want to get involved to do these early moves either. And their Rubik Snap are quite under-leveled because of this early game. Level 4 on the Snap, level 4 on the Rubik too. They're taking top tower. And they're also swinging around to pressure, so 4K lead first 9 minutes.
This is early.
So Slardar, yeah, I think Davai Lama maybe doesn't even, I don't know if he can even wait for Blink. If he stalls too long for this Blink, I think they're just going to get too much out of the map. He might just have to look to make some kind of crazy moves around to get some space back for the Storm. Because yeah, look at Crit.
Yeah, his movements this game, up and down.
Flawless. 5K lead.
I mean, whenever Falcons have a good game, it's very easy to sort of look at a hero and be like, how on earth did they get this hero? But with Falcons, there's so many heroes that are kind of like that, right?
True, but
in terms of their specific players. But
it was second phase.
Yeah, Hoodwink's got to be pretty high up there.
I'd imagine.
I mean, probably have to go look back at what else they banned, but Hoodwink getting through for crit, it always feels pretty nasty.
Analog, caught by the pounce.
They're going to be able to find the follow-up in time. He's able to zip away. Mallory's going to come in with the chase, and Analog, he's got enough mana to break out away from the team. Thunder's going to be there coming across Davai Lama, keeping in control of the river. Amar's able to take down KJ. They'll turn over towards Davai Lama as well. They got any further catch. The acorn shot bounced. The swashbuckler will turn across on the Skeeter, but Davai Lama surely still going down. The bug slowly biting at him will kill him off. Skeeter gets the kill, and at the same time, the push is coming in on the bottom lane from Snaking and the Skellies, so they'll be able to take the tier 1 tower and keep this lead pretty huge here, just 10 minutes in.
The macro play is just too quick from Falcons. Matching that tempo that we saw yesterday, playing versus OG definitely made them kick up pace of tempo a lot too, because we saw just chaos in that OG series where there was just kills diving past tier 2. Falcons, they're setting that similar pace that we saw. Just super aggressive. Everybody, it's literally 5 heroes turn up for the power rune.
Check this out again.
But now
this is the... Oh, this is the very start of the game. I mean, the beginning of it all. And I get what was this? This is just the
Schofield death cam?
The Schofield death highlights. Poor old Schofield. And again, I mean, poor old Schofield. Just couldn't catch a break up here into this top lane from minute 1.
Anyone who knows Schofield, I think we say it so often. This guy's crazy. It's a lot of these games either he does these miraculous moves or he feeds a bit out of control. In this one, so far it's been a bit of that deaths one by one.
To be fair, he's only died 3 times. It's the same as Analog and KJ. Fair. You know, there's no need to single him out.
No, they're bullying him.
You know,
it's fine.
They've had a few of them have got 3 deaths on them. We'll be keeping a tally though. We'll see who dies the most by the end of the game.
It's usually Schofield, but usually they're he's sacrificing. K1. They still have this ward that they placed earlier.
Ooh, and Maureen straight on him. I mean, he's going to come in with the stun, but this Rolling Thunder's still going to catch on to him. Is there going to be any sort of backup coming in? TPs are there. There's a perfect spot to line up the sharpshooter. Maureen and Crit making it look easy.
Stops the cookie even from displacing him with the bounce, so they get the shot. Maureen level 10. And he's already queued up that Orchid. We've seen this build a couple times. We saw the bait there from BZM one game when he's like, I'm going to go Orchid. Just kidding, Mage Slayer's better. This game he's versus Storm. It's a fantastic Orchid game.
It's going to be so early.
It will be.
They're not going to have any sort of way to deal with that or remove it.
They already have, I mean, they're going to have so many early timings of these tempo items. They already have the Diffusal on the Slark too. Just playing super aggressive. It's just everybody running at each other. And Snaking now already has a Pavis too. So if they go on him this next time, he probably survives versus 2 or 3 heroes with that extra defensive capability. All right, Davai, almost Blink Dagger. It's going to have to be a pretty explosive one. And he doesn't quite have the big level 6 that I would say he wants. He doesn't have KJ, the Snapfire, having the Mortimer Kisses just yet.
And there's a couple more waves of farm top to get that 6 on the snap. And they're going to be diving him, so he won't even get the chance to soak in the XP on this top lane, KJ.
It's rare to see this ward not get dewarded, Owen. It's been full duration.
Uh-oh. I mean, that's true with a few plays, right? Because they've been making plays on the Sven up here. They've been sticking around, killing off the snap. At this point, they're going to know for sure it's there. But at this point, it's indeed probably too late.
They can't go for it. If they're probably like, we have to bring multiple heroes up there. But to go for a D-ward, is that even worth it, Snay? He's got the Pavis. Will they even kill him?
He's going to get the heal off. So...
I don't know, and I've seen this before on these Enches.
We've seen this clip quite a few times in this tournament with these Enchantresses. They just don't die. You go on them and they end up coming out with the attempt that you made with more health than the starting with.
Oh, this game is looking pretty grim, pretty fast. Still no level 6 on the snap. It's almost 14 minutes, and he might just die again. Maureen is just diving.
Well,
this could be a quick one.
At least it's not a best of 1. That's what you've been telling yourself if you're heroic. It's like, hey, it's a 2-game series, all right?
Yeah,
you know,
that's true.
If you lose one of them and then you win the next, you know, you had half of a good time.
Yeah, it's not going to be the shortest match either. Okay. It's not like they're going to GG out in the next 30 seconds. Almar took it.
We'll see.
He took it, and he's going to TP in their faces.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That's just bullying. That means the snap's not going to get 6 at the 14-minute mark. Oh, my.
Well, he's nearly
the nightmare.
got it.
It's the nightmare for the Snapfire. He's level 5.
I tell you what, that's the new stat we need. We need to know the slowest level 6s in this tournament.
I think this might be it, Owen. I actually think this might
stats,
be.
Lads.
Because usually they get that secondary wisdom.
We haven't got that stat.
Oh, and he's going to die again. They're bullying him.
Oh, no. And we were showing the Schofield death replays. I mean, at the market, KJ's got to be careful. We're getting his highlight reel ready right now.
He's got 6 deaths. I don't think I've actually seen that. It's usually that second wisdom, if you're having the worst game possible, that gets you the 6, but they don't even let him get it. Now there's an Orchid. The pressure's just too much. Falcons have snowballed out of control.
There we go. Smoke up and just get the snap the 6.
Do they have
that's the game plan here for Heroic. Get KJ a 6.
But which is the easy target to kill? As we saw, the Enchantress is most definitely not. So it's got to be what?
One more creep.
If they
One more creep. He's got it.
He's got it, all right.
He's got it. Level 6 is online. Now it's time for the turnaround.
15 minutes. Goodness.
Marine. He's ready to start playing around with K1.
This ward also, almost a full duration one that's been placed there from snaking. Whoop.
Oh, a little bit awkward. Oh, and Amar gives Marina, I guess he gives Marina a smiley face there.
Is that at him or at the other guys? I don't even know.
I don't know. It could have been a friendly smiley towards his teammate because he's like, he got stuck.
Kisses.
You know.
Not doing a whole lot.
No, Heroic's pressing a lot of buttons, but not a lot of things are happening. Alan's going to try and TP out. He's dead. No way to get away from that amount of damage coming out from Falcons right now.
Relentless aggression. And they can play super aggressive now. It's nighttime too. They have the Slark vision to keep diving. They can take out any wards that come down to Schofield.
He's got
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Good thing he didn't get Orchided first. That was close.
That is very true. There's indeed that Orchid on Marine.
Falcons have already pretty much gotten all the items that they want to deal with what could have maybe perhaps been that, lack of disable issue. They have Diffusal, they have this Orchid, they're going to have an Atos too. Can they get crit?
They're going for crit.
He's the squishiest of them all.
They should be able to get him. Stuns there, cookie forward, the hoodwink is dead.
Yo,
that's a nice kill as well for K1. A lot of money taking down crit there.
Way to see you die.
Step 1 of many. Another power rune, of course, for Malrine, since he has full control of the map. And Heroic maybe just have to kind of hug each other a little bit. Divine Llama, no more farming for you. Keep looking to try to catch Falcons if they do split up. Problem is, Falcons have not been splitting up too much. Just that one situation there we saw from Crit. And that's also the easy target to kill. The rest of them, very difficult to bring down, as we've seen. The Enchantress, very unlikely to get brought down. Malrine, super tanky. Slark, unlikely to go down too. So the other targets are just very difficult for them to catch. As Amar, playing around that night vision, tries to catch Analog.
I mean, Falcons, they know that Heroic continue to play around this area of the map. So once again, making the move up here to try and catch them again. Marine, he's got the Rolling Thunder ready to go.
And the Orchid.
There they go, straight over towards the Storm. He's going to be able to get the bounce across the sharpshooter. Beautifully lined up there. Crit never misses. 2 of them dead. Once more.
The Malrine and Crit show for the most part. Of course, Amar did get that great lane as this Slark, but these two have kind of just been running the show, moving around, getting every single one of these kills, connecting perfectly onto Analog. He's 1 in 5. Rougher Storm performances we've seen. Schofield's just playing a different game at this point. He's just Shikuchiing and farming by himself. He's the one getting the most out of the map, it feels like. K1 in some trouble here.
He doesn't live.
No one's helping. He's pinging. He's someone. Please
help him. Okay. He actually does live. Very lucky to get away from that one. Oh, yeah, he's zipping back. He's not going to try and do anything aggressive. They just can't go in on this Slark right now. Mars too farm.
Yeah.
Even when the Orchid's done on Analog, it's not going to be a guaranteed kill. Mars going to be playing smart with the Vision and the Dark Pact.
Yeah, and he's got Mage Slayer, so he kind of just reduces a lot of that damage that would essentially kind of bring him down sometimes. And they're kicking the pace up more, going for Roche. You can see Heroic's just kind of in desperate mode, trying to find any type of farm. They're gonna smoke to look to contest.
Go for the Roche fight. Yeah, absolutely. Don't sit back. You've got to try something.
They have Vision of Crit too. They do have this ward prepped here.
I like this from Heroic. This may give them a chance to catch Falcons by surprise.
Amar knows.
It's very tricky, very risky.
Amar shows that they have a ward there.
The kisses are coming in. They make the jump. Davai Lama's able to get the snatch. Jumps in, grabs the Aegis. Falcons will immediately turn towards him. They've already killed off the backlines, taken out KJ, and they have taken down Davai Lama the once.
It's a snatch, but they're all dead.
See if the rest of them can get out. Marine's going to be able to chase down Schofield, and indeed, Davai Lama will fall. Falcons, they did still get the kill on Roshan, but at the least for Heroic, they won't have to worry about Falcons pushing in with the Aegis. And indeed, Davai Lama there off the back of the snatch drops it easy in the all chat.
I feel like that's one of those.
Schofield gets out. He doesn't die this time.
And wait, is that Schofield with a? Wait, does he have an Orchid? What the heck? I think he almost has an Orchid. Schofield's just been farming with Shikuchi.
Okay. I mean, that's probably the first time this tournament. Do we ever get Orchid on the Rubik?
Nope. looking for something to answer Malrine, I guess. That's kind of cool that he's been able to find this type of farm. Sneaking around is close, but Amar diving for Hector.
I mean, they have analog, they have backup. The Cookies, they're going to be able to come into play to keep Hexa safe. Schofield will not live. They're going to try and jump back in, see if they can bring down this Slark, but the backup's in for both snaking and crit. Amar surviving throughout all the damage that they're throwing, and then pounce forward, double kill for him. He takes down Dalai Lama, now he's ready to dive to tier 2s. They look over towards KJ, triple kill for Amar. Analog, he's out of mana. Oh, go on, they want to dive to high ground for sure. Creek's not going to hit the pushback, but Amar, he's definitely going to want to dive on forward. Diving the tier 3s onto the storm. Ultra kill for Amar. The off-lane Slark here at 20 minutes in.
I almost expected him to run in and drop mantles, to be honest with you, knowing Amar. Yes.
There we go. He's happy. He's having a lovely time.
He really is. The last pick, Slark, he's coming
so happy about this. I mean, we've seen it a couple of times from Falcons. I mean, Amar, he's hoping he gets to play this even more. You know, he's going to be looking for any chance to slip this off-lane Slark into the draft.
They've snowballed this game just way too hard. 26-4. Like we said, the latest level 6 I think I've seen in this tournament on one of these supports. And even one of the later level 6s on the mid lane, right? They've really just put the pressure on and haven't held up really at all.
Let's see what Amar goes next. He did have the Manta queued up, but he's saving up a lot of money, and I say he's having a good time, so he might be tempted to go for something a bit more spicy.
Yeah, that's not very spicy.
No,
but I guess it is a dispel,
It's the fact that these Orchids are coming out, as you say. Schofield, we'll see if he gets us by the end of the game. He's still about, 700 gold away from having his Orchid complete.
And see if it even, I mean, it's very unlikely to really even do much of anything, but at the least he's trying to go for that big item, right? They might get to a point where only K1 is on the top net worth for Heroic, because everybody on Falcons is starting to swing so far ahead.
Dire's courier has been killed.
And his courier dies, Schofield, so he won't be getting his Orchid anytime soon. Well, a minute, a couple of minutes at least. Delayed for. Amar's going to start buying up into the Ashes, so he will be committing for the Manta. He's playing it smart, he's playing it sensible. He wants to continue to keep his KDA with that juicy 0 on the deaths.
It's going to be unbelievably tanky with that as well, too. Pupil's Gift, Mage Slayer, Manta, Dispels, etc. That's a lot of deaths.
Oh,
great. Solar Crest.
Snake can do anything to help him. The kisses are coming in, and so is Malrine with the Rolling Thunder.
He's healing him.
He's still alive. He's able to bounce out to the side. Crit's going to live. Analog's going to go down, and now Malrine leads forward to set up for more. They'll call it GG. They tap out. They've had enough here, Heroic, in this game 1. 29-4, 22 minutes in at a 20k gold lead. Falcons turning up today, Fogged.
Yeah, an absolute beatdown. Great itemization, great aggressive plays. They pretty much just gave no chance for Heroic in the first 10 minutes. Crit killed all the lanes. He killed top double, goes bottom, gets another double, goes mid, kills him. They kill the tower. Hoodwink for me. He kind of just popped off out of control for Crit, but everybody else afterwards, they got that momentum going and great itemization. You know, the Solar Crest now has become natural for Snake, or for the Enchantresses, but everything just hit its timing versus this lineup.
If he gets hooked again in game 2, that's going to be pretty crazy. I feel like they're going to really have to have opted to challenge and test themselves if they let that hero get through the draft. Falcons, I mean, this is sort of the level of play that we kind of expected from them in their other games when they came out. And on the earlier days of this group stage, they weren't really performing to this standard. They were having some mistakes. But this is what you expect from Falcons coming into this tournament, this level of play.
It's literally like 0 mistakes. It's them just crushing lanes so hard that they snowball out of control, and there's pretty much no hope left there. K1 getting some farm, but everybody else having probably one of their worst performances in this tournament. It's a 0-10 snap. He's still level 6 when the game ends.
Well,
got it at 15 minutes. He did get it,
At least he got his 6.
Yeah, devastating game for Heroic. They got to bring something much stronger to be able to have a match versus Falcons.
No, absolutely. And something else that teams are going to have to seriously consider when it comes towards the end of the draft, that last pick Slark, it's going to potentially come through. As I think there's every reason to believe that we'll see Amar trying to get that one in again. Ends the game 10-0-2 and has a beautiful time. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 of this 2-game series going to Team Falcons.
Quite the convincing one for Falcons in game 1 against Heroic. On the back of the Slark, sure, but it wasn't just the Slark, Effie. I felt like this was all lanes firing on all cylinders for Falcons.
It really was. Everyone brought their A game today on Falcons, or even their S+++ game, but that was really, for me, the strength of Falcon supports coming into play in this game, because we can talk about the core heroes and what they were able to do, but that truly is because they were so heavily enabled by Crit on the hit Hoodwink and snaking on the Enchantress. I mean, Crit and Amar did the really early level 1 outplay where they got 2 kills. They got the first blood, they won that early engagement. Then Crit just rotates bottom, gets 2 kills, rotates mid. All of a sudden, Enchantress is also coming mid with a creep. Enchantress takes the tower, kicks out Storm, camps mid, and the supports just made it impossible for Heroic to play.
Yeah, very difficult game. Go ahead.
Now you go,
why
please.
it was
Now
such
you
a
go.
difficult game. It was very difficult, especially for Storm Spirit. These rotations coming from the Enchantress, of course, he was under. Everybody was under level. There was like Snapfire level 2, 6 minutes in. Even with the XP rune, it's still not enough. Your Storm Spirit, he analogued out of his account pretty early on, 8 minutes in. Like, there was just very difficult to play. You don't have you need to combine Snapfire Kisses plus either Slark or your Storm Spirit to be able to get the kills, because it's not going to be Rubik, it's not going to be this Sven who wants to farm up. Extremely difficult game, and the first usage of Mortimer's Kisses was, or should I say Mortimer's Misses, because he missed most of those, was like 14-15 minutes into the game. Very difficult.
There's too many problems in this game. I think even when you started the draft, I think the snap into the Weaver, I don't like that exchange. I think the Slark 18, very underwhelming as well. And then it's just like, you look at the gameplay, like Lacoste and Mir already mentioned, Crit and Ench, they just go together, they kind of kill everyone. Mid lane is not even supposed to be as bad as it was, especially because his Snapfire went mid to camp the Water Rune. So just, honestly, way too many problems for Heroic.
Yeah, one of the highlights that you chose, Kez, was exactly that. It is Crit basically being everywhere where he needs to be.
Yeah, and this is why like the small things, they matter so much, especially the laning switch. Because if you win one lane, suddenly it can like flow over into the other, right? They're winning top, Crit, they see this fight on bottom, he TPs, and it's just very simple. Like, look at the top lane even. Slark, you know, Amar's is gonna be there, do his thing. So Crit goes bottom, he gets 1 kill, they're gonna get the 2nd kill on Mr. King jungle. So already now, they're already losing bottom, he's making it even worse. And after this, it's such a like natural rotation from bottom. You take Mr. Snake King by his hand, you walk to mid, and because Marine is already winning the mid lane and Analog is in level 6, now they win top, he goes bottom, they do it bottom, now they go mid, they do it mid, and then when he respawns, they do it again. Honestly, at this point, the game is pretty jover.
It's very hard, and then especially because everybody's so under-leveled on the side of Heroic Lacoste, even when they try to take out a merely support, it goes wrong.
Yeah, I think we've seen this movie quite a couple of times where Enchantress just doesn't die. This is Enchantress with 3 points in the heal. You have, neutral item, you have some extra HP. You have Pavis stick, and he pops that. They're gonna use everything. Definitely needed Snapfire to be level 6 to have that extra damage. Pops that neutral item on the ground, goes away with pretty much full HP, which is gonna lead into another 2 hero kills for Team Falcons. Like, sometimes Enchantress, she can be very deceiving how tanky she is, and after all, you don't have that level 6 on Snapfire. Your Storm also, like, he doesn't have that infinite mana early on, so he can't really commit. If he does, he's also gonna die here. So yeah, extremely difficult game for them. I think they need to scratch this one, and if we go back to the draft, I don't think this Slaughter on 18 was working out. I was suggesting the puck pick, which got banned out after that, which I think would cause them to have a much better early game.
Now, we did see the Snapfire in that game, being very under-leveled. Something that could fix that, Effie, just take the Wisdom Runes.
Yeah, the 14-minute Wisdom Rune. This is where Slark comes in, basically.
Slarky malarkey.
Yeah, he just actually just takes this rune 1v4, basically. They TP in to try to stop him. Then he just ults and gets out. And I wanted to highlight this clip in particular because even though it doesn't seem that impressive, you have to look at the clip that Lacoste just showed us, where they all jumped on an Enchantress. That was the blink reveal of Slardar, and they did not have damage to take out a support Enchantress. And that snap was still level 5 at minute 14. And it's truly difficult to come back in a game like that, because the way that you play around Slardar drafts is after he gets the blink, you blink in, you quickly burst a hero, and you try to disengage and look for more favorable opportunities. But if you don't have that follow-up damage coming out of your Snapfire, how do you even come back?
In this case, for Heroic, you don't. And unfortunately for them, this series is a very important one. For Falcons, on the other side, they only needed 1 win to secure playoffs. I know they have now got 8 wins. Group A is so close that they did need 8 wins to secure playoffs. So upper and lower bracket, either one could still happen. If they win the next one, then they secure upper bracket guaranteed. We'll see if they can. For Heroic, it's important to note that they have to also look at results on other streams. In this case, they have to look and see what is happening with OG and LGD. And I don't know at the moment what's happening, but maybe Purge does. Let's see what kind of update he has regardless.
Hey everybody, quick check-in, very, very important. Tomato over here, right on the end. He got time zone. That's right. The Faces Void time zone facet. We almost can't believe it. I just saw him use it. I think some heroes died. Slows attack speed. It's a big square. Very surprising. Treads, double Wraith Band, max time walk first. If I use my Eagle Eyes, maxing time dilation second. So looking to just be there for his team, not being greedy. Very different, interesting playstyle. I can't wait to watch the replay later. Make sure you guys tune in if game one's not over. Else, catch it in game two. Back to you guys.
I do like that sometimes we see Purge just, you know, out and about and he's able to speak loudly, but these clips come, you know, as a surprise to us, but he's like, I can't even do it. How do you, like... Time zone. No, because he does use his vote, like he does get the sound up, but it's just like...
He's got the raspy low voice.
He's got the very raspy low. Anyway, guys, we will have to go for game number 2 of this series. It's coming to your way, to your screens after this. Welcome back. You're watching Riyadh Masters live from the Esports World Cup in the Kitty Arena, where Team Falcons just won Game 1 versus Heroic, and they have now secured not just playoffs, but hereby upper bracket as well. Just like OG and Gaming Gladiators in Group A, they are locked in. This game is very, very important for Heroic, however, who is right now tied with LGD, both sitting at a 5-8. And both on the cusp of potential elimination depending on this next game, or tiebreakers, which is still very much possibility as well. LGD versus OG is going on a second stream. Make sure to check that out if you're curious. We are in for game number 2. See how Heroic does this time around. First game did not go well at all. We got Heroic this time around on the Radiant side, Falcons on the Diór side, and it is first pick going the way of Falcons. Am I saying that right? No.
Yeah, no, it is.
No.
Actually, no, it's Heroic.
It's Heroic.
It is Heroic best first pick, which honestly, I hope they can do something about that hoodwink. They should not give that hero away. That's what I want to point out. The Snapfire, it did not look so great for them in that game because they were getting completely run over. But even then, there were other heroes in the pool that we've seen them look better with, like the hoodwink themselves, the clock.
Yeah, they also had the chance to take Hoodwink because they have 85% win rate with Hoodwink so far. So a little surprised that they decided to take over the Snapfire. I don't get me wrong, there's literally nothing wrong with the Snapfire. It's just how they played, how they laned, what they laned into was a little bit of an issue. And I think in these type of the games where it really matters, overall Hoodwink is going to be a better pick, is going to have a higher impact.
Yeah, and they do take it for themselves. Also, another thing that Heroic did in that last game was they swapped lanes with Schofield and KJ. So Schofield and Rubik was playing top with Hector, and KJ was playing bottom with the Vilema. And I know that Heroic do end up lane swapping a lot on their supports, but in that game in particular, I don't think putting the Rubik top really gave them anything. And maybe the concept was they wanted to cookie the Slardar in, but Snapfire was completely sacrificed as a result of the support swap.
Yeah, they kind of then double lost because it didn't work out. Also, another thing that happened last game, like some of their drafting trades weren't good, but there's also like the gameplay stuff where, okay, sure, they stole your 40-minute wisdom rune, but if your snap is under-leveled, you need to give him a lane. They needed him to like get level 6. So this time around in this game, no matter how the draft goes, they need to think more about how can we activate our heroes, what do we need to actually fight back. But at least this time, the way that they're swapping around already, we wanted them to see on with the Hoodwink. They have that for now. Falcons will just take the snap. So both teams, I think, at least, you know, Heroic with a good adjustment to give themselves a little more fighting power and better laning presence.
One combo that I like from two supports on Falcons that they've been using is Snapfire plus Phoenix. They're undefeated so far, 3 out of 3 games, because you're kind of taking away Snapfire first, so you know that they're not going to Phoenix, because you can easily kill the egg pretty much throughout the whole game. And then when they're paired up together, somebody needs to kill the egg. And even if egg, let's say you kill it, you still need to group around it. Mortimer's Kisses, one cookie could make quite a lot of damage onto them. And there aren't many heroes that have like high attack speed that can focus down the egg. We've seen Mirana being picked, I believe, only once so far. This hero is just non-existent, was considered to be one of the better counters for Phoenix.
Yeah, and also Phoenix is just one of the tier 1 supports of the patch that is kind of forgotten about now because teams have developed more of a, you know, specific playstyle. Like if you look at Falcons, they want the Chens and the Enchantresses a little bit more, but if they don't get that on Snake King, he picks up the Phoenix, you know, he picks up the second best thing there, the quad potentially.
Yeah, well, also, I'm just always very interested how Falcons want or like how they think about specific heroes, because in my opinion, there was a time where Techies was like the most broken 4 laner, and their idea was always, we're gonna pick Mirana because it's the only hero that can trade with it, because whenever you throw Sticky Bomb, you can like dodge it with Leap and fight back. So maybe they also have like an idea, because in my opinion, Hoodwink is a near unbeatable lane trader when it comes to the laning stage.
Because of the Facet.
Yeah, like the Facet is so strong, she can kind of just out-trade anyone. So I'm just want to see like, not just because it's the best pick, but just like their idea of how to deal with this hero, because we know how hard this hero can pop off.
Yeah, but I could honestly just run back the Enchantress on Falcons, because if you see the Hoodwink, you know that you want this hero as a 4 and not a 5, and then they can't go for some like Nyx Assassin to counter Enchantress on lane, so they would just...
Yeah, I think Phoenix is fine. It secures so many lanes, but they have quite a lot of options if they want to secure the lane even more. Crystal Maiden is there, even you know, Io, depending what they want to pick. But all of these, I think they can just pick up a support here and chill. Oh, Tiny was still in. Okay, I forgot about that one.
I didn't really register that one either. There's also
Morph still in as well.
And Monkey King still in.
Yeah, there's a lot of ones actually, because there's a lot of more like flavor or like team stuff that's being banned out. The Centaur ban is still something that I'm intrigued by Falcons' next 2 picks. There's got to be something that this one is protecting, because I wouldn't say it's necessarily going to hard counter Snap or Tiny.
I could see the Centaur ban being that they want to prepare for a potential Morphling coming out and they want to play the Doom. Right, on the side of Falcons, so if they do end up going for that Amar Doom, they get the Centaur, which is like
that one is at least banned, but the Morph, I think that one could still like be a reasoning. But yeah, let's see for Heroic how they want to go about it. I mean, Falcons have probably the best 4 Tiny player in the world with Crit. I mean, Malrine has played a mean Tiny as well, but mid Tinies have looked so-so, at least to me. They seem to definitely fall off after like the 20-25 minute mark.
Also, Carry Tiny is still a thing. It's still being played. LGD's Shiro loves to play it with like an aura draft behind him.
This is the speed. This is something that we wanted to see. Leave K1 alone for a couple of minutes. Alchemist is like most vulnerable between 7 and 11 minute mark, where you want to keep the pressure. And so far, especially if this is going to be a mid-Tiny, I see quite a lot of pressure onto this Alchemist in the jungle. The way Falcons have been playing in the first game, some deep observer wards that have not been dewarded in these spots where Alchemist likes to farm. So little worried. I want to see some protection. Hoodwink, good hero that he can rotate pretty much to any lane. You'll always have some kind of a setup, but again, little worried because they got so hardly outmaneuvered in game number 1.
But how do you stop that from happening? Like, do you just go
better.
for more? Yeah, because I mean, it sounds so stupid. But if you know that your enemy team is going to be that strong with rotations, do you just draft yourself like more solid lanes, because it's not like you can outmaneuver them.
Yes, but it also comes down to Heroic having the worst performance in the previous game of the tournament, I would say, where they were unable to do anything. It happens. Sometimes we've seen OG losing in 14 minutes against Gaming Gladiators, but then bouncing back and winning it against them. So anything can happen. This Wind Ranger, for me, is a little bit out of the spot. I don't see why Wind Ranger is good here against Tiny and Snapfire.
Perhaps they want to use it a little bit as a potential flex to like keep it open, because otherwise, yeah, I don't see why you would pick it here if it's not with the idea of flexing. Because if you need to like jam in one hero here that is going to be locked in a roll, there's probably better picks than the Wind Ranger. So yeah, it's got to be some flexibility here with Heroic.
They did run it one time from the off lane, but this is like, sure, the hero puts a lot of pressure on melee offlaners, but this is going to be Gyrocopter and Enchantress, which was still in the pool, and having a dispel mechanic against Wind Ranger early in the game feels really good, so you're definitely killable.
So they picked this Wind Ranger so they could have their offlane mid flex open. They're just going to pick a strong 5 here to support K1 on lane, and then they're going to try to get a good pick for Analog later on. That's why Wind Ranger comes in so early. So now the question is, how do you enable this Alchemist? Because the Enchantress, which was still left in the pool, could have been taken on Wind Ranger slot, honestly.
Yeah,
but they gave it away. So
something
what?
wonky's happening with the order of them picking heroes. I did point out the 18th pick Slaughter in the previous one instead of taking their mid laner, but yeah, this Wind Ranger definitely feels like she doesn't belong here.
No, I see the point of the Wind Ranger. I just think that giving away Enchantress at this point is really difficult, because maybe you can just go Crystal Maiden, counter it the easy way, try to enable Alchemist that way.
I would agree that Wind Ranger is good, but not in this particular game. Wind Ranger's not countering any of these heroes. They saw Tiny, they saw Snapfire, and Wind Ranger, you're kind of picking it blindly, which is fine. It's just that you know, the matchup is now going to be very difficult for Wind Ranger.
Yeah, I think there's some problems going on now, because if Wind goes offlane, you don't enjoy the Ench very much. If you're mid, same story. Like, there's a lot of rotation stuff that can happen on you that is not ideal. So Heroic for now will at least take the bat, which I know they have played it mid on Analog, but I don't really see this as a very big counter to Tiny mid. Like,
yeah,
Tiny just chills, gonna toss you away. You can Ava to protect yourself. So it's maybe also like a little bit of more flexibility going on, but yeah, Falcons should be very happy with their Gyro Ench response into an Alchemist. Like, they're very nice heroes to go around the map, you farm fast, you can match the speed, but you can also aggress on him. So I'm still looking for Heroic to, yeah, give yourself more fight to make space for K1 until he's ready, and then go together to try and fight into Falcons.
Heroic are overcooking their drafts. This is quite a lot of single target oriented heroes. Sure, you have some poke from the distance with Batrider, Wind Ranger, and some Acorn shots from Hoodwink, but I don't think that's going to be enough. Their team fight is nowhere as strong as Team Falcons right now.
What does... Because, you can flex quite a bit here still if you're Falcons as well, right? Because they're the ones that have to... Wait, Falcons have last pick or first pick?
Falcons has second pick.
Yeah, so okay, Falcons do actually have the overall last pick of the entire draft, but for them it's still open. Like, they can decide if Amario wants to play offlane Tiny, but I think for now mid Tiny is totally fine. But you can look for a new offlane, you can look for a new mid. I feel like Heroic need to be a little bit careful. Also, like, Batrider offlane wouldn't really impress me either. So I think that Heroic need an offlane hero. I don't like either Bat or Wind Ranger going into that lane. I think Gyro protects himself too well against Bat. Ench has very nice aggressiveness against these heroes too.
They also just need a hero that can take the fight to Falcons early on. The Primal Beast really would have been perfect here for the Vilema. I mean, I guess another option is to just have an Underlord and try to buff up the Alchemist completely. You come in with gates to try to counter rotations, and you try to play off of your Batrider's blink timing. But the issue with that is that Falcons do have last pick. They can just pick Rubik, and they can flex the snap to a core roll if they chose to do that.
I actually really like the Dawnbreaker. It's one of the heroes that we don't see very much, but I had it in mind. Just you need if you want to beat Ench Gyro in the lane, you need a lot of spells. Like, let's say Wind Ranger is your 4 or Ember is your 4. You need like an offlaner that level 2 has a lot of spells, and you can help the ult to like try to help people live through the burst. I still feel like it's quite hard for Heroic to find like an S tier pick. I'm at least blanking on what I would want that I would be like, damn, this is the one. Like, I don't see some Razor. I think you need a melee hero that gives you a team fight, but also lanes well into Eng gyro.
Mars coming out.
I would say that that's pretty good. It's one of the better gameplay heroes into like gyro, into Eng. You can build a BKB. You can spear the gyro away. It's not a lane that you're necessarily supposed to win, but you can go even and fight in the mid game.
I also think you can block pick this Mars that looked pretty good for Falcons up until Heroic took it. And it just gave them that stunner, that team fight to play around. Lacoste was mentioning that they don't have the team fight to bring it to Team Falcons, but having that arena that you can drop acid spray on, that the ranged heroes can throw their spells into, can dish out damage, it could be very helpful.
You know what? Maybe some Mario Vengeful Spirit from yesterday. I know that like you need to provide vision with your Wave of Terror inside the arena so you can get the swap because of the Facet, but I'm just thinking what he's gonna play in this one. Snapfire is not his hero. They did
Underlord maybe, or some casual Razor if you want some BK. They have a lot of options.
Okay, why not? Why not, guys?
This is just, yeah, okay, so it's gonna be Mr. Amario offlane. I mean, the hero hasn't, you know, we have not seen many Slarks, but the Amar Slark is definitely something different.
You want to hear the stats, Shiver?
What?
Want to hear the stats about Slark?
Sure.
100% win still.
Yeah.
2 out of 2 games from a Mario.
I'm loving it. One thing that I am not sure about, though, is, well, that Alchemist is not K1s.
Yeah.
It's Wind Ranger that will be the position 1 for this one. And does that mean... I mean, I'm still waiting for this last pickup. Is KJ playing... Okay, KJ's playing the position 5 Alchemist. Now, we did see him swapping to position 4 just now. It's not the first support Alchemist that we've seen, but it's definitely one of the few bat mids that we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some bat mids, actually. I think OG played it before and so did Analog, and it's a good hero versus any kind of melee laner. It's a good hero when you need early magical damage to rotate to side lanes to maybe kill heroes like Slark and Enchantress. So it definitely can work. It's just a big question because I feel like Alchemist support is a very niche thing that teams that do play it have played around it so much that they're very used to its timings. But conceptually, it's very cool, right? You can just buy the Solar Crest, you can start pulling Axes to your teams. And if it does work out, it would look good, honestly. I don't hate it.
Yeah, I don't mind the swap up with the Alch and the Wind Ranger. I think Wind Ranger carry is quite good, especially to also try to shut down the Slark's laning. I don't think Alch 5 is as good as it is 4, and in terms of the items, I don't know if it's as good this game. I do like the swap up, but I can't go against the Amario Shard man.
Yeah, it's not going to be as easy lane as he had in the previous game, considering that he's playing into Wind Ranger position 1 right now. So every single time he gets close, we'll get power shot to his face, couple of right clicks. So definitely a lane that they're not going to win, I would say. Maybe with some, kills on the Alchemist, they could go out even, but overall, Falcons, they have this one. Also, the mid matchup, Tiny against Batrider, which we discussed, there is no kill threat on this Tiny unless you get some rotations. You're also maxing out your toss, so you'll pretty much always have that ready. Toss him away if he decides to go deep, try to dive the tower.
I'm going to go into the grain here and believe in Heroic. I like the swap-ups that they did. I think when Tiny goes for the toss facet and not insurmountable, then Wind Ranger actually has enough damage to kill him.
Let's see what's going to happen in game number 2 together with ODPixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, GBS. Game 2 time here, and interesting stuff coming out from both these teams with the draft. This time round, Heroic, they do make sure not to let Falcons get the hoodwink. They take it themselves.
Step 1.
But yeah, that last pick, where you kind of felt that it may have been coming, especially after the all-chat last game, right? Amar was clearly pumped up, very happy to play as Slark, and he wants to do it again here, Fogged.
Yeah, they do a switch up, right? So they're like, okay, we don't want this melee matchup versus the Slark. They're going to switch that Wind Ranger into the carry role. So the lane overall should be much better this time around for K1, so looking to at least stabilize that. And I do want to talk about a couple of these things. So I actually got to witness, and I've seen a lot of these Bat Riders, and I've seen a lot of the Bat Riders versus the Tinies. And Malrine played it the other day, and he destroyed the Tiny. Tiny had like 8 last hits, and he had like 20-something, and he took the tower with the exact same facet. So we do see Analog trying to mimic that. He's going for that Arsonist build. So let's see if he's going to be able to do the same, because you do have to be a bit of a specialist. He is, but Malrine is also a bat specialist. So I imagine Malrine, he's going to do much better in that matchup, but let's see if Analog's able to try to pressure and do some kind of fun stuff. Because I literally saw Malrine get like 10 sticky stacks on a tower and take the Tiny's tower like 7 minutes in the game versus Aurora when he played bat versus Tiny.
All right, well, let's see how it goes down. I mean, overall, what do you sort of make of Heroic's draft this time round as compared to what they tried to do in game number 1?
It feels like it'll be much better because K1 will actually have a game, but I still do have concerns for them just because I feel like Falcons got all of their comfort heroes anyway, right? They've got this Tiny that they've been kind of dominating with. Skitters, Gyro is probably one of the best, if not the best currently. He seems to have a pretty good time in most games. And they've got this Enchantress to secure the lane. That I think Snaking in most situations, he's played what? Io, Chen, Enchantress. He's just playing these like lane securers, so see how Skitter is able to do up top. And yeah, even though I was mentioning, you know, this Bat versus Tiny thing, I think Maureen, he's just the specialist of these heroes, so I think he's probably going to do pretty okay.
Yeah, of course, last game, Analog did have quite the tough time on his Storm.
He did, and KJ did pull the bottle. So just to point that out really quickly, is he's trying to give as much of an advantage to the Bat Rider as possible in the start, so literally right away, a bottle up on the Bat Rider, so see how Maureen endures what can be a difficult matchup and also just the pulled bottle.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. If Maureen is able to win this lane or come out even, that's just a huge win for him.
Absolutely.
Being a Tiny against a Bat with a free bottle the Bat receives, so that will be quite something. We'll see if we can do it. Maureen.
Yeah, and then bottom lane, as we mentioned, you know, this one, it's very... quite unlikely that Amar will be able to do what he did last time. Unless there's some type of crazy stuff that comes out from Crit in particular, it's just that range versus Slark, so tough for him to get those Essency stacks and take advantage of the lane.
Radiant's middle tower
So overall,
is under attack.
we're like definitely having I would say, quite a bit better shot this time around. But let's just see if they can endure, as we've seen how quick Falcons can play in some of these games lately.
Are you kind of surprised overall that Falcons did get the chance to get the Tiny in the draft, or...?
A bit, yeah. I mean, it was second picked, right? It was like that second phase thing. They will get Crit.
First blood. Of course it was.
Of course, these two have got great kill potential.
Yeah.
With the setup, Schofield, and a lot of burst damage to come out from the safe lane of the Hoodwink and the Wind as well.
Yeah, he said too. So far, Maureen is doing just fine in the match of Snay. He's perfectly fine. There's no way they're really... this should be just a free farm lane for Skitter and Snaking. Bottom.
Whoa. Mar getting very low. They were nearly able to get Schofield in return. Not quite.
I gotta keep eyes down bottom. One power shot.
Shots could,
one power shot, one bushwhack. Could be a kill here.
Now, Mar's got to be careful. We'll see on the replay. And once again, it was actually a beautiful power shot coming in from K1 that does secure that first blood.
My sprites are with us.
Maureen, knowing this matchup, he gets the boots before going the bottle on the Tiny, so he's trying to grab creep waves. He's done very well in this lane so far.
He really has.
The levels get harder though. Once there's more and more points in the sticky, it does become quite a bit harder for the Tiny. But yeah, first few waves doing excellent. And let's see how much Analog is able to take advantage of this Arsonist in particular too.
Trying to make a bit of a go on to Maureen, but as long as the Avalanche is at the ready, Maureen can put a stop to the attempts from Analog.
It's like the old school. I feel like things of the past do sometimes come back into these games. You know, having these boots very early with the stick versus the bat. Sometimes I still do see players just like get a bottle and then they're getting run down constantly. So.
Yeah, bottom lane. So far, pretty much the expected outcome. It's going to be a slower start from our K1. Not really going to have too many interruptions hitting the creeps in this lane against these two. Schofield's doing a good job of setting things up, creating him the space.
Yep. And on the flip side, similar for Divine Llama, where it's a lane where it's going to be hard. They're not going to really be able to pressure the gyrocopter whatsoever. So similar stuff kind of happening in those safe lanes. And one of them will be a team fight provider, while the other one is just kind of this fighting brawler that we've seen from this Slark overall. So still holding his own. 21-2. The denies definitely coming in here for the Bat Rider, but Maori even able to secure a rune or two here.
Yeah, I was just saying, definitely seen Tiny's come out of this lane in a much worse shape against the Bat Rider in the 1v1.
Level 3 sticky. Keeps just going for the toss back. But yeah, can't really secure too many extra last hits now at this point. They've got the creep down here. This is cool.
Cookie playing to the stun. I mean, they're in on top of K1.
Oh, this is going to work.
Are they going to get him?
What a move.
Beautiful stuff there.
Snaking.
Indeed, from the, well, pretty much from the other side of the map, sending his creep down there to help out, and Crit with that cookie, setting things up for the Centaur.
There's no way you expect that to happen. Usually you're like, okay, the Enchantress is going to come through as well too, but just a Centaur creep appears on top of K1.
That's all they needed.
Big deal, getting a kill down here with this lane. Slowing down the farm of the Wind Ranger, securing a bit more here for Amar. Nighttime has been hit. They've got that vision now, of course, inside the laning phase, and Malrine is really starting to just get pushed out of the lane here. Level 6 soon to be picked up for the Batrider. They're making a move over, so Snay, he's looking to help out Malrine and maybe get a kill here onto Analog.
Let's see, Analog is pretty low, and indeed with the pullback of the Wild Wing Ripper, the Analog, he's going to be going down.
What a rotation. Both supports coming into play again here, and a tip coming out from Malrine.
Davalama's coming in as well as KJ. They've got the concoction down onto Malrine. Malrine will be able to get the avalanche out and starts to step away.
He lost the glyph too, so the creeps survive.
I mean, they surely can catch him. Yeah, Schofield's got the bushwhack. Spear to follow up. Malrine will fall. So Heroic at least able to take the Tiny down.
But you ping, I'm sure as a mid lane, you ping there or something, and you're like, the Mars is mid, guys. They're just trying to fix the problems that are happening in these lanes a bit here. Yeah, like Malrine's saying it. He's like
everyone else came mid, you know?
Yeah, you bring 4, bring 5. And they'll deny out the amp damage. Snay, it's got the heal active. Do they have the burst?
Nice of K1 to give a response.
Cannot go
not right now, indeed, because Amar is getting some right clicks in on him.
Much better start, though, of course, from Heroic.
But that was a long sentence to type as well from K1 whilst he was in a lane. That was some pretty advanced all-chat response from him.
I mean, these guys are fast typers.
I guess so. I mean, I'm stopping to type an all-chat sentence like that while hitting creeps in lane. That's risky.
Throws the blood grenade, but now Skeeter actually comes in on top of him. Oh, the Bat getting killed in a lane that he wants to have an advantage in. Problematic. Analog again struggling.
Oh, Cookie's going to be dodged. K1 should be fine.
Big deal. I mean, last game on the Storm, he also did have this devastation kind of happen with the rotations from the supports from Falcons. It's similar. Seeing Malrine contesting for this hard camp stack. It's a juicy one. He's got max toss. It's gone in an instant. So that Tiny now, hefty margin ahead of that Batrider, 500 ahead. With the phase boots already completed up, now he can just roam. Phase, Windlace, Faded Brooch, quick movement speed that he can look to move around the map. And this Bat now significantly behind.
Not quite able to get the pounce in. Some of these attempts are getting pretty close. You know, K1's got to be careful.
I'm watching for the rotations too. It's about 7 minutes. This is usually when we see Skitter go through that portal and look to make that aggressive move too. So Hector and Heroic, you have to be ready for these type of movements. Bottom, Amar.
I should have it there. Yeah, Concoction comes anyway. We've got the dart packs out, but the damage is already done. Heroic take Amar out.
Malrine looking to dive. He's got both spells. He's got the mana for it.
Spear out to push him back a little bit.
Speedy.
Toss forward.
Where are you going?
And Damo Llama is going to try for the TP out. They got the damage. They don't, so he'll live. Good escape there from Divide.
And they'll be able to secure the rune here for Analog, who also has stacks to be able to go back to after he does finish up this mid, or fix up this mid a little bit. And got some decent damage on the tower with the sticky napalms. The top tower, it'll inevitably fall. This Mars' net worth is very low. Divide Llama unable to lane, making these moves around. And then we're seeing the sticky come into play with the regen rune.
Hunting for something mid, but KJ not able to get him with the Concoction connection. And now Analog. A couple of tower hits. They get the setup here with the cookie. Rotation as well from Skeeter. Analog will be able to turn.
Here comes Amar.
To turn them back with the flame break, but indeed with the pounce forward. They've caught Analog. He's trying to get up to the high ground, but the scatter blast from Crit will finish him off.
Falcons waited till he had the regen stop running, and then they make the move on him, so they get the kill. Schofield does go down as well, too. The rotations.
I mean, as soon as Skeeter takes the top tier one, swings over towards the mid, puts the pressure on there. Falcons, they might not have as sizable of a gold lead as they did at this point in game one, but they're definitely putting on a similar amount of pressure.
K1 trying to go for this aggressive move, but he gets deterred. He actually lost his javelin right before he goes for this aggressive move, too.
Yeah, would have needed that really to have the chance of having the damage to take Skeeter down for sure. Maybe they'll settle for Snake him, and Davalon is here. He's going to drop the arena. Because he would have he needed to if they wanted to try and take Staking down. It is just the support, everybody else gets away, so Falcons won't be too sad about that.
Nope. Just losing that 5 to a Mars ulti. Now they don't have to worry about that for 90 seconds or so. Analog will get some time to at least back up and be able to finish up these stacks. But Falcons definitely very happy with this early game again. The Slark, even though into a tough matchup, he's got great net worth.
Yeah, his lane went well. Absolutely could have gone a whole lot worse. And that mid lane also, as you say, could have been a terrible time for
And they find another KJ.
And yeah, Mars ready to start getting some message shift stacks. He's able to find KJ there with the help of Crit. And this is quite a lot of Heroic around. Falcons, they're just going to continue to run at them.
Oh, the toss.
Heroic's on a retreat, but Analog, he's not going to get away. Falcons, they're going to be able to take the bat down as well.
They were farming the stacks as 3 heroes on the side of Heroic.
They had 4, they had those 3, and they had the KJ as well around. I think they got 4 of them there.
They barely even were able to finish farming them up. Falcons just playing too fast, invading too quick with the supports every single time. Schofield, been a bit quiet after getting a couple catches down bottom. He's not showing up to these fights to help out his team.
Radiant's middle tower.
What's the levels looking like too? Yeah, he's not quite level 6. The Alk also level 5. The level 6s are already hit here on the side of Falcons again, both supports. 3K lead already now with these movements, and Malrine has the power rune as well too to look to make these aggressive moves. He's had way too good of a lane. Schofield.
Ma just might go for him.
They're behind him. Here comes Skitter.
They've got a missile coming in, and he's Schofield. He's going to be going down.
Potentially a tower too, and potentially Divide. They've got the enchant. Do they have anything to catch up to him? Not quite.
Pulling him away from potential defense though, and set up for another push here, Falcons.
They've got a big juicy wave, yep. Amar's pushing it in. And even looking to move around with the smoke with this arcane rune. Malrine looking for the opportunity.
Oh, let's see if they can go for Analog with the cookie play. They get the toss forward into the scatter blast. Kiss is coming in as well. The Avalanche there to set things up. Analog.
Can he dodge them all?
He's dodging quite a few of them, and just enough to be able to survive. So Analog gets away from this one.
Can they strike back? Malrine, the tree gets cut.
Caught him in its spear connection as well. Malrine surrounded by the 4 of them. I mean, he's going to have Avalanche again in a couple of seconds. He's walking away. He's got the toss. He's actually able to get away from this. I mean, he gets arenaed. They have, what, 4 heroes there? And he was on less than half HP. They still couldn't kill him, Fogged.
They're going back in. Another toss.
Dire's top tower has been
just to get close enough. Can he get the scatter blast?
And the tree hits. Oh, Schofield should be fine.
Oh, no. He hits him. Oh, but he lives.
But they couldn't kill the target.
They could not. They don't have the damage. They cut the initial stun too. They cut the tree that was from the bushwhack first, and then they get the follow-up, but they just didn't have the damage. Analog unable to dish it out in time. And then the heals come in again. I mean, snaking, we're seeing this Enchantress just doing quite a bit of healing. Every single one of these games. This new build that we're seeing on pretty much everybody. A 4K lead already at this point too. The supports are catching up to those core heroes with these rotations.
Yeah. And whilst it's sort of, you know, a similar sort of lead that's coming up, it's even more impressive this game because of the fact that these lanes, definitely on paper, were meant to be a lot more difficult for Falcons. Yeah. But coming out of the laning stage, we're not really seeing any signs of that. Falcons keeping it cool.
Nope, and this Analog Bat Rider, he's kind of not at all what he wanted, and now playing into these heroes, it's not the easiest of Bat games until he has BKB. Slark, a natural counter versus the Bat, and getting onto Gyrocopter is pretty difficult. That damage comes through, you're probably just dead as you get on top of him, so yeah, Analog, probably feeling the most pressure in this series, because last game too, playing this Storm, he got completely answered. It was almost a level 6 at 8 minutes on a Storm Spirit versus a Pango matchup, so been a big deal that they've been able to just completely shut down Analog.
Yeah. And yeah, playing from behind us, we've already seen signs of there. The lineup of Heroic, it just doesn't really offer any sort of level of damage at this point.
They need the Wind Rangers.
How do they get these kills?
Yeah, they need the focus fire pretty much every single time, it feels like, unless they have these max sticky stacks coming up from Analog. And it's not easy at this point. Now the Blink's already finished, and another power rune, of course, for Malrine.
Ooh, they're going to go for the smoke. This has to work out for Heroic. If it doesn't, I don't know what they're going to do.
They have 5 at the ready.
And it's actually going to be Falcons jumping in on them. They get him with the Avalanche. They're going to look to burst through Analog. They'll get the setup on towards the back lines, catch the 2 of them in the arena. They'll take out the 2 supports. Good setup there from Davai Llamas. He just turned up to the fight, though. So is Amar and Malrine. The cores, they're ready to clean up. They've been able to take out the 2 of them. They'll run down K1. Double kill for Skeeter. Schofield will be lucky to get away in the trees as the Avalanche will be off the mark. But it's just at this point, as we're seeing, Falcons, they may get jumped in response. You know, it was a good arena from Davai Llamas to set up to get the 2 support kills, but killing and fighting the cores of Falcons at the moment, they just can't do it.
No, they had to blow everything to kill the 2 supports, and I mean, the Enchantress barely does, of course, always end up going down because of all this healing. And they'd have to go for this snap, because otherwise these kisses are just very problematic. Yeah, they just don't have damage.
And we'll see the way they started. You know, they were getting jumped themselves as well. They were lucky they didn't lose heroes even quicker, and that they did actually get something out of the fight. Heroic. But yeah, Devilam able to walk in, set the arena up on the two of them. But this means that the 3 cores, they're free to do whatever they want. Skeeter, Maureen, and Amar just completely collapse in on Heroic after they blow everything trying to kill the supports. And at that point, it's just another rough fight for Heroic to walk away from.
Just the cleanup crew. Those 3 cores, Falcons, they're always fine with losing the supports to get these.
Radiant are scanning.
Massive on these 3 cores. Yeah, Skeeter, he's going to be close to his Aghanims already. And they're just running at him, especially now it's nighttime again. Amar.
And they've got his defusal. They're straight in. Marin's able to get the toss back into the avalanche. K1, he's got the focus fire. See if he can bring down Crip with him. Crip will die.
But he will too.
And indeed, another Essence just stacked for Amar. Another kill. Double kill for the Slark as Amar continuing to, in this game too, beyond part have nearly as, if not a better game. Sure, I guess last game he didn't die. This game he's died the once.
Sure.
But as I say, the challenge was bigger for him this time, considering the heroes that he was up against. And that's not really showing too much. He's making it look easy once again, this offlane Slark. And as I said the last game, but I think definitely after this second game, if they do continue to go on and win this one, teams, they got to respect that last pick coming through.
Oh, they absolutely do. Because the thing is, too, is like if he does have good lane, you get ahead. This hero just dewards everything, too. So getting vision out, trying to recontrol the map versus this vision advantage, it just becomes very annoying. So every time you walk out, just like, oh, Slark's there, oh, Slark's there. He takes out a ward constantly. So they do have this. They do have 2 defensive wards at the moment placed out, but I believe the sentries were already placed from Amar to take them out right away.
And I guess without the wards heroic, if they do start to get dewarded across the map, they don't really have a way to, or any sort of abilities to set up vision to give them information to allow like the Bat and the Mars to jump in. No. Right? The game gets very hard for these two to initiate. Quick reaction there from Schofield with a bushwhack, but he's still going down. They're going to try and fight this. Devilama's in with the spear onto Amar.
Scott ulti.
He's able to get the dart patch. Oh, Shackle Shot's not going to do much until Devilama drops the arena. Is there follow-up damage? I mean, the teams are attempting to step. They've got the lasso. They'll drop it onto Crit. This is going to mean that the cores are still kind of untouched and ready to fight on Falcons as Amar swings back in, takes down Devilama. Hector and Analog, they have to retreat.
Amar wants more.
And he's ready to dive to tower. He's got his eyes on Analog, tossed forward over as well. Gets the creep in on top of the Bat. Analog trying to juke around the cliff. KJ's attempting to fight Maureen, but he has no damage, of course, with the support out because Amar quickly turns, kills him off as well.
They're just getting dove out of control here. Even Skitter's turned up.
He's got a full Aghanims now. Schofield tried to come in with the setup, but he, of course, is just going to end up going down as well. 17-9, 5k lead. Heroic once again running out of options.
They're just getting steamrolled.
To turn this game around.
Completely steamrolled, and every time they get a kill, but it's on a support. The cores just run rampant. They have to blow lasso. Ulti from Mars and everything just to stop these 2 supports just from running through them, and then the cores just eat them alive. Amar again, same bite 'em build, but super good this game, of course, versus the Bat Rider as well, too. Analog's damage is non-existent. He gets hit once from a Mage Slayer. Even before that, he isn't really doing too much.
That's got the shard out on the Slark, so ready to save his teammates. Amar.
Fantastic versus that Mars in particular, if anybody else gets caught, even versus the Bat as well.
And this game next, we probably see something a bit different from him, because there's no real reason to need to get the Manta this time around, right?
He can go for any type of fine item if he wants some type of like Ags or some type of crazy stuff.
I think just the Ags is going to be appealing for Amar this game.
If he even feels like he wants to go down that route. Yeah, he has options. Maureen also already has Phylactery. They've got all these items picked up very early. Crit, a mech about to be finished up too. They did have the mech and a Pavis, whichever you want to call it, on KJ, so they do at least have that, but they don't have damage. Analog does have BKB now, so can try to catch one of these cores, but he has to get a core. If they keep going for these supports, it feels like they're going to fall further and further behind. So let's see who they can find, because yeah, I mean, two decent item timings at the least here. They have the Gleipnir finished up on the Wind Ranger, and they have the BKB on the Bat. But will they catch Falcons off guard? That is the question, because Falcons have just been prepared for every single fight.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
And you're pretty all in on this fight, too.
What a bounty!
Bottom lane. Falcons.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Falcons knows there's vision here. Look at Amar. He's just pinging it out immediately.
Radiant's
takes out the ward.
tower is under attack.
They do have another sneaky ward.
I didn't quite catch that one.
Nope. But nonetheless, I mean, they're just swinging across the map looking for kills now.
Structures are fortified.
Schofield.
Ooh, Amar's going to be straight on that. Maureen's with the setup.
You monster!
Schofield just having no series either. 1, 6, and 3. They're not letting these supports play Dota. Not letting much of Heroic play Dota, of course.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
And now
attack.
see another target. They're going to force a BKB at the least here.
Yep, he's going to have to.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
K1 still hanging around this area. See how much Amar continues to hunt.
I mean, Amar's got the depth shot, so he can kind of bait K1 here while his team connects.
He's thinking about it.
Won't be able to TP out. That was scary for him for a second. They see Skeeter isolated, but this is not a squishy hero by any means.
They can go for it, but do they have to charge? They're going to try. I mean, Davai Lama goes in with a spear, but Marion's in ready to back Skeeter up. Davai Lama getting shot down by the little shredder. The cookie comes in for crit. Davai Lama's gone. I mean, definitely one of those moves that you know he's kind of looking at. He's like, do I go for this? I guess I'll give it a try, but I don't know if there's any universe where that was ending up going well for him.
Devi's just having, I mean, none of them, he just can't do anything. He's trying to find catches. Another toss.
The toss onto K1, but they will hold back Amar for now, so K1's going to get the freedom to escape.
Just relentlessly getting ran at.
Radiant's middle
Can't even
tower
relax
is
for a
under
second on the Wind Ranger. Shows outside the base, gets jumped, gets Mortimer Kisses thrown on top. Glyph will hold the tower. Falcons might look to contest for this Wisdom
middle
rune.
tower is under attack.
Smoke coming out from Heroic to at least claim that Wisdom and maybe claim their Tormentor as well so it doesn't get stolen.
They've hit them with the scan, Falcons, so they know that they're up there.
2 minutes left on the Aegis too, so Skeeter could look to push through if he wanted to, but they're playing patient around this vision, just waiting for someone to show.
Radiant's middle tower
Now they see
is under
Hector.
attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
So they get the freedom to take that Tormentor.
They might jump K1. He's still showing on this wave.
Is under attack.
So be careful. Who gets it? Devi does.
Still staying out on the map a little bit. Let's go if they're going to try and scout things out.
Attack.
Got about a minute and 45 left to play with the Aegis on Falcons.
That's very impressive. I mean, Falcons, of course, very strong team, but, have to go back all the way to the early game. And, there was a Batrider who was pulled a bottle, who did have some type of advantage, but Maureen had kept his own, and then just a couple rotations just smacked it right through. Falcons just very prepared. Especially to shut down Analog. Skeeter keeps this push going. He's just still online for 60 seconds plus.
They're going to try and make the jump on the K1. BKB's had to come up very early from Analog. They turn over towards Mallory, but the shroud's down. Amar able to keep Mallory safe for now. The arena is there. Analog's BKB about to come to an end, so he's got to be a bit careful. They'll try and cookie Mallory out to the side. Mallory's on the retreat.
He's tanking.
He's going to push it back to safety.
He's alive.
Mallory's going to live. Nobody to fall on Falcons.
Oh, the Solar Crest again, just saving people.
I mean, and kind of the spear as well.
The spear.
He might have died, I think, to the Wind Ranger getting him with the right click, so at least the power shot connected. Just unfortunate, but either way, probably doesn't matter.
Nope.
Heroic, they're pretty far behind. Falcons, they're pushing up to the high ground.
That was their big fight, too. That was everything revealed there. The bat with the shard, the BKB, pretty much everything committed, and they can't even get a single kill. Not even a support this time around. They tried to go for one of the cores. Just doesn't work. Falcons just too good at fighting, too good at covering each other. These heals, these Solar Crests, we're seeing over and over again.
Happy to lose the Aegis here.
Yep. He's got his BKB, I believe, coming out pretty soon, too. They can keep this push going. He's poking a little. But they'll respect the respawns.
Get the next round of items sent out to them on Falcons before they go again.
Has to be one of the earliest condos we see on these tinies, too. It's already finished up. It's very, very fast.
Full Greaves as well. On crit.
All these timings.
KB Skeeter, yeah, everything's coming together, ready to go for the high ground push and to end the game.
And all these wards as well, too, that, again, just like last game, are not getting dewarded. This one, we said, when you're, I mean, there's a Slark on both of them, but it's just harder when you lose these lanes so hard to get rid of them. Everyone just kept tabs of, I see K1 shows bottom, there's this ward that's been there for 5 minutes. Top, there's a ward that's been there for some time, too. They have all the information in the world. Amar about to have Ags, too, for the further dives. Could definitely see them look to dive past these towers once he's got it. K1 close to BKB.
Arena's going to be ready with a jump. Straight on to K1. They're going to try and burst through the Wind Range. They get him down to less than half HP. He'll get the Wind Run off, but the kisses are coming in, and K1's dead.
Right before the BKB, and he spent the gold on the Mithril. He's dead 45.
He is. He's out of the game. Skeeter did also put the BKB himself. Will come to an end. They've got the push coming in onto the tier 3 tower. The next creep wave on its way around Maurin, looking for the jump into the trees. Won't quite find Schofield.
He's too tanky. 32 armor plus that solar crest. They don't want to go for him.
They just got the damage.
He's just waiting to go back in, it feels like, if he sees one of these squishy heroes show. 20 seconds, still no Wind Ranger. And that Axe coming out on the courier here from R2.
And tier 3 gone.
Everyone back to full HP too, Snay. Just gonna heal them up.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
All right, Heroic. You need a blink. Well, you need a blink on the bat, number 1, but you need a lasso into tier 4s, into some fight around tier 4s, because you need all the damage you can get to try to bring down these cores. As you said, they've died once on the Tiny, once on the Slark, but that's it. Gyro Skitter, again, just having a flawless performance.
Dire are scanning.
And now trapped in the base.
Bounty.
See if Heroic just want to play the waiting game, or if they want to try for a smoke move, see if they can catch Falcons, split up.
How do you kill anyone, though? Lead's just too massive at this point. And the lanes are just all pushed in. Even a creep from the Enchantress is shoving in bottom. So they do have to address bottom lane. It's got a catapult wave plus this Ench creep, so that rack's probably gonna go down if they don't want to go to contest it.
Stepping out. Heroic.
Falcon's gonna jump. Ags on Slark.
And next fight, it's also the Arcane in the bottle of Mar. So pounces for days. I'm ready for him.
I'm just ready for him to jump at any moment here. They have to react to bottom.
Oh, Analog.
There's the jump. Analog.
He's topped his TP. So he wants to try and stick around for the fight. He's going to put the BKB, go for Maurin here with the lasso. They're bringing Maurin down pretty low. The heals are coming in. Can they kill the Tiny? This time they can. They bring Maurin down. Can they go for anything more, though? Because Skeeter pushes in with the BKB. They take down Dabai Lama. They're turning with the focus fire towards Skeeter, but the Grip Shroud indeed will keep the gyros safe. And Kochum flies in. Dabai Lama looks for the spear. Went for the straight up connection. Shackle shot also not going to latch. Amar leaves it onto Analog. And Analog with the BKB already used. There's nothing else to save themselves. Analog's out of the game. He does have buyback. Another pounce fall from Amar. He's in with the catch on towards K1. The win run's soon to come to an end as Amar is able to stay on top of him, take him out. Maurin's in with the burst combo onto Dabai Lama, who brought back for this one. It's a dieback on the Mars. And Amar, he's tempted about diving the base. He's got his Shadow Dance back up in 15 seconds.
You can see why they gave him the Arcane Rune. Maurin's like, they're going to focus everything on me. Go crazy, Amar. Here you go, buddy. And yeah, 48 stacks, ripping them to shreds.
Let's see if he goes for a bit of Fountain Dive. Shadow Dance is up in a couple of seconds. Is he going to play sensible, hit the racks, or go for the Fountain? He's going for the Fountain.
You know what he wants.
Over he goes. Time to do a little bit of Diverino.
More stacks.
Easy kill. Analog's up in a... Oh, okay, Ghost Scepter. Not getting that one. Not so easy. Amar won't be able to get away with the Fountain Dives this time, but the space is being made for the rest of the team to clean up the base of Heroic. Full Satanic out on Skeeter. Maurin in with the jump. Found Analog. We get the toss back over towards the Slark. Amar's ready to start going to work, taking down the Bat Rider. Resting shift stack for him. The mid rack's taken out. That's the Mega Creeps. Heroic, they're playing on, but they're down 22k, 23k gold, 28 minutes in. Falcons, and Amar in particular, he's happy that the game's still going. He's ready to get some more stacks for sure. Let's see what they can get up close to the Fountain. The jump forward over towards K1. K1 has to put the BKB, room run back to the base. If the spear pushed back onto Amar, they weren't quite able to get him in range of the Fountain. They've taken Maurin down. Snake King getting burst slow, but Amar's been able to turn, take out Dabai Lama. Snake King, can he escape this? Schofield Hector. And KJ seeing if they could chase him. He's trying to heal up. Concoction's going to be thrown down onto Crit. Now the Enchantress comes down to KJ. He turns towards the Alchemist. Blast through from the Scatter Blast. Comes in from Crit. KJ on the retreat with the Chemical Ray. Tries to juke out the Cookie, but he still goes out.
They're just sitting in the base, fighting them through it all. Snake King's still alive. Can they get him in the Fountain?
Chilling in the trees. Oh, the Shackle's there. But then what?
No damage.
Oh, and they... Whoops. Oh, Amar's looking for Schofield. He knew that there was potentially someone around there.
Snay with the pipe, takes literally no damage, back to full HP.
Amar wants more kills. Dabai Lama's going to be back up in 5 seconds. Maybe then he can look for some sort of blink spear back into the Fountain.
Skeeter has Satanic and BKB at the ready.
Latches on. Remember the focus fire. They bring Skeeter pretty low, but he's able to get the BKB off, and he's ready to start healing up. Cookie overlands straight onto the two of them. Down by Llama and K1 get caught. Down by Llama, likely to be going down. K1's already out. They don't have buybacks in Amar. He's diving the fountain. GG is called. Falcons will take both games here today against Heroic.
And look at Malreed.
He's
relaxed as ever, laying back. He knew how far ahead they were for most of this game, and a big credit to him, of course, too, doing excellent in that mid matchup, even though the Batrider has pulled a bottle. This just looked like of course, skill difference a bit there in some of these lanes and everything, but these support movements, this mid lane difference, kind of felt massive to me. They really just shut down pretty much of anything, and I did not feel too much coming from the Hoodwink, in particular this time, from the side of Heroic. While on Falcons last time, that Hoodwink went crazy, so Falcons just kind of outplaying them all over the place.
They really did. Yeah, they've turned up today looking incredible with the level of play that Team Falcons are bringing in. A rough one for Heroic. Really needed to try and get some of these wins today in this series, and they weren't able to get either. Both games, neither of them ones where they've already got close to getting much at all, Fog, today.
No, not really at all. It's a very difficult matchup, probably one of the hardest ones that they're going to have to do, as Falcons has been kind of powering up as this tournament progresses, and especially Amar, when he's able to kind of sneak in these Slarks back-to-back in this game. Yeah, it's difficult. It's definitely difficult to see. And when they get this lane, I feel like I'm seeing it too much. Falcons is getting this snaking on either Io, Chen, Enchantress. They get Skitter on Gyro, and that lane just becomes absolutely impossible. Divide Llama was mid, level 4, ganking the Tiny. Says a lot. When they're not able to play these lanes, everything just kind of fell apart very quickly.
Yeah, not able to do a lot really in any of their positions, unfortunately, on Heroic. I mean, we saw at the end, K1 was able to get a decent amount of farm. He was trying to at least take the heroes down with the focus fire, but yeah, at the end of the day, you commit on someone with the focus fire and you're the only damage output, and at the maximum, you're killing one hero in the team fight. You're definitely not killing anything more than that. So yeah, as we see, smiles on Team Falcons. 2 very enjoyable games for them. And unfortunately for Heroic, 2 very rough ones. We'll look forward to see what Falcons are able to continue to bring with their future performances. And I think that one of the things we are going to keep seeing is this offlane Slark. It is really getting to the point where the drafts, you've got to consider banning him.
You absolutely do. Falcons got these tricks up their sleeves.
Absolutely. Well, I believe we're going to be able to head over to the stage, of course, to get some words here from Team Falcons. This series, it's both games theirs. 2-0 against Heroic.
I am joined by Skitter of the Falcons, who has now secured himself an upper bracket position. Congratulations on making it through this group stage, which for you, I'm sure there was no doubt about it. After day 1, there were a lot of question marks about what Falcons was capable of. So what's this whole past 5 days journey been like for you?
I think we woke up a little bit. We had some important talks and reminded ourselves that we are, we are bad. And we need to learn from other teams and work hard. And the team that wins the tournament is not the best team that comes to it, but the one that learns the most.
Which I imagine is a consistent thing for you, because you've been at the top for a lot during your time on Tundra, during here on Falcons, but you're saying that you can never get complacent, no matter how good your streak is.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you slow down for 1 second, there's someone more hungry than you that is going to overtake you. So Dota is just a long grind set, and that's pretty much it.
And it seems to be the case even at this tournament. You are tied for your first place in the groups with 3 other teams. It's been cutthroat competition the whole way through. How about for your games specifically, your heroes specifically? It seems like the meta is favoring Skitter Dota. Your Gyrocopters, your Chaos Knights, they're quite good right now.
I'm not quite sure, because I was checking Chaos Knight win rate. He has, I think if I'm correct, about 30% or something.
Yeah, it's been going down.
So I'm not too sure if my heroes are too good, but maybe people are just trying to steal stuff that works, since we have been winning a lot this year. So it's hard to say if you actually have the good grasp on the meta for heroes. I mean, I guess playoffs, we'll see.
Can you tell that other teams are watching you as much on Falcons as maybe your Tundra era as well, or do you feel more pressure, more scrutiny on this roster?
No, I don't think I feel more pressure on this roster, because we kind of won more tournaments than on Tundra, I think. So I think it's been kind of easy this year, and we keep telling ourselves every tournament we go to that we have no expectations, and we just take it day by day, game by game, and see how it goes.
Well, you're day off in between. Congratulations on making it to upper bracket, and we'll send it back to the studio.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much, Skeeter and Tsunami, as it is Falcons that take this 1-2, and a better start for Heroic this time around compared to the first game, but to be honest. It wasn't hard to do a little better than that one, but this one still was not enough for them to pull out a win. And unfortunately for them, their fate was no longer in their own hands, and because I just saw LGD winning against OG, Heroic is eliminated, as far as I'm aware. We'll wait for the official word.
News did not confirm it yet.
OG, game
Like
two?
game two? Oh, game two.
Yeah.
The game two just
LGD's winning.
Game two ended. Okay, I didn't see.
Yeah.
So
a
we have
lot
to
of
wait for
action.
that.
We have to wait for that. A lot of action on the stages. And, well, speaking of action on the stages, I heard that Purge has some action on the Amazon Arena stage.
Oh my God, they finally did it. Selangor Red Giants managed to win the grand finals against Falcons APB, I think their name was. They let them take Lord 2 times in a row. Can you believe it? How do you win after that? It's so difficult. A lot of Falcons fans in the crowd, very disappointed. It's a very biased crowd, but SRG continuing their winning streak. They had a crazy winning streak coming into this tournament. I heard numbers 70, match number 100, 1,000. I don't know what it was. It was a lot. Look at those disappointed faces. Man, what a match. So, big upset for Falcons. They're the favorite coming into this. They don't get grand finals, so a little bit less points, but still, second place is very good, considering that they already won Call of Duty Warzone. So, that's the biggest game that just finished for today. We'll go back to you guys with more updates later on.
Thanks, Burge. I'm sure we'll see that reflected in the club championship standings next time we look at them. For now, though, we're focusing our attention on the game we just watched. Heroic, most likely eliminated mathematically, but we'll get back to you on that. I want to talk about Falcons. This game... Okay. We want to talk about the good things. We like talking about the good things. It's very polite to talk about the good things. And Kazu, Falcons did very well.
Oh, I mean, they did a lot of good things. Probably nearly only good things in this game.
Yes.
From like their laning stages with like their supports moving around. As I think Lacoste, this might just be your highlight.
Yeah, this is the Centaur that went through the gates because they still didn't feel too secure about securing the top lane for Gyrocopter. So he sends the creep through the twin gates instead of, you know, just going by himself. So Enchantress is still in the top lane. This lane was pretty difficult for Amar, so somebody needed to fix his lane. A very difficult matchup for him. Gets hit by this Wind Ranger multiple times. So they needed a little bit of oomph, and he brings that without even making a rotation himself. He'd made even quite more rotations later on, securing the tower. Got that troll creep 2 times, which did secure them tier 1 tower in the top lane, tier 1 tower in the mid lane. Just some good stuff coming up from Enchantress.
Great stuff coming out from Enchantress. Overall, good stuff coming out from Falcons. And I believe, Effie, you've got another highlight for us that also has good stuff coming out of Falcons.
Yeah, I think Falcons were all good stuff, but this team fight in the mid lane is when we first see Heroic's draft kind of come together as 5, right? So they're able to cast Arena, they're able to cast their spells, protect Batrider for a little bit longer here, and they can get a kill on Enchantress, but this is where Mr. Skeeter comes in on the gyro. He identifies this is a good fight for him, TP's in, and actually gets the 2 most important kills. He gets the Wind Ranger and the Batrider kill. He gets position 1 and 2 with a really good rotation. And honestly, looking at that fight, it's a bit sad for Heroic, because if they had not lost their lanes in the way that they did, their draft had some really good things to offer. They just got completely outplayed on lanes in these 2 games.
I think that's the name of the game for this one. I was outplayed, maybe a little bit outclassed as well, Effie?
I would say so. It hurts to say so, but they did look like a step below them, and the mid lane difference is a little bit uncomfortable because in the first game there was a water rune secured for Analog, but he still loses the lane versus Pango. In this game he gets a bottle pulled to him by KJ. Alchemist goes to the lane with no items. Batrider starts to the bottle and still loses mid.
A tough time. We got one more highlight to show you from the game we just watched, Kazu.
Yeah, and I think it's just Falcons are, I mean, we know how good they are, but just like kind of their team fighting, how they're going in and kiting back. There is a miss spear and some stuff, but here the offlane Slark, like they save Malrine, and it's just like how they're team fighting, the distance they keep, how they help each other. There's gonna be like a good force, there's a good cookie to like try and save Malrine, because he barely gets out here. There's also to note like craggy exterior is kind of annoying for Wind Ranger, but you know, if they execute a bit better, maybe Heroic can do it, because I will say that I expected a little bit more. Falcons were my favorites in this series, but I feel like there was very little signs of life from Heroic
Yeah,
today.
especially from both supports on Heroic. Like, they had pretty terrible game, one of the worst performances, maybe the worst performance that they had so far in the tournament. Sometimes you need to pinpoint out the mistakes, especially the first one where they did not have the levels. Same thing happened in this one. Hoodwink, one of the flashiest and the most farm-oriented position 4/5s in the game, but unable to get much stuff done. And they looked a little bit lost, but unfortunately they showed some of the good performances throughout the tournament. And yeah, a team that has, I would say, again, a bright future together. I don't think that there's anything wrong with the roster. Sometimes, jitters on LAN and stuff could happen, but a team that showed us at ESL 1 that also they can play really well and they can reach far. This time around, this is the end of the road for them.
Yeah, and I do want to confirm that Heroic is out because there is no way for them to get to 6 wins. Blacklist themselves also, unfortunately, are out because of this. They needed LGD to not win a single game for a tiebreaker in that bottom tier. Blacklist also needed to win the game 2 versus Spirit, which hasn't concluded, but now they're just out. Very sad.
It is a sad day to see teams eliminated. On the bright side for Falcons, though, they looked very good, and we talked about the discrepancy between the supports. It was very difficult, actually, choosing who is the MVP for this series, because in game 1, it was Crit. I don't think... He
popped.
Yeah. But then game 2, it was Snaking, and we had to choose only one, and recency bias won, so the PlayStation MVP goes to Snaking for this one, Kezu.
Yeah, I feel like just also, like, he played very well in both games. He always knows where to go and what to do. I'm a little bit sad, of course, for Heroic, and especially Dalai Lama. I feel like I've been in a similar position to him before. I don't think there's many offlaners in this game that would allow themselves to be laned with Alchemist. Like, I know I will have 0 game, and if I'm snaking in this game and I see a Mars Alchemist lane, I know I can leave Skeeter and walk anywhere on the map. Because sure, you make your bottom lane stronger with the Wind Ranger and the Hoodwink, but Ench will just go there because she has a free game and then kind of correct it afterwards anyway. So yeah, I'm a little bit sad for Heroic, but they're looking good by snaking his Ench. You can give this man a good early game, like at least slow him down a little bit, just a little bit. Just tiny bit, because this man, boom, he lost.
He knows when to
pet her.
He knows when to itemize or scaling. He knows,
be careful. Sorry.
He knows when to itemize for the team. The Solar Crest, the Holy Locket that he bought in this game, drums, all these small items. He's very, I would say, he's more focused on his team rather than himself, rather than dealing damage, but sometimes you'll see him do it. But this guy, the reason why he's one of the best position 5 players is he understands the game. He reads the map so well. So every single time a lane where he needs to be, he's going to be, whether that's a mid lane, bottom lane, all his rotations, there's always something happening while snaking's a make and move on the map.
Yeah, I think for Heroic also, for Falcons also, the group stage coming to an end for them. I don't know if we have upgraded group standings, because as we said, there are still games going on for Group A, and I believe at the moment it is actually looking... Well, I actually know there's no tiebreakers, because we know the 2 teams that are eliminated. We know the 4 teams that are going upper bracket. Oof. Yeah, it is an oof. I will say, though, I don't think it's too surprising to see this, Kezu.
I mean, the bottom 4, I feel like you could have maybe mixed it up in any constellation and it wouldn't surprise me all that much.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just what is kind of like the O to me is how close it is.
Yeah.
It's like you, instead of like if you had won one game that maybe you threw away or you changed something small, like you could have stayed in the tournament. This
is like DPC all over again. Every game matters. Like if you get that one extra dub, it could make a lot of difference, especially for the bottom 4.
Yeah, look at the difference between amount of wins for the bottom 2 at the moment versus the bottom 2 at the moment for Group B. There's 3 teams eliminated. Beast Coast is not out, guys. Group B still has a lot of games to play, but the amount of wins is just way more spread in Group A versus in Group B.
I think that just speaks to how competitive Group A was compared to Group B. And I mean, a lot of people looked at these groups as there is definitely a group that's stronger than the other. And even the play-ins teams that came in through Group A proved like for a very good competition. The absolute bottom score in Group A being 4-9 compared to Group B's 1-11 speaks for a lot.
It really, really does. Now, we're going to move from Group A to Group B. We'll still play, of course, the matches out in Group A. They will still have an impact in terms of seeding and whatnot. For Group B, I'm going to just very quickly read out which matches there are. Extreme Weibo Gaming will go up against Beast Coast. We have Mouse going up against Quest. We have Tundra going up against BB Team. And Liquid going up against Entity. Of all those matches, the one that we're going to watch right here is going to be Tundra taking on BB Team. Tundra is cemented in the upper bracket, but for BB Team, Lacoste, very important still.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be rough for them. They need to win, I believe, at least one. Beast Coast will be playing against wbg.xg, which is a bit of a tough matchup for them, and with only one win, wbg.xg should secure themselves a top 8, because the team that is on the 5th place right now is PSG Quest with only 5 points, but should be an interesting and yeah, but BB Team, a lot of question marks. We had a lot of doubts after seeing them play for the day 1, day 2, day 3. They still didn't fulfill our expectations.
They did not. Any final words on the group so far and the rest of Group B to come, Kezu?
Just that everything's very close. For me, it doesn't matter so much who the teams are playing against, but rather the type of game that they show us. Because we know for a BB team that they're way better than what their score shows if they can just get their stuff together, which currently they're not. If they want to stay in the tournament, it's just time to show up.
Maybe it's gonna click, you know, backs against the wall.
Maybe.
Maybe that's big copium coming out. Mira, we'll talk to you, of course, for the next game. We're going to take a break. When we're back, it's time for Group B matches, and you'll be on the right spot here for BB Team versus Tundra. We'll see you soon.
Tundra, a once TI-winning organization, spent most of 2023 slowly drifting towards becoming a shell of its former self. Late last year, after a disappointing ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur, they decided to almost fully rebuild the roster, keeping only Topson, who was also relatively fresh to the team. Around him, they picked up Pure 9-class Whitemon and have played with several different offlaners to fill the last spot, Ramses 666 being the last addition to the team. Things look better, albeit only very slightly better. Dream League Season 22 ended with a rough 10th place, but heading into ESL 1 Birmingham, something happened. Despite Toby standing in as their offlaner, they smashed through the group stage and even beat Falcons in the first round of playoffs, before losing to BB Team in the upper bracket and then getting knocked out from the lower bracket by the team they themselves put in the lower bracket, Team Falcons. The last EPT event of the season, Dream League Season 23, was Ramses 666's first event with the team. They showed up, but got bested by the eventual second and third place teams, Gaming Gladiators and BB Team, to finish at 5th place. Despite having only played 3 EPT events with this roster, Tundra managed to secure enough EPT points from Birmingham to secure an invite to Riyadh Masters. Maybe now that they've gotten some more experience playing together, they will really show their best selves at Riyadh Masters.
Hi everybody, welcome to another Riyadh Roundtable. Today we have Topson, just kidding. We have Pure and Ramses from Team Tundra. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Good.
Good. Yeah.
That's good.
That's good.
Great.
That's.
What's up with a Pure life? What do you do outside Dota, brother?
I mean, I'm just meeting my friends. You know, sometimes I'm going to gym. Sometimes I'm just doing my stuff and like watching some videos. Just chilling. You know, living good life.
Hell yeah! What kind of videos are we talking? You said you were watching videos, like movies?
I mean, just casual YouTube videos, maybe some scientific ones.
Scientific ones?
Yeah. I mean,
such as?
Yeah, such as, I don't know, like, there is a lot of videos on YouTube, you know?
Well, you watch scientific videos. What are they about?
I mean, I like space.
Space?
Yeah.
Very good. Do you think that we'll ever make it to another planet? Humanity? Colonize another world, Pierre?
I think this question is not for me. It's a question for Seduction Slugs.
No, I'm asking you. You said you like. What are you interested in space then?
I mean, a lot of things. It's hard to say like that. Like a lot of things.
All right, you give a about space, Ramses?
No. I don't give. I just play in Dota and not doing anything, you know.
Nothing else.
Nothing else. Go in gym sometimes, you know. Eat food.
That's smart. That's good.
Food. You like food, right?
I love food, as you can tell. Thank you very much.
Everyone likes food, you know.
So if you were a Dota player, if Dota IceFrog said, "Hey, yo, shut down the servers, game's done," what would be your dream job?
Hope it's gonna be soon.
No, really? You think Dota's done?
I'm gonna be streamer, IRL streamer.
Wow, IRL streamer.
Yeah.
I could see that, man. You got
we
the
go gym, whiskey attack, up you.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I could see it. You got the personality for it. You would be able to survive.
They become bodyguards.
Bodyguards?
Yes.
That's fantastic.
Then UFC, something like this.
Yeah. Would you take a bullet for Pure?
No.
That's a bad bodyguard, brother. That's not a good bodyguard.
It's a really bad bodyguard.
That's not good. That's not good for the resume. Okay.
So,
what would you do if Dota was deleted tomorrow? What's the ideal job for you?
Don't know. I haven't thought about this. I think I'll run some business, I guess.
Run a business?
Yeah, or I'm gonna be a crypto investor, like that.
Crypto investor? Let's not talk about that on this podcast, guys. This is not going to be a crypto shill podcast, okay? We're going to chill. We're not going to go that direction. So, how's the boot camp been going? How's the team been going? You been enjoying your time on Tundra?
Of course.
Oh, good to see.
I was not going LANs for so long. Last my LAN was Kuala Lumpur. I get the last place. But we just came for fun, you know, with Alpha Ninja. We just, Yep. Then we go Thailand, chill. Yeah, I like to be here. I enjoy Dota, enjoy bootcamp, you know. Everything.
The real bootcamp enjoyer right there.
Yeah, bootcamp enjoyer. How was it? Tell me the tales.
I mean, we got 2 bootcamps basically. We got the first bootcamp like before the TI qual. It was something like 2 weeks bootcamp, and then we got a break after TI qual. So we came back after a 1 week break, so we could bootcamp for 1 week more. But it was alright, I'll say.
Okay.
It was worse than a previous bootcamp for sure. Because
what makes a bad bootcamp? Like
what makes it bad bootcamp? I don't know, like some
visa issue.
Oh.
Yeah, some like when people are not coming at the same day, for example.
Oh yeah, that's no good.
Yeah, when people are not coming to the same day, when some people got some, I don't know, like bad atmosphere. Not bad atmosphere, but but whatever.
Okay.
We move on.
No worries. We'll move on. How long have you two known each other?
From the not Berlin major. From the
Bali
major.
The Annie major?
Yeah.
That was a long time ago.
Bali major.
Oh, the Bali major. That wasn't a long time ago. That was a bit only a year. Okay.
I mean, we just meet in the internet, but on like real life, we meet on Bali because he didn't get visa on Berlin. You know.
Correct. So, how long have you known each other, like on the internet, like seeing each other, you know, in games and stuff like that?
Maybe.
I mean, hard to answer this question. I mean, I watched Dota for some quite time, so I knew who Ramses is. So.
Sure.
But I don't know who is.
Of course.
Here.
Yeah.
I know him when he go VP. Yes.
Oh.
Yes, when Bulk take him.
Bulk. Yes.
Yeah. They asked me to join. They told I need time to think, and they take him.
Wow. How'd that feel?
I mean, it feels good to be this good. You know?
That's how I know him.
Okay.
I think Pure. Who you take? Pure? What?
Yeah.
I don't know this guy.
Oh, well, beautiful. Were you mad at him? You know?
No.
Oh, okay.
Maybe.
Well, a little bit. Yeah. Fantastic. So, if you guys were to build a team, a dream team of Dota that would win this event and all of TI, who would be on the team? Both of you were stuck on it together, by the way. You can't.
Stuck together?
Together?
Yeah, you're both on it.
But what role I play? 5?
Well, whatever you want. Dream team.
Later on, I play 5. We lane with Pure.
No, you don't have to lane with her. You're just on the team together.
I mean,
we good.
I have 5.
He's
okay,
5.
no problem.
I
Sounds
became
good.
solo soon.
Great.
Became solo, then we go.
Yep.
So I can start with 5 position, right?
Sure.
Ramses.
Okay, great.
Position 3 is going to be collapse for sure.
Wow.
No doubts.
Okay, no doubt. All right.
4+4 we got.
Roger.
No. Vitalaya Melnitz.
Who?
Vitalaya Melnitz.
Safe. Okay. Oh,
Save
yes.
For carry we got me.
Okay,
sure.
of course.
Scooter.
Scooter? Or Topsin? Topsin.
Well, this is through all of Dota history. Not just now.
Dendy, of course. Dendy. Dendy, yeah.
What
Dendy
year,
push.
Dendy?
Huh?
What year, Dendy? You know?
The second TI.
Second TI,
Yes.
Dendy? What is
Prime Dendy.
that? Prime Dendy as mid? That's hype. That's a good squad.
Yeah.
And then coach.
Oh, coach.
Slark some coach.
No,
Coach for Dendy.
For Dendy, that's great.
Personal coach.
Thank you guys so much. That's a life coach.
Manager, we take bonkers.
Bonkers manager. That's you guys are really getting into this. Social media person?
Yeah, of course.
Who are you grabbing for that?
Social media. Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beast is the
Yes, of course.
social media guy.
Yes.
That's great. This is the most successful team I think has ever
You like?
happened. Fantastic. All right. You guys play any other games besides Dota?
Not really.
No?
Not really. Yeah.
Focused up?
I mean, I like Minecraft.
Like Minecraft? You'll be a Minecraft streamer, bro.
I mean, I'm going to try soon.
Wow. Would you invite Ramses into your Minecraft world?
I don't like. It's for kids.
It's not for children, you know? It's just,
I'm very old, you know.
yeah.
You don't know what he's saying.
You know, I remember his first event, and he was
10 years ago.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. And it was he was the youngest guy, you know? He was like the kid in Dota.
Yeah. I mean, he probably got no time to play Minecraft. That's why he's saying.
That's why, yeah.
I mean, they lost my keyboard on the studio.
That's right. That was a good time. Did you ever get that keyboard back?
I mean, they asked me to play on another keyboard. They steal from.
Oh, I remember. I remember the Ramses keyboard incident.
Steal.
Did you ever recover it?
And I say like, I don't care. I can play on this keyboard because it's same. But Goblak, remember Goblak?
Yes, I do.
He said, no, we're not gonna play on like only on our keyboard. We should play, and then it's delay like 2 or 3 hours.
Yes.
And then we lose like 20 minutes and go.
Yeah.
Out of the tournament.
That's like one of the iconic Dota moments. There was like the Shanghai Major. There was Ramses keyboard. It was like the most important moment in Dota history back
It's a good
then.
meme.
It was a very good meme. Did you receive it back though? Did you ever hunt for it?
I have a lot of good memes.
Why do you keep avoiding this question? Where is Ramses keyboard now?
Oh, in here.
Okay, all right, fine. We'll leave it.
I have only one.
That's a dark thing we don't want to talk about. Fantastic. All right, here. Who do you think is the worst person on your team?
What the question?
I'm just saying, like, you know.
Me, of course.
Who do you think could improve? In a joking manner, not serious. What's one thing that if someone on your team...
Improve as a person or as a
just
player?
in general. What's one thing somebody on your team could improve on?
I mean, tough question, honestly. Like, it's tough question.
I mean, I can say everyone can be better.
Yeah.
Anytime, you know.
That is true. Is there anything you would want to improve on, Ramses?
I mean, I'm the worst, you know. I don't care.
Oh,
It's just
no.
new role, you know. I just play not like long time.
Oh, I wouldn't be that way. You guys are doing fine. It's all good. Come on, that's confidence.
It's fine for me. I'm confident on myself. That's why I'm here.
All right. Out of all of Dota, who's one person that you guys would not have on your team in the future?
Dukalis.
Let me think. Out of all
of Dota history.
Dota history.
All of Dota history. Who's one person that you would not probably want to play with?
I mean, some like.
Flame him! Flame him right now! Who's the guy in the pub?
Who's the guy in the pub?
Who's the guy in the pub you would never want on your pro team?
Letter numbers.
Argdota.
Okay.
Argdota. Just Argdota.
I mean, I'm the same page.
The same?
Yeah, I have a lot of maybe
I would ban him.
Arco Queen.
Oh, wow. That's correct. I get that. Yeah, for sure. If you could delete one person, ban them from competitive Dota, who would it be?
Argdota.
Okay, got it.
But he already banned. You need to choose another one.
That's good.
All right, guys. Unfortunately, this has been a blast, but we're running out of time. So
I mean, we're not gonna ban anyone.
You would ban anyone.
Good guys.
Good guys.
All good
Just
guys.
Argdota and
That's it.
unban others.
That's the one guy.
Yeah.
All right. Well, maybe if you win this tournament, Ice Frog will listen and bring the ban hammer down upon
Yeah,
him.
I'm gonna DM.
Okay, fantastic. Shout him out when you lift that trophy. We'll see if it happens. But thank you guys so much. Tundra, it was a pleasure getting to see you guys. Thank you for coming. Well done. I'm proud of you guys. That was a good one. All right, well, you see more Tundra coming up here at the Riyadh Masters, so don't go anywhere. Goodbye.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the Club Championship trophy, and the totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
Ah!
Feel that air conditioning, my friends. Feel that power of the gaming hall, where so much gaming is happening right now. Very exciting. Let me welcome you with an extended arm and a big smile to the gaming hall. Look how big it is, baby. There's a lot of games, a lot of things to do, a lot of people to annoy. So let's get started, huh? Oh, okay, all right, that's pretty hype. I don't know any dance moves. I do know one. There's no way. Do I have to face her or can I turn? Okay, I know an American dance move. It's all good. Yeah. She's so happy. That's great. That's the most cringe that character has ever been. Wonderful. What about the lawnmower? You can do that one. It actually looked kind of cool. They have a streaming studio here. You can actually live stream to your chat. There's someone on there right now. And then other people could just stare at you streaming like this. I've never had such a close parasocial relationship in my life. Oh, wonderful. I love you. Thank you, chat. It's me, chat. Oh. You can also do VR here. It's fantastic. This guy's in a VR experience right now. He has no idea what's going. I can get as close as I want. He doesn't know. Absolutely. He's fine. He's having the time of his life in there. He doesn't know how close he is to death right now. Wonderful. Thank you. All right. Are you having fun, sir? Yes. Fantastic. So, welcome to the middle area here. This is where people can chill out. You can play games. They got PS5s. You can watch games and watch mobile games. You can play board games if you're like 90 years old. Team Liquid also trains their players here at the Team Liquid booth with this beautiful reaction game. If you want to get on the Dota team, you have to get all of them correct. And you can't grab the wrong one like Insania. You actually have to grab them all correctly. So we'll see if I'm Team Liquid worthy here. Hello? How many do people usually get?
The best one gets 7.
7?
Yeah, 7 out of 8.
1, oh, out of 8. I don't have to count. That's very good. Thank you. How hard is it?
Very hard.
How many can you grab?
I tried it. I grabbed 6.
6? Yes. You're quick, man. You'd definitely be able to be on the PUBG team or whatever. Dota, I'm not sure, but we'll check. Okay, you wanna, here, can you hold the microphone while I do this for me? Thank you. Now, good microphone etiquette. You have to get right in their face. Just like that. Can you do that?
Yeah, I can do that.
Great, all right, you got it. All right, 7.
You can do it 7.
I can do 7. I'm ready.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
1 miss.
Thank you, expert. Call me, Blitz. Call me, baby. Hello, yes. Hello. Did you guys get lost? I told you it was big. I wasn't lying. Over here. Follow my beautiful voice. Over here, please. Yes. It's a very big building. Come, my friends. There's so much to see, so much to do. It's very large. Don't get lost. Come, my friend. Now. So here at the center, there's so much stuff you can do. You can go into the center of the center and play a bunch of games. You can even go on a little LAN here. They got a whole area to play if you want to relive the LAN pub environment. There's many games. In fact, we got the Mobile Legends Bang Bangers. So good to see you. I'm a representative from Dota. I bring peace and love from the Dota scene. Are they throwing plates over there? What's that game? Whoa! Sorry. Good aim. All right, let us spin the wheel. What are we hoping for? We got t-shirt, normal skin chest. Oh, epic. Oh, chest. Come on, bang bangers. Oh, okay, we got the t-shirt. Very good. Thank you. Thank you so much. It was very hard. This is an extra small. What are you trying to do to me, brother? Ain't no way. I'll put this on for you. All right. You want me to have a small? I'll put on a small, bro. It's fine. This is the hospitality you show to a Dota representative?
Come on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 1
There's a PUBG area. It's very cool, very modernized. Hello there. They're fighting to survive in here. They're fighting for their lives to be the chicken dinner. Ooh, the iconic pan and level 3 helmet. I'm not gonna take that. What do you think? No, are you serious? You can put that on? Oh, sick! Hell yeah! The best way to use this is on the belt if people try to shoot you, and then you can run around. It's very good. Thank you. Winner is me. My friends, it's a beautiful place, very fun, lots to do. If you're at the Esports World Cup, come on by. Air conditioning's great, lots of fun. If you're not at the Esports World Cup, hope you enjoyed exploring it with me. I sure enjoyed exploring it with you. Back to you, host. Yeah! Great.
Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup Club Champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money.
Because the
before you wake up in the morning, regretting all the texts you're sending. Heard other lines be first. I roll my eyes, then I see that you're typing. So go on back to her before you wake up in the morning, 'cause this is just getting boring. I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. When I see you, I can't help but fall back into my emotions. 'Cause all the good times that we had is flooding like an ocean. Sometimes I wish we made it through the summer. I never thought I'd lose my homie, love a friend, but it's over. I'm falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end. When I see you, I can't help but fall back into my emotions. 'Cause all the good times that we had is flooding like an ocean. Sometimes I wish we made it through the summer. I never thought I'd lose my homie, love a friend, but it's over. I'm falling in the deep end. If I heard that you 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 way you do it, the way I live life, way you do it, the way I live life, the way I live life, way you do it, way you do it, the way I live
Welcome back to Riyadh Masters, where we're live from the Esports World Cup, and we are getting ready for a match in Group B here for the group stages that are ending today. We've changed it up on a panel bit a little bit. We got Phoebe Waller-Bridge right next to me, Effie's still with us, and BSJ. Brian, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good, Sheaves.
That's it? Glad
I gotta
to hear
take
it.
Fear's role in this panel.
Oh yeah, you're doing a great job. How you doing, Phoebe?
He won a TI, Brian. You couldn't even qualify me for a TI because you're useless. You're a useless carry player. You take way too much farm. There's an obvious smoke gang coming at you. Like, see, he doesn't even expect that.
I think he doesn't flinch. He is very focused and in the zone.
See? He knows it's coming.
There's a little bit of lag. We do play with a little bit of lag here.
Reflexes.
You know, it's
He's getting old. He is getting old.
That happens
Good to be here,
sometimes too. All right, let's focus up because it is a very important day. We should look at the group stages, group standings first, as we are about to finish Group A. There's still much going on. We already know who is going where for Group A. Everything is known, but Group B, Brian, we don't.
Yeah, we got several teams in different scenarios here. We got XG against Beast Coast, where XG needs to win at least one game to secure their upper bracket. If they go 0-2, they're potentially allowing Quest to go 2-0 and force a tiebreaker. Quest, they themselves need one win to lock in the playoffs, and they're playing against Mouse, who's 1-11 right now, so they're likely to get at least one, and the 2 is quite possible, so XG and his fate is in their own hands. And then for BB team to lock in the playoffs, they need a 2-0. They're one game ahead of Beast Coast, and Beast Coast is going to be playing against XG as mentioned. So as long as Beast Coast takes one more game off of XG, then BB team gets in the series we're about to watch, then there will be a tiebreaker.
Okay, a lot to keep our eyes out for Group B. For Group A, though, because Heroic is already done playing, I know Blacklist is still playing, but Heroic is done playing. They were the first in the mass crushing, and it is PYW that gets the honor of crushing the first key in the hydraulic press. What do you think, Jenkins?
He deserves it, honestly. He's been carrying his team big time.
Look at it go.
Spirit breakers, his
there it
block
goes.
works.
Our first crushing.
Okay, this is really exciting.
It is.
Go.
That was actually very satisfying.
It's a hydraulic press. Have you never seen these?
No, it's just
Keep pressing.
Look at the PSIs there. That's a huge amount of PSIs.
Nice.
Yeah.
I think I would be terrified of putting the thing there and grabbing it out just in case. I know it goes very slowly, but it just doesn't seem... I don't know. I know it's very safe, but...
I think it's a bit poetic, though, because LGD, if you guys missed the play-in stage, the viewers at home, I mean, they barely made it through. Like, they were on 2 elimination games, then they had to do the play-in, like, playoff bracket against Nouns to even be here in the first place, while Heroic just cruised. They were, like, 8-2 in their groups, just got here 2-0ing pretty much everybody, and the fact that Heroic is now out, and LGD is now moving on, after taking a game off of OG in the very last game we just watched. So they're just flying by the seat of their pants, and I will say they're improving drastically over the
Is that the saying? It's flying by the seat of their pants?
That's an American saying, probably.
I'll just Google it for you if you
just
want.
Google it. Can we recut that and he just says a different saying?
Yeah, we'll edit it in post. Don't worry, we got you covered.
Thank you, Jenkins.
Yeah, it's I mean, first crush, LGD did, I guess in theory, knock Heroic out by winning against OG in that game they played just now. We got to focus on our upcoming series, though, because BB Team versus Tundra. I'm very excited to see Tundra on the main stage here, Effie, because it's been a while since we've seen them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to finally be able to watch them up close, but they have been playing incredibly well. They've exceeded everyone's expectations, and the expectations were already moderately high, I would say, but they've been very creative, and they look nigh unstoppable on some picks, right? There are some heroes that if you just give away, like the Dark Seer, like the Rubik, like the Sand King, you're in danger.
You are in danger. Tundra has been very strong contender. They've had a pretty interesting year, Jenkins.
They've had a very interesting year. I think a lot of people are. Are you laughing at? What are you laughing at?
No, you're like autopilot. Yeah, they've had a pretty interesting year.
I was just looking at Pure doing the. Couldn't tell if he was mewing or if he was shushing the audience. I don't know if he was playing against Falcons. What was going on there? But yeah, they've had a year where they've gotten a lot better near the tail end of it. They also got Ramses on their team as their offlaner. Most recently, they had Mind Control for a while.
Yeah.
This iteration of Tundra looks extremely strong. I find Whitemon to be one of the most interesting players in the world, honestly, because I feel like he has the least main character syndrome of anybody in Dota. Like, he never has to be the guy that's gonna like 1v5 the game, but he consistently is like walking into smokes that the enemies are doing. He's consistently winning the lanes for his cores. Like, he is the most sacrificial support for MMR in the world.
Yeah, he's doing great. Another person that is doing great is Thompson, who was able to talk to Purge earlier today.
Hey there, I'm here with up-and-coming player Thompson of Team Tundra. How are you feeling right now?
Feeling pretty good. Last day of groups, and we're doing great, so I'm happy.
Is this the most high-pressure land situation you've ever been in your life?
No, not really.
Interesting. Even with the crowd, I'm kind of surprised.
I was part of some TIs. They were pretty high pressure, but this is of course one of the bigger ones. So, like lately. So.
Okay, you have a bit of an interesting playstyle. I love that you play different heroes in weird roles, basically. Do you ever fight yourself internally for wanting to pick the heroes that you want to play versus just playing the best meta stuff?
I mean, it depends. Like sometimes, of course, there's some heroes that I have played some that I feel like are really strong, but they're still a bit like, you know, not 100%. So then I have to kind of fight the urge to call for those heroes. But most of the time, we kind of are very open to the ideas of playing weird heroes.
Okay, your last big tournament performance that I recall is your Birmingham win where you guys got 3rd place. Right after you replaced your offlaner with Ramses. What's the strength of the team been like afterwards? Because you guys seem close to unstoppable right now.
I think Ramses brings a lot of experience. He's also very vocal. He's just a all-around a very strong player, like a old school player also, and I think it's been a great addition to our team. Yeah.
All right, great. Well, thank you for joining me for the interview, and good luck in your upcoming match.
Thank you very much.
Tundra is already secured in an upper bracket slot in the playoff stage. They can still get higher seeding depending on how everybody is looking. Tundra is already the 1st seed in Group B right now. We'll see if they can get to hold on to that one. For BB Team, Brian, as you mentioned, very important series. What are you expecting from this upcoming series?
I think BB Team is going to at least get one game off of them. I think that they have something to prove because they started this group stage 2-0 and now they're 4-8. That is not what they were looking for, to say the least. And we think when you watch their games, it's clear they're getting in their own heads. And that's what we've always talked about with BB Team. But I am going to go out on a limb and say for once, they are going to clutch it when all of their like woes, their own like psyche is going against them.
Mira, what do you think about the sigh that Brian did when he was just asked about BB Team right there? What do you think that represents, the sigh that he did?
I think that represents his lack of faith in them, and he's just saying this so that he seems unbiased.
It seems like there's some hidden meaning behind the thing that you were saying. You're not very great at hiding it.
Yeah, the faith is really not that high, but I don't know.
No, I know what Brian means. I mean, when you look at BB Team, they have 5, like, they're almost all 14k more. They're all incredibly high skilled. They're known as a very lane dominant team, and you expect more out of them, Sheeves.
You expect more out of them, and I expect one thing from them, and right now, the only one thing is to get them on the stage.
This could have very well be the last game of the group stage. Here I was on pins and needles thinking that there was going to be all these tiebreakers happening, and lo and behold, turns out to be simpler than I thought because Group A has completely resolved itself.
That's right, we are done with Group A officially, and we have the result. For all the backstage matches that we've seen so far, we had LGD Gaming go 1-1 against OG, we had Aurora go split as well against Gaming Gladiators, and we had Blacklist International go 0-1 against Team Spirit because the game is still going, even though Blacklist is already eliminated.
Tough result for them, and as a result, Heroic and Blacklist have been eliminated. But now we have to shift our focus over to Group B, which we already had some locks at the end of yesterday, but we don't really know what the bottom 4 placements are going to be, or at least 7th through 4th.
Right, because 3 teams have already qualified to the upper bracket, and we still don't know what's going on with the lower bracket, and we don't know who's going to be eliminated. We're going to find out right now.
Then, Fancy, without further ado, perhaps we should bring the teams out.
That's right, we have the first team to walk on stage, a team that has nothing to lose. Please welcome Tundra Esports. Currently 10-2 in their group stage. No matter what happens in this match, they are going to the upper bracket as they are the only team in the tournament to end day 4 with 10 wins.
A team with nothing to lose going up against a team with everything to gain. Please welcome their opponents. It's BB Team! The crowd is giving them energy, and boy, do they need. They are on the cusp of finding out their fate here at Riyadh Masters. Perhaps their former teammate Pure will show mercy to them, but the way that Tundra's been playing so far, I expect it will be nothing but brutality here on the stage. Keys are placed, and maybe it might be the last time that BB Team get to touch their keys if they get eliminated after this one. Let's see how the game plays out. Fancy, let's get out of here.
You will.
BB Team versus Tundra, where especially BB Team, they have to really, really, really deliver. And we say it every single time. Like, oh, this team's so good this year and they do so well. And they normally make it to the end. And this group stages, they're not doing well. The question is, can they step it up today, right here in their final match of the group stages? Maybe you think they can. Why don't you predict on www.stc.gg? stcplay.gg. You knew it. I didn't need to correct you myself. It's all good. The thing is, I feel like we have this conversation so many times, Jenkins. Oh, they can do it. They're such a good team. They have such high individual skills, so high MMR. It's so great, but they're just not delivering. And I don't know when we're gonna stop believing that they can do it.
It's pretty funny. I just hope that this team sticks around forever. I love that we have this storyline every single tournament, and they consistently are good enough that they're riding the line, that we keep having the conversation. And the more that you have the conversation, the more unlikely you are to have the conversation again.
Sure.
But they push it a little bit farther every time. Yeah. They just keep riding the line.
Yeah, I think this team just constantly gives glimpses of hope with their performances in the group stages of like Dream League and other majors. And I'll just say that I feel like they're the tier 1 version of Team Nigma, where they just, everyone expects it, everyone hopes for the best. And maybe it's not because they're likable, but because their hopes are set high enough to believe this team could take it all, and then they go into the finals and get 3-0'd.
Especially Nightfall after the elevator incident, and I was at a golf cart, and I said, "Give me a second, I have to grab my bag." He left on the golf cart at BB Dacha. So Nightfall, especially what Brian was saying.
Yeah, of course.
So I actually want to quickly. Great stories, by the way, guys.
Yeah,
thank you. But I actually want to talk about this Beastmaster ban from Tundra, because I did want to mention it pregame. But I think that if Tundra do lose to a hero, it's off of the backs of not playing Beastmaster themselves on Ramses, and they kind of got stomped when they played versus PSG Quest and they gave away the Beastmaster. So I think that BB's strategy this game should be to break them through their own offlane.
Yeah, their only 2 losses, as you mentioned, they are to Beastmaster, and I feel like he's one of those heroes that can just kind of snowball the game out of control. I remember when the Facets patch originally came out, people were playing Core Phoenix with the Dying Light Facet, and I think of both of these heroes because if you can't kill them, they like sustain off of their damage, and then they hit this threshold where their damage output is so nuts that you end up seeing a Beastmaster in the mid game with an Aegis, because for some reason your offlaner gets the Aegis.
He can take it at 14 minutes
for free. And he takes it on his own. So then there's a guy that does insane amount of damage, has sustain, and a BKB piercing disable. And if you don't pop your BKB, you're gonna die during the duration of that.
And he can farm the entire map as well.
And it farms too. The ability, yeah.
No, this is a strange hero because in Group A it's much less valued, and in Group B we're seeing like first phase pick, first phase ban. Sand King's another one of those that I do want to talk about. first ban here from BB team. Tundra is one of the teams in this group that is favoring the Sand King very highly with the Bloodstone, Yule Scepter, Eternal Shroud build mid, and that build just has such an insane mid-game timing that it is very hard to deal with.
Yeah, and it's just good versus a lot of the popular offlaners of the patch, like the Brews and the Beast Masters. But this Storm Spirit coming out first phase from BB team, this is something new. This is no stranger to them, the GPK Storm, the GPK first pick hero in previous patches, but in this tournament, it's the first time they do it. They've mostly done a different opener every game with the exception of their 3 DKs, I think. And to me, this says, we're just going to play our best heroes because there's no way we want to stay in this tournament.
He hasn't even played Storm in this tournament. Honestly, looking at the BB team drafts, I feel like their drafts have been all over the place, which if they were winning, you would say like, oh, they're really hard to predict, but they're losing. So it kind of feels like they're trying to find their groove.
They're chucking the noodles at the wall.
And just seeing what sticks. And honestly, I think in a scenario like that, going back to heroes that you're just really comfortable on, at the very least, GPK is like, I'm gonna have a fun game. Like, this is gonna be fun for me. So maybe that's the motivation they need to hit their potential.
It also could be a scouting report of like Storm's maybe good against everything Thompson's been playing. Maybe he doesn't play like the Huskars of the world, like something that could cheese you in lane and just make Storm not be able to get off the ground running. Even though they've nerfed the overall ability for Storm to accrue those mana regen stacks, it doesn't mean that he's if he gets the kills, if he gets the snowball with the Tusk, that's why they're picking the Tusk, by the way. The snowballing of the Storm, the synergy there is natural. Jenkins?
Yeah, Brian, that makes a lot of sense. I'm really glad you threw to me. I was definitely paying attention to what you're saying. Mira, what do you think about the Snapfire and the potential to flex this as a mid laner? How does it do in a 1v1 against Storm?
And I think Storm is comfortable in that lane. I mean, I think Snap should always have the edge over any hero that has to walk to a creep wave. But overall, Tundra's pick makes a lot more sense for them and what they've been playing than what we're seeing out of BB team. I mean, this is something new, right? Because within the pool, there are still heroes that are highly contested. The Hoodwink was available, the Enchantress was available, the Darkseer was available, but they go for the Storm Spirit. And honestly, you default to comfort. If you're on the cusp of being eliminated, if winning this series is that important, just do what you know best. And a criticism I've had of BB team this tournament is that they have not been playing active on GPK at all. He's been sitting back and farming and has not been bringing the tempo the way he should. So having a hero like Tusk to rotate to the mid lane and try to enable the Storm Spirit, it makes sense. Do I like it so far, though? I don't know yet. Jenkins?
We'll see. I mean, I personally feel like the nerfs to Storm, the big one was the Meteor Hammer nerf. They also made it so that you get less of whatever the innate is called off of every leveling of the ult. 3 instead of 6. You know what it's called?
I just know it's charges of mana regen.
Okay, I thought the way you were looking at me, you knew.
No, I was just saying, yeah.
Anyway, so you can snowball very hard. You get less of like a free snowball from just leveling the ult.
That's why they're giving him a snowball.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But to be fair, like if you died once after leveling the ult, you would like lose a bunch of charges anyway. So either way, you're kind of trying to get a lot of kills and stay alive. But I honestly think like Storm is generally underrated. Like Sanjin Kaya is still very good. You can still go for the Eternal Shroud build, even though it's not giving you as much stats and magic resistance as it was in the past. It's still giving you a ton of mana on Storm. So we'll see what he does.
The one time Tundra's picked Sven, it looks like it was flexed to a support, something we've seen a decent amount of teams doing. It's really important that you don't all in the physical damage. Tusk kind of represents high physical damage innately because he has tag team, which is physical. His punch is also physical. Something that's not too common from supports is heavily or predominantly physical damage. Mars also dissuades like ranged cores that would lane well with Tusk. Because of the arena, most ranged cores like to prioritize Hurricane Pike as survivability. Against Mars, it pretty much becomes name of the game to go BKB. So then the question begs, like, do you go something like Ursa that counters the Sven and is like melee against the Mars? But if you do that, then you're like putting yourself in a spot where Sven just gets flexed. This is why I feel like Sven's getting picked so much. Maybe they just go for like the Toronto-Tokyo CM, gives a little bit of mana to Storm Spirit, kind of just like a consistent laner.
I don't know how much pubs you guys have been watching since we got here, but since Riyadh started, Sven support is like the most picked 5 position in pubs, which I feel like in competitive, at least in the games we were covering, Brian, which was mostly Group A, right? Sven was like carry or non-existent, right? But it's like the most popular 5 in pubs right now. It's literally barely even played as a carry, which
Let's
I find
specify
interesting.
high MMR pubs.
7K plus. I think it's like 7 or 8K plus.
And this is the pesky thing when you're playing against Tundra is you don't. So the most telegraphed player on the team in terms of what he's going to play is Ramses with that Mars, but there are so many flexes open and there are so many heroes to close this 18 pick on that could really do anything for them here because this Sven could be flexed to 5 like we mentioned. There's also the Morphling that loves to come out if any kind of stun hero comes out from BB team.
Yeah, we got a gen pickup from BB. That means they want to set a little bit of a higher tempo. Do we like it? Because they took so long to lock this one in.
I like it. I would love to see a carry that's high tempo with it. Like CK is still in the pool and it's Nightfall's most picked hero. They don't need like a tower pushing tempo carry, but okay. Ursa. What's the build on Ursa these days? Is it Battle Fury?
It's still the Battle Fury. The one thing that has become a staple that used to be situational, it seems like everyone's going Octarine, like 4th or 5th item, just to give you the lower cooldown everything. It synergizes really well with his talents, which give him 2 stacks on his Fury swipes whenever he uses his Earth Shock, and then he gets like a much larger AoE Earth Shock at level 20, and then he gets 2 Earth Shock charges at level 25. So Ursa's not the same hero he always was, where he's like kiteable. This matchup, on the other hand, Troll Warlord versus Ursa, has always been atrocious.
It's miserable.
Ursa.
Yeah.
One of the few heroes that actually Ursa has to play around in fights, meaning he has to ignore the troll. You don't feel comfortable ever focusing him. It's like the man fight is one thing Ursa relies on always winning, and this is pretty much the only carry where I'm uncomfortable as the Ursa taking that one-on-one. And he does have like Snowball to reset the fight, but we're probably going to see a very different Ursa here. Like we're going to see the Octarine, BKB, look to play longer fights, not really looking to burst people like the troll. You want to out-sustain his ulti because that's pretty much the only way to play the matchup.
And on top of that, you thought maybe you can get early Roshans with the Ursa, but now Tundra can do the same thing with the troll.
True.
I don't think Troll gives early enough of Rosh than an Ursa would, especially if it's an Ursa playing with a Tusk and with a Chen. And I think that BB team should always look to take this Aegis around minute 15 and not to take a fight. But that's the scary part of Tundra's draft for BB team is that if they take these team fights on Mars's ulti, on the Mourner's Kisses, and they lose that Aegis fight, their momentum is going to slow down very severely. And like Brian mentioned, the core-to-core matchup of Troll to Ursa is really scary. And let's not forget, Troll is a counterpick to Tusk on lane, right? He's one of the only heroes that you just press your axes, there's mischance against the tag team, and a lot of the kill potential on lane gets negated. It's very important for BB team to come out of lanes happy so that they can look for those early timings.
Which I also think is why the Troll is so good here. The tempo on Troll has sped up a lot since I think it was Ame that originally did just Aghanim's Rush as a build, and then everybody started copying it. So I think like with Ursa going Battle Fury and kind of playing around like the 2 to 3 item timing, Troll gets an Ags, he can legit just run at towers way faster than he could before. I'm not saying he won't go for another build if the game calls for it, if he feels like he can be greedier or wants to farm, but there is that option to just up the pace against Ursa.
We've seen the majority of Trolls just go straight Ags this tournament. Sometimes they'll even go back for like a Gleipnir or Mjolnir later on in the game to have that like cleave / AoE damage item that helps them scale. But the Ags is super good against Ursa because you can purge his overpower, and usually you want to like itemize a nullifier eventually in the game. So that even more so says like, if I'm the Ursa player, I have to play around these longer fights, and that never feels good to know you have to do that going into the game, but I don't think you really have a choice here. And I like the Doom ban for that exact reason, because that allows BB team to win the sustain battle, that because Doom just takes Troll's ability away to take that man fight.
I love this Visage ban by Tundra because that looked like a perfect pick for BB team. Yes, you are playing against Warcry, but that hero would not have been addressed in the first 20 minutes of the game where BB team are looking to be most strong. And I mean, they already take out the Beastmaster and the Enigma early on, so the threat of summons has been neutralized by Tundra here.
I wouldn't mind Underlord offlane for BB team. I feel like they might just need the ability to group up as 5 and say, okay, Troll, you can hit us all you want, but you're going to lack the damage. Because right now, it's really only the Snapfire that has damage. Like, if you have a Crimson Guard, Tundra really does no damage.
Do we still want the Darkseer, or is that completely gone?
It would fit the same.
It's not good against Troll.
Archetype, Troll can against Troll.
I just purge the surge
myself.
I think you just need something to survive lane, and Darkseer would not do that. But I love this Nyx pick, because we've seen a lot of Nyxes in response to Chens and Enchantresses, with, you know, Nyx being able to one-shot creeps. It makes it a lot easier to lane against Chen. And not just that, you can follow him into the jungle, right? You just place an aggressive ward and you kill the creeps that you don't want him to get, like the Centaurs and the Tomatoes. We saw Mirror from Team Spirit being very disruptive, doing things like that.
He was very speedy.
He was very speedy as well. He was going up and down cliffs.
Yep. It will be a Brewmaster.
Yeah, so Brew was like the one offlaner left that can give them the team fight they needed and the ability to spin up the troll, but a lot of players are just comfortable playing against Brewmaster if they have range damage, and if they have like Warcry armor, if they have a troll who should on paper win that lane versus Brewmaster. I mean, it just looked like it was the last hero left for them to pick that would have given them what they needed, but it's not the ideal pick, in my opinion.
I think BB team has the recipe they need to win this game. I think that the Chen as a whole is better than Enchantress in the game against Nyx, because eventually, yes, in lane it is annoying. They shouldn't have a problem top, but Chen represents this 5-man ball, and that's exactly what Nyx hates. And now you've got Brewmaster, where he can either go for a Radiance depending on the pace of the game, or he might just go like a pipe of his own, and there's going to be this timing where they take Roche. They don't have the best tower taking other than the Chen itself, so they probably won't be able to end. But the fact that Brewmaster gives them the sustained team fight that I was looking for, I'm not saying I think BB team's going to win, but I do like their chances based on the draft. Like, knowing how both these teams are doing with their record.
Those predictions are wild, by the way.
Yeah,
88% for Tundra. That is a sus number.
No, that is not a sus number. I think there's just that many people that got disappointed by BB team time and time again. I don't blame them, because we have said multiple times this week that BB team had a decent draft here and there.
Yeah.
And then they just don't
I
play
can't
it
wait for them
properly.
to slap Tundra just because it's BB team and this is what they do.
There are signs of life yesterday in that game too, but I mean, there are two key conditions to look at for this game, which is for BB team, their Brewmaster lane needs to somehow win. Like, if they can get out of this Brewmaster lane with a net worth advantage, then they're actually chilling, because they need this hero to not give Troll a good game.
It's really good in the game. I agree. It kites Troll like none other.
And for Tundra, if they can just win a team fight and like stop the first Aegis, or maybe play even for the second Aegis themselves, but not give the Ursa team both Aegises, that's their win condition, because I think their scaling is so much better.
It is. I agree. I don't think if this game goes past like 35-40 that BB team could ever take it, but I think it is going to be like that fourth item timing first of the second Aegis that Mira mentioned, that absolutely has to go their way, and I think it's possible with the heroes they got.
Yeah, lots of focus on the Roshan pit this game, I think, which also we were saying lots of focus on the Brewmaster lane, which is also the Ursa lane. Did I forget the drafts? That is the...
Yeah, no, it's the Troll versus Brewmaster. It's going to be tough, though, because you're double melee
Troll versus
Troll, so
Brewmaster,
I expect that lane to be a lot of creep dragging shenanigans. Probably both off
Both lanes, because they got the Nyx Assassin. Yeah, the Nyx Assassin cutting waves.
So we're thinking about a very active first 20 minutes to this game.
I think yes.
The team that wins early will continue winning.
So I think BB team's early game is much better, but Tundra have to be able to disrupt like their key movements. And when you have a really strong team fighting team the way that they do, disrupting movements can happen if you don't get stomped on lanes. So really, it's just, you have to look at lanes for BB team. Do they have superior lanes? I honestly don't think so, so I don't have that much faith. But who knows, Cheeps?
Let's see what's gonna happen. And we're heading over to OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, it's time to get into the action of Game 1 here between Tundra and BB Team. And yeah, it's going to be very exciting to see, can BB Team step it up? A few times now on this main stage, they have struggled with some of their matchups, unable to get these wins. And now they're at the point where if they want to kind of keep their fate in their own hands, they need to start winning. The problem is against Tundra, and Tundra at the moment, top of the group, they've never been looking any better. This is kind of Tundra at top form.
Absolutely.
Can BB Team tackle them today, Fold?
It's going to be a question of just getting ahead and staying ahead, because their draft, it definitely falls into the problem of if you do make a couple mistakes, you could fall off. So they have to play pretty clean. So that's my one concern for BBT, that this game does look like they have to play clean, because pressuring towers isn't the greatest besides the Chen pressure. So yeah, I'm going to be looking at these lanes, see how they can put pressure onto Pure, because this Troll does feel like the kind of best pick that could have gotten out, right? The Troll versus the Ursa versus the Tusk. The lane could definitely be difficult. I know Save and Miero in particular have made some magic happen in the lanes in particular, but can they keep that ball rolling? We shall see. Tundra's just looked so strong. We haven't gotten to see them so much, of course, at least on the main, but as we've seen multiple times, they've been having good early games, good late games. They're just playing it all.
The battle begins.
And this is one of those drafts that definitely can fight early as long as they get good levels, in particular on the snap, which he should because he's mid, and for the Mars. So they have good team fight that round syncs together, and they scale very hard. So I see the Chen right away. There's adjustments that need to be made because you're playing versus the Nyx Assassin. So pretty much all these Chens have been taking the Satyr because you win the lane, right? You're mana burning the off laner, plus you're providing mana regen to your safe laner. You can't do that versus the Nyx. So he's going to go for the Hellbear, switch things up a little bit to at least have that better lane. And let's see if it does cause that to be a better lane.
And overall as well, with the lineup the BB team has, you know, considering what you potentially feel has been holding them back in the losses that they've endured so far, have they managed to successfully change something with the way that they're drafting, or do you sort of just see a very similar approach to what they were doing in the games that they were struggling anyway?
Give me a second. A bit similar, but I think GPK is actually playing his best hero now, or one of his best. I think in a couple of these games, you know, I've been looking at him a lot, not to just single him out, of course, but like he has been struggling a bit of these heroes, like the Snapfire, his Invoker definitely fell off in a couple of the games. His Storm is probably his best, so I think that's why they opened up with it as well too. And you even saw, you know, Ramsey's typing in the alt chat right away. He's like, a bit of GPK Storm, wow. So I would imagine that's probably the thing that for me helps a little bit more to have their scaling as well in their draft, but not an easy matchup. Thompson's kind of been bringing it to everybody. So far, though, first few waves, GPK handling it very nicely.
Yeah, what do you make of the Tusk pick? I feel like in the games that we've been watching, we're not seeing a lot of Tusk.
No, we've pretty much seen zero of it. That's kind of my worry. I really like Save when he's playing his offlane, or his ranged heroes when he's playing with Miro, because they usually end up winning these lanes in some weird manner. This one, very difficult is the double melee. I think Pudge is one of the few melees that I do really like seeing it Save playing, but maybe he's going to do some impressive stuff on the Tusk, because this hero's just not picked nearly as much as he used to be.
Sure, and yeah, well, you feel that with this setup against the two heroes the Tundra have, it's a pretty unlikely lane to get early kills on, as BB team?
Yeah, they have Warcry and they have the mists from the axes. Yeah. It's a complete physical lane for the most part, besides Miro, so I'd imagine this is just going to be some creep pull shenanigans that ends up going down, as Pure should be able to just free farm down here. I don't know if Miro and Save are going to be able to work that magic that they usually do of getting a kill in a disadvantageous lane.
Man, top. How do you imagine Ramses is going to do against this Chen Ursa? Is this a bit of a difficult lane for the Mars?
Yep, a bit of a difficult one because he has the Nyx in particular, and I think because that Facet change up there from the Chen could provide him to be a little bit under some pressure, but should still get at least some good farm under the tower here. Every time that lane pushes up, I don't know if he's at kill threat either, right? Ramsey should be able to at least survive and get farm, but I don't know how much they can pressure Nightfall.
Yeah, so far so good for Nightfall on the CS.
And the creep manipulation, kind of the shenanigans that are happening, Save just trying to fight versus Pure.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I imagine it's going to get difficult, especially sort of once like the level 3s hit on Pure. He's going to be more than happy for Save to step up and try and trade hits with him.
Save's just trying to mess with the CS, right? He's trying his best to be able to do so. Does have to be cautious if he does get rooted up or something here and there's a Sven move, but as of right now, should be fine. And that lane for mid does feel like it's going to get worse and worse for GPK once Thompson gets more and more levels.
Sure, just too much damage from the little Shredder and the Scatter Blast for GPK to really withstand.
Yeah, you just eat these Shredder hits. You kind of have to sit back every time you use this Shredder to not eat those extra hits, and maybe the rotations are going to be the key thing. Maybe that's what Save looks to do as the Tusk. Move mid, set GPK up for success to get some early kills onto Thompson.
Bottom lane. Good body blocks here from Whitemon. So Miro has just enough movement speed to be able to break away from it.
Very appropriate, I think, that he went for the Drunken Master in this lane, right? Rather than going the aggressive, the barrel. We've been seeing more and more of this one just to be able to endure the lane. More shenanigans with the creeps. But Miro definitely struggling, as expected. More so than the Mars. Ramsey's able to just get these pulls off with the Nyx a little bit easier since it's just a Chen to kind of chase them around.
Bottom lane. Have to go for Pure again, but once more Pure, he's pretty fine.
Good damage onto him there, though. Seeing the runes getting checked out. 9 class will take the water rune top while Thompson gets the bottom rune. So GPK does not get a refill, and now he's going to be sitting very low.
Here's what he's just down to the very far in terms of regen to keep him in the lane.
They took the bounty rune as well top, so he might have to just go back to base or hope for some type of refill or jungle, because he's going to get pushed out of the lane for a moment here. And talking about the Storm overall in the game, you know, I was mentioning it's GPK, one of his better heroes, but he is playing into this Nyx. Miro stepped up far. He's got the one charges.
If necessary, yeah, Pure's just going to focus on getting the CS underneath the tower. Yeah, GPK just picking up a camp on the way back to base.
And yeah, let's see overall how GPK's game is, because it was a first pick Storm, so you're looking, everybody kind of does have a disable / stun to deal with him, and especially that Nyx that was last pick to be able to get that extra catch always onto him. So even though it is his best hero, there's definitely a lot of disables he's gonna have to play around. And of course the build from the Snapfire nowadays, it's a natural build up, the Atos, the Gleipnir, so it's gonna provide earlier extra itemization too versus him. Quiet early game.
Yeah, it is indeed. I mean, can Save sort of, or Toronto Tokyo make a move over towards the mid to try and set something up, or do you not really look to kill Topson at this point?
I would say so. Yeah.
You think you could try for a play there?
Yeah, I think Save, that's probably his best move with the Storm. It's good damage because you get, tag team plus Overlord is good burst, but so far Tundra, they feel like they can leave those two side laners independent, and they can actually check the double runes as well too with the Nyx and the Sven. So might not be able to make that move.
Yeah, they've got wards kind of that were going all the way down the river there, so they have very clear information when BB team's trying to step up towards Topson. So Topson, very hard to approach.
Kisses are at the ready too.
They're gonna look for the setup. They step in, they get the stun on to Save. He's gonna be able to buy some time over the snowball, and that should keep him safe. Kisses are gonna come in. See if Topson can hit them. He can. Just needs to hit the two of them along with a Mind Flow coming in from 9 class to be able to get the kill. And 6 minutes in, get a rather late first blood.
And the top rune was denied, at the least there from Toronto Tokyo, preventing the fill up, but GPK just kind of has to go for jungle creep, scared to walk up a little bit mid. Topson controlling the lane. 800 ahead.
Bottom lane, yeah, just complete free farm really for Pure. Nothing that really Miro can do on his own.
Oh, and all three lanes.
Slow down this troll.
All three lanes are looking very good. Nightfall is getting this free farm, of course, up top, but Ramses isn't getting pressured too much because the Chen just jungles.
Sure.
Can't actually apply anything.
And I feel like we've seen in games before Miro sometimes struggle when he gets kind of given this sort of tough lane, tough start, right? Especially when you're on a hero like the Brew. It may be difficult for him to pick his way back into the game.
Especially versus... he's got to be careful. He stepped up again.
He's got the Lotus. He's got 21 charges.
Okay.
He's got 21 charges. He's cool.
Still like stepping up, doesn't have all that information. Will be able to survive. But yeah, I agree. And he's the team fight, right? The rest of their lineup has no team fight if that Brew does end up struggling. So for Tundra, they do have the team fight that comes from more situations, from more locations.
I mean, you can see on the net worth as well already. He's kind of slipping down into the realms of the support farm. Comparable to that of the Nyx assassin.
Well, Nyx nowadays just
he's picking up creeps in the jungle. Sure, he can farm pretty nicely in the early game. But
9 class's build is pretty cool, right? The double no. He's always got mana to work with. He's got good levels so far. So I think for Tundra, they've had a very good start here to the game. Movements are going to start happening. Save.
I mean, this should be a solid chance of getting Ramses. It's a good spear to push back Nightfall. Ramses is trapped in the shard. He'll get the 2-man stun. I mean, if Ramses gets away from this, and he is, the Warcry comes in. I mean, that's usually able to get Ramses away from this attempt that BB team went kind of all in on.
These spears, Ramses, beautiful. The first one to push the Ursa away, the secondary one to hold him down, and 9 class patient for the stun. Cover themselves perfectly. A 2k lead.
Getting him out. They thought that they have Ramses for sure back over in the river. Save. BB team are going to lose another.
And Topson's just going the full HP build. He's not even going for the staff first. He's got the Vitality Booster, Treads, Bracer. This is 1600 HP Snapfire versus a limited damage lineup early.
Yeah, and you trying to
diving him.
Top lane. Really trying to only able to dive Ramses there, Nightfall, but Ramses is keeping it cool and continues to sort of survive for these early attempts. Definitely a sort of setup in a lane where Ramses could have suffered, but he's playing it well.
He is, absolutely. Tundra's playing this lanes perfectly, really, at this point now, at 8 minutes in. Covering each other nicely. GPK did get some nice RNG, was able to find the amp damage on the bottom lane and was spawning down there, so see if he can look to make any move. Just difficult to gank these side lanes. There's a Sven with Warcry and a stun. There's a Nyx with a Carapace and a stun, so just difficult for him to look to catch like a free move on somebody. Tons of disables he'll have to deal with. And Topson with this HP pool. 1844 HP with Treads, Bracer, Wand, Pig Pole, etc.
He's ready to get active. I mean, they're looking for the setup on top. Not quite able to find it with the stun as Nightfall stays out of range of 9 class.
They definitely lack damage to bring down Topson, even perhaps with an amp damage.
So if they can wrap around and get the catch onto Nightfall. And they're going to turn their efforts towards the easier kill. They'll find Toronto Tokyo stepping through the jungle. And he's gone.
Very easy one. Topson finding that bounty rune as well, too.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's
kind of a perfect early game so far here. Shutting down Brew, shutting down Storm. Nightfall is getting farm, but not that free farm by any means. Starting to get some pressure from the rotations that are coming in. Amp damage to pressure bottom tower, though. Nice move here from GPK. They have the Bruce Split as available down here, too, so this could be kind of a free tower here. See if Tundra looks to react heavily or not. Don't believe they will, but they're pinging it.
They do have TPs.
It's dying a bit too fast to the amp damage. That's a good usage. Difficult to get a kill out of it at this point because they are very durable on those side lanes, but getting a tower is possible around Bruce Split, so I like that move.
And do you like this game that Pure is going to be going for the more traditional Battle Fury build-up rather than the Ags troll rush that we've been seeing people start to delve towards?
Maybe he feels like he can just go this and then get the Ags afterwards. I do think the Ags is absolutely amazing. It's definitely necessary. Well, it's just the best item versus Ursa in particular, but sure, why not?
I mean, it's also it's a nice game for the Battle Fury, right? Because you're going to be killing like the final split.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, it makes more sense to continue to stick with the Battle Fury first this game.
And he'll scale tremendously with an 8, which already is a free lane.
Build.
Yeah. It's just he's already just had kind of hit all his timings in the early game, just no pressure on him whatsoever, and everybody else can play fast.
Yep.
So maybe he doesn't even feel like he's needed to join until he's got that extra.
That's true, yeah. The rest of Tundra can indeed make plays, and he can definitely be the insurance policy for them.
Thompson's taking out the mid tower. The Nyx is stalking the Storm Spirit if there's any move that comes up. This is a tower that's dropping for free. They're trying to drag the aggro with the shards, but it's dead.
This tower's gone.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Really nice moves here. 9 class is going to be set up for a pretty decent timing on the Dagon too.
Yeah, hard to kill Miro.
Yeah, I might just poke him. Just be annoying.
Even if they bring Pure over, Miro will always be able to get the split off against these two.
Yeah, you can just poke and steal his creeps, right, with a Mind Flare if you would like to. That's what it'll be. Miro? Gonna look to strike back 9 class. Doesn't want to waste the split.
Yeah. Doesn't want to drop it to the Nyx Assassin. Not too sure about what may lie behind
Radiant's
that.
middle tower is under attack.
9 class poking for the kill. I mean, top lane, the smoke from BB teams coming in towards Ramses and Whitemon.
Got a good surround it. Oop. Whitemon knows.
And with that, the information is given up. BB team aren't able to get the surprise move onto Tundra. They know what's coming.
They're just free farming all over the place. And overall, Tundra's lineup scales harder. BBT has a Chen, and they're losing this early game pretty hard so far here. They have to start getting something going for themselves. This troll free farming, snap free farming. Hopefully concerns for BBT.
9 class under the sentry. But he's got so much backup. I mean, yeah, BB team know it. They're not going to try and go on the Nyx Assassin. They know that there's going to be heroes behind him.
Thompson. They're trying to TP toward the mid lane for him. Miro's got the Vessel, no charges at the ready. They want to try to force something with this Bruce Split. What can they catch?
Look at the zip. They're going to go for 9 class. They're in with the combo. He's not able to get any stun out outside of the spike carapace off, so BB team, they'll finally get themselves a kill on the board.
An instant tip from Pure onto Miro. I mean, Miro shows up and he's like, hey, why are you tipping me? I got my Vessel charge. You know, he did run in just to get that Vessel charge at the least, but it was 5 heroes to kill a Nyx Assassin, so I'm sure that's why Pure is like, I'm free farming, man. Battle Fury at the ready, one of the faster ones that we've seen, of course, for the Troll phase, level 10, and a Battle Fury. And he's got stacks to go back to.
Yeah. I mean, Nightfall's Battle Fury isn't going to be much slower.
Not much slower.
This is pretty much done. Just about 100 gold for his, so if the game sort of continues with both the Ursa and Troll being able to avoid the action, they should be able to stay at a similar level of farm.
It's just the matchup in particular. That core-to-core matchup, it's pretty miserable. The Ursa versus the Troll, it's one of the worst ones for the Ursa in particular, especially as the game goes on if he does get Ag/Nullifier on the Troll. And there's a Sven, so have to always factor that into. There's this War Cry that's going to be able to protect as well, and just plethora of stuns.
Radiant are scanning.
So far quiet here from the Nyx, or from the Tusk and the Chen so far. Not seeing them get too much of the ball rolling. They're going to look again to make a smoke move, perhaps around the power rune.
Radiant are scanning.
So far no Bruce Splits used, nearly 14 minutes. No Mars Arenas either, but the Mars now has Blink Dagger, so they have a way to start fights a little easier on the side of Tundra too.
9 class. Seems to find the setup. They've got the sentry set up around this area, so they know that they can go for this sort of play. The snowball save will come in, but the kisses are being rained down upon the two of them.
Tundra heroes.
Rebuke comes in. It's going to be both supports taken out.
And the creeps perhaps too. Thompson, he wants them.
Nice bit of bonus gold there on the way out. They get into one of them.
An instant reaction. Tundra incredibly prepared for that move, and still a difficult move, even if like BBT is able to get on top of them at all here, because they're very durable. So even near that tower, it's hard for them to even go for these kills. Tundra's just, I mean, I feel like they're just running away with this early game, and their lineup just scales harder.
See Thompson.
It's beautiful.
Easily able to sit back, let those kisses go.
That's nice. You can use this skin and have the blue kisses as well, right? Now that they've added a couple of extra things. So that's nice. Thompson. Continue to be aggressive. He's got the Atos on his... He's getting very close to having a Gleipnir before a Storm even turns up to any type of fight. So he'll have an extra form of lockdown. Sven stun, Nick stuns, Snap stuns, Gleipnirs, Ramsey... This looks so hard for GPK. His first pick Storm. Starting to become one of the bottom of the cores as well, and there's just so many answers for him.
Illusion.
And they've gotten this early game draft, and now that early game, it's just totally Tundra. Gleipnir has done it, one of the faster ones that we've seen. 302 Thompson having a field day.
White Mom looking to disrupt Toronto Tokyo's farm in the jungle. Because that Rams is by his side if they want to go for a little arena kill, but they won't.
Gets the mech off. That was close. Almost got all the creeps.
Now White Mom's sticking around.
He's just walking. Look, he doesn't have fear.
They'll jump the arena.
He's just walking into them.
Now they'll go for the kill, and with Thompson around, easily have enough damage to take Toronto Tokyo out.
Can they get any type of trade?
They might get White Bomb. Having to shut off his escape here with the sharp block off, and they'll find something. The kisses are coming out there from Thompson, and 9 class, he lines up a beautiful 2-man stun. Save will get the snowball off, but straight into the faces of Pure and the rest of the team. Save will still fall.
GPK will find at least an Arcane Rune. Has gone for the Witchblade build, so a bit tankier. So we'll have that hit, of course, versus the Evasion, but yeah, still a very quiet game so far. They're not able to find too much besides these supports. I mean, literally just the 2 of them so far.
GPK and Miro's farm likely to start falling behind as well if this continues.
9 class is going to potentially be able to solo kill a lot of these heroes. Now he already has the dag in that one.
60 minutes in, he's going to be a huge terror on the map.
They have to get some type of bigger success going for the side of BBT real soon. And then potentially like get a win fight and turning into a roast. That's probably the recipe for success for them. Otherwise, this game is quickly falling out of control.
It's a big zip from GPK.
It's very deep.
He's going to try and go for Wyvern, but there is backup. GPK's got to be careful. He's going to get caught by the root. GPK uses his last bit of mana to escape. But Pure's chasing him down. GPK will be fine. But risky moves there from the Storm. He at least makes the space for BBT to take the tower.
And they can. I think you go straight for the Roche. I think you almost have to on the side of BBT, but Tundra might look to react. They have 10 seconds till ulties, at least on the Mars. It might be too hard for BBT to set up for it.
The BB team's out of them.
Yeah, they know that they're coming.
Well, so there was just a couple of TVs actually. The rest of them still sticking around. 9 class is on the hunt. Who does he want to settle for? He's looking for something bigger. He's looking for Miro. Here's the opening. Ramses, he'll be able to have to follow up. Arena into the spear.
Nice snowball.
Ooh, it's going to he's not able to get the split off though.
He tried.
They had the damage to come through quick enough there with Thompson stepping up with a little shredder. No split for Miro. 2 heroes dead on BB team again.
Oh, if they get Roche, that's one of the nails in the coffin for sure for BBT if Tundra's able to take that one away from them.
Next fight as well, Pure is going to have the Aghanims done. It's on its way out.
He already has it.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Nightfall's trying to get his BKB online. He's very close, so we'll have the BKB for the next fight. FES going to be up against a Troll who's very likely going to have the Aegis.
And we're absolutely seeing why Tundra's has been decimating so many of these teams. This is just picture perfect. 9 kills to 2. The only 2 deaths are on the 2 supports, and they're playing proactively. They're knowing the moves that are coming from BBT. They're like, oh, they're going to set up for the Roche. They were already going instantly, and they're going to be the ones taking it away from that Ursa lineup. And they get another kill.
They're just getting everything right now, Tundra.
BBT's getting nothing. They really are getting nothing. Miro having no game. 0-1 and 0 on the brew. He can't even get concern.
I mean, we've seen him have rough games when he gets kills in lane.
Yeah.
This game, they weren't getting kills in lane. It's even rougher, as expected.
They took a risk. They definitely did, picking this Tusk that nobody really is going for. Save. Attempting to go for some of these snowballs to save people, but it hasn't really actually caused anything. He's actually got 6 deaths because of it. And items just keep pouring in. 9 class, the Shard very soon coming up, as you mentioned. Pure, level 15 with an Aghanim, so he's got the counter versus the Ursa. Ursa, as you said, BKB's done. They're going to try to go again. See if they can catch Tundra.
This is super risky, but...
it's a risk they got to take,
yeah,
it feels.
I guess so. I guess so. You're fighting into the edges. Maybe they find Thompson alone. That would be the dream. Thompson.
They might be able to. Thompson.
Be a pretty nice one for BB team to get. They should have
Dream
it.
pick.
Yeah, there's no help for Thompson here, so they find a pretty big kill, and it goes the way of Nightfall as well.
And he doesn't have to use BKB or anything, so there we go. Getting themselves at least something going for themselves. It's the first time they've gotten something good going. And yeah, no Bruce Split needed, no BKB needed to be used or anything like that, so they're gonna back up, be able to get some extra farm going.
See what more they can do with this. Eyes on mid. It does down to 9 class, but you're not able to catch him in the shards. 9 class. But the Vendetta, in fact, ready to fight here is Ramses. He steps up. He's able to get the arena down onto the 2 of them. The Snowball will bring in Toronto Tokyo. But again, 9 class, they've easily got the damage to take the Chen down and almost certainly find the Tusk as well. Another double kill for Pure.
He's just getting gifted these, it feels like. I don't think we're going to see Tusk anymore on. He's trying to save them, but it's actually just putting both of them in a position to die every single time.
You just snowball in and die.
Yep. It's sad.
You see here again. And now Ramses, he knows he can just walk up into these 2 supports. I mean, at this point of the game, what are the Chen and the Tusk going to do? Absolutely
nothing. 9 class in position to steal the Wisdom Rune as well, too, if you'd like to.
The tower's gone, and as I say, 21 minutes coming up on the clock. They'll take the tier 1 down bottom.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Williams managed to secure their Tormentor.
Yeah, they've got the Ursa, so they do have the potential to always go for that one. And the Wisdom Rune, they should be able to back up and get that one, too. Tundra did back away.
Okay. A little bit of respect given here by Tundra.
Yep. BBT getting a
wisdom.
Bit of extra farm, and GPK is getting closer and closer to Eternal Shard. He's getting more survivable. I'm just wondering if he's going to ever be able to do any damage. And there still is so many stuns that I'm wondering if this is even going to protect him, because there's, like I said before, there's really 12 stuns, it feels like, that he has to deal with. Save.
9 class. He's in. Snowball, but they'll dive this, and they'll kill him. Once again. Easy peasy here for Pure.
Oh, the Wisdom Room's still up. They actually didn't go over and claim that one. 9 class is like, oh, I'm gonna go check it out.
Wait, what?
Maybe it is still there. He pinged it.
I mean, is he get? Yeah, if he checks it. I mean, they had all the chance to go and take that.
Yep.
I don't know why BB team didn't.
Yep. I imagine 9 class is gonna go over and check, or Pure
I guess
will.
BB team probably just assumed themselves that Tundra had already taken it. Yeah, no, they'll see it. Easy Wisdom Rune for Pure.
Level 17. Absolutely massive.
He's pretty much got a Satanic.
He's got more than enough timings to just fight for the Sister. So.
I like this as well, because earlier he had the BKB queued up, but I thought there's no need for the BKB.
No,
the only reason why you would get the BKB is probably so you just don't get sent up in the air by the Primal Split.
Yes.
That's like the only thing that's going to be annoying for Pure.
Sure.
But outside of that, he probably feels like this Brew likely to die, likely to not even get the split off. So just build for himself. Don't worry about that interaction.
I mean, he'll just be able to kill the Bruce. Even if the split comes out, he'll kill it, right?
Yeah, as long as he doesn't get sent up.
Yeah. Absolutely. 8K lead, keeping it growing. Just have time after time. The XP lead, the gold lead, they just keep swinging across the map, and BBT still just not finding much of anything. They've got that 1 kill that they got on Thompson earlier, but again, just straight back into Tundra's favor, as they can do pretty much anything they want. And yeah, BBT, their draft is not really based around these timings. This is not what they wanted to happen in this game. They wanted to get early game advantage with Chen, get that first rush. It's just, everything's crumbled. It's all falling apart. So now this is them just trying to band-aid the bad situation, hoping for the best.
Pretty well timed there, as you can see, 4 minutes or so faster than the fastest Satanic time. And now it's going to be the case, as I say, you don't normally see the Satanic come out this early in the build. You pretty much usually need a BKB, but indeed with the way this game's going, Pure knows that BKB not necessary.
He might break some GPM records on this, at least for the troll in this game.
Miro continues to have a tough one. He's dead again. It's getting close to the point where his Chen's about to overtake his Farm Fog.
Yeah, that's rough. That's real rough.
He's had a few rough games, Miro, on the main stage. He really has.
He definitely has. And he's been kind of a driving force, a lot of them, in most of these games. It's like when he has a good game or GPK has a good game, it's a key for them to have the success, and neither of them are having a good game. Pure just walking up to the high ground. He's like, I have Satanic, come at me.
Well, they're gonna do something.
What do they do, though? How do you threaten him?
Is under attack.
He's got the backup of this War Cry now that's undispellable, of course, as well, so they can't even use the Bruce Split to get rid of it. They're going to try for a flank.
He could take a lot of their base, and I don't know how they stop him.
He's got the shard now, too, so he'll kill people even if they're not.
They jump the backlines. They're going to look for 9 class. Can they burst through him? 9 class will fall. Nightfall's gonna have to
get
back
out.
off though with the BKB. Pure's gonna look for his target. Miro this time will get the split off in time. He's able to send the troll up into the air for now. Pure comes crashing down though. Now he's ready to start cleaning up the primal split. The split starts to fall. He's only got the one left alive. They're ready to start chasing over towards that as well. Miro, he'll send him back up in the air, Pure, but the rest of the team will kill the split off. They could go back to business, taking down the barracks in 24 minutes in.
Pure can dive.
They're ready to dive tier 4s.
He has a satanic.
Yeah, I mean, with the split gone, there's nothing that's going to sort of interrupt Pure from just killing everybody. He's on to Nightfall under the tier 4s. They'll kill him off. We'll see how much more of this game BB team want to withstand, but it can't be fun for them.
No, it hasn't been fun for a long time. They've been trying to get farm to just catch up, but this was not the way that they wanted this draft to go. They needed it to go better as well as... It's a total stop. Tundra. Nobody even really taking too much damage in the fight. They just popped the war cry. They're all barriered up. Way too tanky, way too survivable. They're just going to have to watch their whole base drop. Back to the drawing board. They tried to do this Storm in the early. It got completely counterpicked, and Tundra looking as hot as ever. No mercy from them.
9 class.
Hello.
He's just in behind the tower. They're going to jump onto Miro. They're going to burst straight through the broom. Miro's out. No buyback. Tier 3's going down. They'll tap out. GG is called. Tundra continuing to give us this level of performance, showing us why they indeed have had such a good result so far in this group stage. Top of the group, and they're ready to pad it out with a few more wins on top of that, Fog. They get this first win here. Game 2, with the way things have been going for Tundra, the way things have been going for BB Team, I just can't see a world in which BB Team turns this around. It's been rough for them.
It's been incredibly rough. I think the draft is kind of perfect. The troll pick felt amazing. The Nyx pick kind of messed with the Chen's entire idea of the game, I felt like, because he has to go for the Hellbear rather than going for the Satyr creep that has been winning the most lanes for the Chen. Ramsey's free farms, Snap free farms. GPK actually doesn't die in the game, but it's one of those games that feels probably pretty awful, where you're just like, we just lost the objective game and we can't do anything.
I don't know. It's been rough for BB Team in these games. We haven't seen any of the magic that we've seen from them in some previous tournaments, previous online performances. This group stage, it's been tough, and it's getting to the point now. They need these wins. I believe that there's still a world, and if they do lose both of these games, if results in the other series end in a certain way, they will be okay. But it's they don't want to leave it up to chance. They want to try and be able to secure their fate and get themselves that spot to move on in the tournament. They're going to need to find one of the wins there. They didn't find it in game 1. Going into game 2, I mean, I don't know. At this point, what do you sort of change if you're BB Team? How do you approach the game, the draft differently?
I mean, step 1 for me is have a better offlane. This offlane was pretty dreadful, honestly, like just being truthful. Like Save, I think when he plays a lot of these ranged heroes, he can actually make stuff happen. He tried, but it actually ended up just getting them killed more and more. So I just want to see him playing a different hero. Honestly, probably Miro playing a different hero and just overall playing better. The whole team just kind of crumbled very quickly versus Tundra, but Tundra's been doing that to a lot of teams, so see how they adjust.
Yeah, it does feel like you just can't get Pure this sort of free start to the game. No. I mean, on the Troll, amazing Battle Fury timing, and then from then on, as you say, likely smashing some records. We saw at least with the Satanic Rush, 4 minutes faster than anything we've ever seen on the Troll. Tundra, they make game 1 look easy. We'll look forward to game 2 to see what happens then. For now, we ought to head back to the panel to hear some words from them on this first game beatdown that Tundra are able to take against BB Team.
I was promised a very active, fun first 20 minutes, but the game was basically over within that time span. BB Team did not deliver here in the early stages of the first game of this series. I'm joined by Jenkins, Effie, and BSJ. Brian, this did not look good for BB Team.
Yeah, I would like to highlight Nyx Assassin and what he does for the team. Not only is he kind of like a counter ganker because he has a stun that's AoE to protect his cores, but he's become a completely different hero with this Scuttle Facet, or Skitter Facet, whatever it's called.
Some sort of bug-related thing.
You see Nyx showing on lanes, and as long as Storm wasn't there, he can just pop his ulti, run over a cliff, and he's perfectly fine. Like, Storm was the only catch they had to potentially deal with that, and I never thought of Nyx as like a vision scouting hero on lanes. He was always like never getting farm, playing for his ulti, but now you're able to just nuke creeps, show on lanes, you're giving your team so much information, then when you're missing, you're a huge threat. I feel like 9 class put on quite the class this game.
You know what I would nerf about Nyx? The problem is he can do this like wave cutting BS because he can kill creeps, right?
He's just doing it on the way there.
So he's jungling, right? He's like jungling on the way of cutting waves and stuff. But he's also like one of the fastest base move speed heroes in the game. He's got good base armor, and his base regen is like top 3 in the game as well. So you hit him, he's a melee hero as well. You hit him and it's like, he's taking no damage. He just nukes a centaur. It's like, well, okay, he's halfway to level 2, that's too bad. And then all of a sudden he's mid because he doesn't have to play the lane anymore. Then you have an offlaner who's basically solo laning, getting solo XP. It's such a goofy playstyle, but it's really good. It looks really good. I'm gonna go do this in pubs, just absolute grief.
Or win the game for your team, as what happened here.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that was definitely a team effort by Tundra. I think 9class played a really great game on that Nyx. Of course, the key movement from him being the early rotation he did to mid, where they were able to secure a kill on the enemy mid laner. But all 3 lanes on BB team, they did not go on. Brian, I believe this is your highlight, if you'd like to talk about it.
Yeah, this highlight I feel like summed up pretty much the entire reason that Shiva was like, oh, why did nothing happen in this mid game? It's because the one kill that was kind of supposed to get BB team back in the game, you just see that perfect spear by Ramses to create the gap between him and the Ursa, then the stun from 9class on all 3 of them to prevent further aggression. And it just felt like every single play for BB team was super complicated and like had a lot of things that needed to go correctly. And instead, like every time we ever saw Tundra going for a play, it's just like, oh, guy dead.
Yeah, to be honest, I said it post-game, I think their draft was not easy to pull off because they wanted to play this tempo draft with bad lanes. If you want to play tempo, you need to start from the laning stage because how else do you build that lead for yourself? So they just had a brew who couldn't really lane versus troll, and it was their last pick because nothing else was left in the pool. They had a first pick Storm that did nothing, Sheaves, and then their Ursa, who is top net worth of all of their team, didn't really make any moves, honestly. I kind of want to call out Nightfall a little bit because I've seen games where he's top net worth on Ursa and he just does not call for any smokes. He only wants to play for the Aegis. And when he doesn't get Aegis, he just doesn't do anything.
Doesn't do anything, and then we have one more highlight we want to show you. Effie, this is the Hail Mary coming out from BB team.
Yeah, I mean, there's really not much to say here. At this point, Tundra were just like pushing with the 11k net worth advantage at minute 24. The only thing you can do if you're BB team here is wrap around. So you see that with the smoke, and the ideal target obviously would be the Snapfire here, but all they get is this Nyx Assassin, or I mean, it takes forever to bring him down, and you know, at this point, that would be a good play if you're not 11k net worth
behind,
go for that,
right? Yeah, I think that's the right target to focus. It's just, look at GPK trying to go on Thompson here. He's got 3k HP on the snap. He's like half mana. It just feels and looks so bad.
Why did we not have a kill for the first 6 minutes, by the way?
Can we lay something out here on the table? Can we lay the cards out on the table? Brian, can you be a table?
I'm the card. Or am I the card or the
No, I'll be the... Yeah, you be the table.
I'm the table.
Yeah.
Sure.
And can you be
Here's
the cards?
Here's a card.
No.
Here's a card.
Yeah,
You get the card.
Good.
Let's just call it as it is.
Yep.
What's going on with
Am I done
GPK?
now, or am I-
What's going on with GP? You be quiet. Tables don't speak. What's going on with GPK this tournament? He's not having good performances. They're like, okay, this guy is gonna probably lose mid anyway. Let's just first pick up Storm Spirit. Come on, GPK, get it together, man. You got second place in the 1v1 mid next to, actually that was not him, but they consider that the grand finals of the 1v1 mid. But
Yeah.
he's the second best 1v1 mid laner in the world consistently. And what's going on with him here? He's losing his mind.
But maybe he just needs to be with his backs against the wall even more than they already are. You know, maybe he gets it going in game number 2. Before we get there, though, it's time to get our daily ASMR session with Verge.
Stage, and that's Extreme Weibo Gaming versus Beast Coast. This match matters because Beast Coast has only 3 wins and they have the chance to get eliminated here. The team that they are competing against effectively is against BB Team. BB Team already had 1 win over them prior to this match, so Beast Coast needs to win at least 1, hoping BB Team will win 0, or they have to win 2 matches to match BB Team's 1 potential win. But BB Team has a really tough matchup, as everybody knows, so it's gonna be hard for Beast Coast. Very, very important match. One small factor in this game, they went for a puck in the mid lane against Extreme Weibo Gaming's Sniper, and that's not just any Sniper, that's XM Sniper. He's one of the guys that brought Sniper into the meta months ago, so very tough match for them. We'll see how it turns out and how the standings finish at the end of the day.
Well, I do know the game is still going on, but I also know that Beast Coast is not in a happy place right now in that game. You can, of course, check it out on a different stream. We're going to continue our series, but only after a short break.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على اليد صوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
We're getting ready for potentially our final game here in the group stages of Riyadh Masters live from the Esports World Cup inside the Kidia Arena. We got BB Team and Tundra going head-to-head. Tundra easily won game number 1. And at this rate, will probably easily win game number 2. Which is important to note because at the moment there is also a game going on between Beast Coast and XG WBG. And it is XG that won Game 1. If Beast Coast win Game 2 in that series, and if BB Team lose Game 2 of this series, then there's a tie, but only then is there a tie. We'll see what's happening in this series, though, because maybe this time around, BB Team can actually make their draft work the way they want it to. As we are heading into draft for game number 2, I'm joined by Jenkins, Effie, and BSJ. We got ourselves BB Team on the Radiant side, Tundra on the Dire side, and yeah, I'm hoping... You know what? I can't even say I'm hoping for a better draft, because, Jenkins, we didn't think the draft was that bad, did we?
No, we didn't think it was that bad. I mean, other than the Storm first pick, which in retrospect, you know, it's not 2019 or whatever it was, Bulba first, Storm first pick. Not really a thing so much these days. Hero's not OP enough to do that. I really do think that what they're doing is trying to put a Band-Aid on an issue that they think that they're having in this tournament, whether it's like, you know, GPK is good enough that you can play one of these heroes first and we get a better last pick for the other roles, or GPK is going to have a rough lane anyway, so may as well get him something he's comfortable with. I don't know what it is. It, you know, depends on their internal comms. But my argument for BetBoom right now is, come on.
That's a great argument. I love it.
Like, let's get something going here.
I think right now they lack direction. And they lack vision, because their drafts are very disjointed and they're very different every time. But honestly, if I were BB Team's coach right now, the lane that I would focus on and the lane that I would try my best to enable through the draft is the offlane, is Nero plus save, because throughout this tournament, they've been consistently winning their lanes, even in the games that they lose, given that they're not picked like a last pick Brewmaster versus Troll, right? Given that they're given anything and a range support for save, he wins any lane. So if you can try to break Tundra's gameplay through heavily winning your offlane and then using save to correct other lanes, rotate to mid, rotate to top, I think that's where they should start in this draft.
I guess we're talking about the Storm Spirit first pick, and we're talking about what lane to prioritize. I think you mentioned, Mira, the save hero being ranged. I'm really confused why they picked him Tusk. Like, what about Tusk is specifically good against Snapfire? Is there something in Tundra's arsenal that they're like, oh, this denied picks? We haven't been seeing too much Tusk this tournament. There seems like there's more higher priority 4s like the Nyx, like the Spearbreaker, that are having a lot more success. And I feel like they had this last pick for the offlane for Nero, but unless you're picking a ranged hero, Tuscan lane is pretty underwhelming. And so then you're like pigeonholing yourself to have the perfect pick for the game that, if you want to win the lane, also has to be ranged, and then they end up going for the game plan anyways. So I think one issue that I saw with their draft was they kind of pigeonholed themselves, while we were talking about the flex of the Snapfire, the flex of the Sven, the Mars being the only thing that's really revealed on the side of Tundra last draft. So it's like, I feel like one team's telegraphing everything and the other one's kind of doing the all the cards on the table and you don't know which one to turn over. Right, Jenkins?
Right, it makes sense. I was going to say the Nyx Assassin, it's got to be the next ban coming out after Spearbreaker. I don't know if there's a better hero in Dota currently to run around with the Dark Seer Iron Shell on them. Let's see, what are the other options for the Dark Seer lane for melee heroes? Clockwork's not seeing as much picks these days. Tiny is still available, but it's being played mostly in the mid lane.
There's Mercy, but you're also open to just picking ranged heroes with Dark Seer. We've seen a lot of teams do that too. Like if they pick something like Hoodwink, because Hoodwink is that valuable of a hero that it doesn't really matter if she's not an Ion Shell pairing, and then you just make sure that your mid is like something like a Sand King that you can use Ion Shell or a number.
Batrider's a pretty nasty ranged hero with the DS.
Oh, true. Yeah, you have the Flame Break to knock them back in. You pretty much play as a melee anyway. They ban out the Troll, and they go Jakiro.
Yeah. If you don't want to have an Iron Shell pairing, maybe your Vacuum pairing is a little bit more important. This looks very scary in terms of team fight.
Yeah, it gives them a lot of solid team fight, a lot of potential for multiple hero ice paths with the Vacuum, and also just Whiteman has been winning consistently on it, right? He's played it 3 times, 3 wins.
Yep.
If it looks good, don't gotta change it. But the question is, do they pick something to deal with Ion Shell? Do they pick Enchantress, or do they just try to secure the strongest heroes in the meta right now, if you're a BB team?
That's a good question. I mean, I feel like the Ench works because it is also one of the strongest heroes in the meta. A lot of people are picking it. Now, if you pick it, you're revealing that it's going to be a Snapfire core, which will ruin your draft a little bit, or make it a little harder to draft, rather.
Yeah. I think the Hoodwink pickup here is good because Save has been winning lanes, like I mentioned. Just give him a hero that he can enable Miro with and a hero that can correct the other lanes if it goes wrong. And I mean, Hoodwink is this high of a win rate for a reason. She can win any lane with her trick shot Facet. Like, there is no hero that can outtrade her on a side lane.
The BB team is going to take the Sven for themselves. Still can be flexed. It's a pretty fine carry against Darkseer, isn't it, Brian?
Yeah, I mean, your illusion's pretty underwhelming. You're also kind of denied picking Sven due to the fact that it pairs so well with Darkseer. You're talking about the team fight of the Darkseer vacuum into the Jakiro Ice Path. Now you have the follow-up damage from a hero like Sven. Troll Warlord's already banned out. They could go something like Ursa as like the carry-to-carry counter. I did like that they gave them that matchup, but I also think, like, since Sven can flex, that's why this hero is so powerful in the draft, is if you do overly counter it, then you just act like, you know, it's not in the draft as a carry. So we have Tiny, could be mid, could be 4, another flex potential for Tundra. Unless they pick their carry here, they have to reveal that. Now, how much power do you think that represents in the draft, guys, that like they leave this Tiny kind of flexed and hidden?
I think they could pick the carry here if they think that it's going to get banned out. I mean, the only issue is they don't know the carry-to-carry matchup. That's what I would be worried about. Is that, I don't know, let's say they pick CK. Well, CK would be terrible because then they can just move the Sven to carry, but I would just be worried about the carry-to-carry matchup.
I guess because Tiny can play both 4 and mid and potentially carry.
And carry, yeah. And offlane, actually.
Yeah, it just depends. Well, but Darkseer will be offlane. So it just depends which flex you want to keep open. You always keep one open. They'll end up going for Waterman Morphling.
See, this is cool because there were very few flexes that you could pick there to keep your draft open, and Tundra's played a lot of Morphling, but through position 4. But that does not mean that this is a 4 Morphling. This could very easily just be their carry, and then they just lane the Tiny with the Darkseer.
Could be their mid as well.
I mean, I was going to say, Thompson is, prior to this tournament, was playing a ton of Morphling mid.
And it matches up well 1-to-1 against Finn in the carry matchup, so like, you actually countered this Finn flex while also flexing the hero you countered with, which... yeah, that's a pretty gotcha pick. I'm impressed.
And I've noticed that Tundra love to pick this Morphling when they see 1 or 2 stuns on the enemy team that are low cooldown, because you just take it for yourself and it's better. It's slower cooldown, and the players that do play Morphling on this team just do it so incredibly well. It feels like such a nuisance in team fights.
So that's almost certainly a 4 or 2 position Morphling. I think with the Doom specifically, is Morphling as a support okay with Darkseer? Like, you're going to have decent strength morph,
I
and
think
you have
so. Yeah,
you have waveform.
You're going to waveform in. Like, I feel like it's fine.
Okay. I mean, you definitely don't make it carry anymore.
Yeah. I mean, I think morph as like a 4 or a 3. Like, if you're playing the strength facet morph, you don't want to like waveform in and right-click people anyway. Maybe like you waveform in, you get the instant attack off the waveform, and then like 1 right click, and then you legit don't have enough attack speed to keep hitting them. So just staying on them with the Ion Shell sounds pretty good to me.
So then you put your Tiny mid,
yeah.
But doesn't that open the potential of flexing Snapfire to the mid lane, because she easily wins these lanes versus melee heroes?
Yeah, you're going to have all the information going into your last pick, so if they do confirm the Snapfire's mid on the side of BB team, then like you said, Mira, maybe you just do flex the Tiny back to 4, Morphling to mid.
I'm a huge believer of, I don't think Tiny can lose lanes right now. Maybe you guys disagree with me, but I feel like this toss facet, you just get a couple of levels, you push the lane, there's very little that can stop that.
All the Tinies that have been like quote-unquote losing, meaning they're down by 5-10 CS, they're never getting crushed, right? They always have playmaking potential from the supports, but if it is a mid-Tiny here and you're losing your lane, your 4 would be a morph. So like, you're not going to have the guy coming mid to kind of salvage your lane. So with what Mira's saying, I think it matters more here that whoever's in their mid, if it is not Morphling, has a decent matchup, essentially, especially at last pick.
It does have a Darkseer Ion Shell to work with, which is pretty nice if you're mid-Tiny.
But you're not going to get that at like the laning stage, right?
If you run to the Darkseer lane for like,
you think you might just have to move yourself?
Yeah, you move yourself. I think both of these side lanes look good to move to. Like a Jakiro is a to kill hero, people max Q. Although I've seen more people going for the fire facet as opposed to the ice facet these days to just push the towers. But I think still mostly the ice facet.
I think it just depends on what the rest of your lineup offers.
It does.
But like right now, I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for the the liquid fire Facet because of the fact that they have no tower damage.
Yeah.
Aside from him.
And maybe they figure they don't need it. Snowball the lanes with the ice Facet. We'll see.
Guys, SF is still in the pool.
True.
And I think, regardless of whichever hero gets flexed to mid, I think SF would be a good answer to either of them, honestly. That hero rarely loses lanes.
Thompson did say it's dog water, and I feel like if SF is mid for BB team, then you probably run the Tiny as the 4, and then Tiny can run mid and gank the
yeah,
SF.
You be the guy gank.
Like I love the answer that the teams that are beating SF, it's legitimately just run at him with some Spirit Breaker or Tiny, some hero that can dive him, reposition him.
Well, BB team got to choose.
I feel like Tundra feels like they have answers to the SF.
Snap mid.
You were mentioning the Enchantress like way earlier on in the draft as the counter to Darkseer, and they end up confirming Sven carry, snap mid.
Yeah, I guess, like, I mean, Snap mid versus a potential Tiny is going to be good. Versus Morphling, it'll be less good, but Snap will always find her farm on the map. And I think the issue with Snap mid here for BB team's overall gameplay is that she's going to be entirely dependent on the rest of her team, like, holding heroes down and starting the fight. And she doesn't necessarily have the best supporting cast for that. It's not like she has a Mars to anchor the fight. She has a Bushwhack and a Sven Stormhammer, and that's it.
Yeah, and I believe we saw GPK earlier this week on the Snap, and it was a little underwhelming as we get an Ursa over a last pick coming out from Tundra.
I was trying to hold on to my Copium in game 1 and pre-series panel, but like I think this Morphling pick is disgustingly good. I feel like this Ursa pick is disgustingly good. It gives you the you didn't want to pick the Ursa earlier because Sven was not confirmed to be a carry matchup yet, but now you know it is the matchup. I was thinking of like a hero that preys on the Doom's early laning stage, actually represents kill threat on him, such that they have a lane to move to, as you mentioned, Jenkins. Unless Ramsey's lane somehow goes a complete nightmare because of the Enchantress counter, I feel like Tundra's just going to walk all over them here.
I do like how Tundra cooked up their draft. I love that they kept the flex open until the very end, but I think that BB team have a much better shot than in that game 1 because they have strong side lane heroes and they have save on Hoodwink, which makes it so that Ursa should not be able to beat up on the Doom that much. And then you're going to have the Doom who's going to be able to deal with the Darkseer. So this is just about, will GPK put the Snapfire to use? Are we going to see him set an AFK farm, or is he actually going to do something with the farm he's going to get? Because if he does, I don't think that BB team are going to get crushed in lanes the way that they did in that game 1. Their lanes look a lot better.
I just like that the draft looks entirely different for BB team. It's not going to be a repeat of game 1 by any means. It might go worse for them, but it's not going to be the same thing. They have some options in this game. I do agree with Mira that I think, as an offlaner myself, I love having a Hoodwink in the lane because I just never lose. She just pokes the guy that's poking me. With that being said, though, it's an incredibly good Ursa game for the game if he can get out of lane. So I feel like even if Doom is farming fine and Ursa's farming fine, you'd rather be the Ursa side.
In the previous game, we said, BB team has to do well in the lanes and have to do well in the first 20 minutes, but after that, they probably don't have a shot. If this game, is a little muddy in the first 20 minutes, does BB team have a good shot late?
I think as long as they're controlling the map and like Nightfall's allowed to run around killing creeps as fast as he possibly can, so it's all going to be map control, then I think BB team can scale. But at any point, if map control goes in favor of Tundra, I don't think BB team's draft ever has the capability of claiming it back, and then they're going to struggle.
Well, let's see. Will they be able to take a game off the top of their group? Tundra, we're finding out together with our commentary team of Odie, Pixel, and Fogged.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Getting into game 2 now between BB team and Tundra. Fog, what do you make of the draft? We're getting some of the change-ups that you wanted to see, right? Because this time, save not on the Tusk, but on the Hoodwink, which, considering what we're seeing in this era, is quite the upgrade.
It's, 1,000 times better. The entire draft, right? They actually have these much better heroes that play, just better heroes, straight up. Like, I just don't want to see Tusk. I think Tusk is just really weak right now, especially as 4. He can be played as 5 in some situations if he's got some counters, but I like seeing Save plays these heroes. Hoodwink, Pugnas, etc., Rubik's, much better overall. But as much as I do think that BBT's fixed their draft a bit, I think Tundra's got some insane draft and insane timings and insane wombo combo team fight that kind of comes together. I believe Whitemon is being called the king of Jakiro, if I'm not mistaken. I've been hearing a couple people talk about it.
Oh, okay.
I saw a game where he had an Ags refresher.
Oh, damn.
And
we're looking forward to that.
He was popping off. So overall, they have some really cool synergy and some really explosive kind of fights that can come out. And I am worried for BB because I saw Miro on the Doom the other day as well, too. He's got save at the back of him, but I'm definitely concerned for that lane. Jakiro and Ursa is not a weak lane. That's one of the stronger ones, it feels like.
Oh, and in fact, he's going to have save by his side here.
He's dead, I'm pretty sure.
I think so, but the swipe stacking up. That is going to be first blood going to Whitemon. He said he was the king of Jakiro. He's getting first blood.
He knows something about this hero that nobody else does so far, it seems like. As far as I've seen them play these two, they just dumpster the lanes every single time. So let's see if they can endure it, because right off the bat, Pure getting that first blood. He did get the last hit? Okay.
No, Whitemon got it.
Whitemon got it, okay, sorry. I was going to say, Pure got it, maybe they bring an Orb of Venom right away, and then lane becomes almost unplayable for the Doom, but let's see how it ends up going down. I think Jakiro is also one of those heroes that actually can trade versus Hoodwink. Not many 5 positions can, but this is probably one of the ones that can, especially once you get your dual breath points in.
Now, looking at the mid lane, is that a matchup where GPK once again may have a tough time pretty early on?
No, he should do fine.
Tiny? You think he's going to be all right?
Yeah, he should do fine.
Okay.
Will not thrive.
Got great base damage. I mean, these universal heroes nowadays, and just Snapfire in general, and crazy damage, so should be okay.
Yeah.
However, let's see what is going to happen afterwards, because I saw GPK's laning being very good on the Snapfire the other day, but then he went to travel and didn't do anything. He bought Atos after, and he literally wasn't able to do anything, it felt like, so let's see if he can do a little bit better, because Thompson, we know what he does on his Tiny. He's going to be super active.
Yeah, of course, they're the exciting one to watch as well. 9 class on the support morph that we're starting to see. I mean, talk to me about this. You know, why is this something that's starting to come out and starting to look pretty good?
It's your cooldowns become 0. I think at some point, even without like almost any items, your waveform is 6 seconds, if I'm not mistaken, once you start doing these shifts and stuff. So just with that, you're able to be this like waveform obnoxious hero that's forcing a lot of spells onto you. And then, yeah, once you morph into somebody, could see some crazy like bushwhacks, fence stuns, and stuff coming in. So it's fun. It's really fun. Suggest to try it a couple times, of course, before you really start trying it some like maybe some lobbies or something before you look to try to play it in any pubs or anything, because it does require some practice, but it's a hero that can kind of own or do nothing. I believe Boxy was the one who was saying that as well too. He definitely was saying that he's had some games where he literally can't really do much.
Where are you going?
At the moment, 9 class definitely been a bit of a distraction, taking the attention of Nightfall and trying to Tokyo. We'll see if they can kill him.
He might go down.
I think he will, yeah. Just on the level 1, he's got no more to shift, so they'll chase him down and they'll be able to take that kill for Nightfall. Takes out 9 class.
This is the lane that's going to be incredibly difficult, I'd imagine, for the side of Tundra. They got counterpicked with the Ench, so the Ion Shells aren't going to be much of a thing. So they're just going to have to creep manipulate, but that is going to be the first kill that they get on the morph. And then GPK doing better. Miro also getting some good last hits up top here for now.
And just for that top lane, does that... how much more difficult does it get for the Doom? Or is having the Hoodwink around enough to stop the Doom from being taken out by the Ursa Jakiro?
The Hoodwink could just be enough. Level 3, probably the one that I'm going to be looking at for the extreme aggression. Pure actually puts the second point into the Fury Swipes. Okay, never mind then. I thought maybe he goes for that just because they have the double slow in the lanes, but just going to look to get the farm going, get those extra hits onto the Doom. So Miro should be able to secure some farm here. I say that, just kidding. He stepped up to the creep way too far.
Oh, and he's dead then.
They missed the bushwhack too. Was it a quelling or a miss bushwhack? I believe it was just a miss bushwhack. Have to land the bushwhack when they go aggressive. And I believe Pure, he had the overpower already prepped up, so he got, what, 6 or 7 stacks onto Fury Swipes. Yeah, an instant tip comes out. Can't miss the stun.
Now this mid lane though, GPK, it's going beautiful for him. 19 and 10 against the 8 and 1. This is what GPK's been looking for, right? I feel it's been a while since we've seen a game where he's been able to be in a matchup in the mid where he just completely crushed the opponent. And that's exactly what's happened here. You know, as you say, as the Tiny, it's a bit tougher to play against the Snap. But we're seeing that push to the extreme between these two.
That being a 0 armor hero just really hurts. Even when you're under the tower, you get hit from the Shredder and you're put negative. So Thompson steps up and just eats it every single time. So GPK doing a great job in this lane. Not maxing the Shredder, though. He did point the third point in Scatter Blast. I've been seeing a lot of these mids. I've actually been seeing a bit of both, but Thompson, I believe I saw him go 4 in the Shredder. Does an insane amount of damage. Starting to get aggro, the level 3. They're popping the glyph for the wave too, so double ion shells to dive.
Quite a bit of damage here. I mean, Tronotokyo is going to be able to head over to help out, but still, I mean, 9 class just continuing to stay on top of Nightfall with this iron shell. I mean, Nightfall, he's running, but he just can't get away from this morph.
He just melts.
I mean, that's pretty obnoxious. Shouldn't he just get dove by this morph that's got a shell on him and you can't do anything?
You have to make a choice as Toronto Tokyo. Who do you dispel? Do you dispel the Dark Seer or do you dispel the morph? He dispelled Dark Seer, which just allowed 9 class to just run him down.
Yeah, why did he opt to take it off the Dark Seer rather than the morph in that situation?
Probably just worried about the Dark Seer running in and getting the extra punches and right clicks, because he does have the quick wit facet, so it's doing a ton of damage in the laning phase, so I'd imagine there was that.
Topson can have one of the rougher times we've seen in a mid matchup for him. He has to TP back to base. He's barely got a couple more CS since we last checked in on his last hits. 30-17 against the 11-1. Yeah, as I say, one of the more severe differences we've seen come out of a mid matchup.
They can set up for kill. They can actually set up for kills and set up for towers because GPK is about to hit 6. So if they want to swing over with the Ench, get some aggressive wards down, this tower could be in jeopardy here in mid.
He's going to be coming in on top 9 class.
He's got the ion shell on him, right? He does.
Close in on Miro. They got the dual breath slow as well. I mean, with the blood grenade, that's going to be Miro almost certainly going down the bushwhack, trying to hold them back. But another adaptive strike gets the job done. Other side of the map, Ramses will go down, but Nightfall, he's on a cliff and he doesn't have a TP.
20 seconds. He's stuck up there.
Can they do anything with that? Probably not. I mean, I don't think they're going to send anyone else down to mess around with him, so he should be able to get out in 20 seconds. But still a little bit of time where he's just going to have to enjoy his life up on the cliff.
Definitely annoying. Some fun tips, of course, coming between these two players, because all these guys have played together for a long time. And he'll TP out.
Dire are scanning.
Still have the catapult bottom, but they won't be able to take too much advantage of it. And they didn't end up diving mid. So Topson able to get a bit of recovery here and not losing his tower. But GPK does find an amp damage for the next rotation. Yeah, look at that big win there. 39 and 20.
Yeah, I mean, a crazy difference, as I say, between these two in the mid lane. Topson on the tiny, though. No reason to not believe that he can come back into this, as we've definitely seen him be able to come back from some rough matchups.
Yeah, and the hero overall.
Moves. Exactly. You know, you get a toss, you get a kill, bam, your game's fine.
Yep, and you can just toss waves. Once you hit 6 and 7, you start one-shotting these creep waves pretty easily, so you can get that farm to catch back up. And it's a farming build, so everybody's been doing this now. You just go Soul Ring right afterwards. Just keep that farm going so you don't fall behind. Soul Ring phase, blink.
Yeah.
It's going to be delayed, though. Quite delayed.
We got to see, you know, from BBT's perspective, GPK, he needs to pop up. He's got no excuses now. He got a free lane. He's got free farm. You can't ask for more.
No.
In terms of the start as a mid-snap, GPK, he's got to have impact this game.
Yep, and he does max, so different. I've seen almost all of, like, most of these maxing Little Shredder. When you're in the mid lane, you go to 4 points. He's gone 4 in Scatter Blast, so see if that lowers his aggression a bit here. I mean, he's still going to be able to take these towers just as easily, and we'll have those levels in the mix.
Won't be doing the boost of travel build that he did in that game where he lost his mid-snap.
I didn't even mind it that much. That was the thing, because he was playing versus Coddle, so he was trying to match like the tempo and stuff. He just didn't do anything, you know. Maybe it was because I believe he had a lion in that game, so maybe there was some other things that came into play. But yeah, he was just very quiet. We just want to see GPK be active. So far, definitely being so, denying some stacks, taking the tower bottom. Topson will get some RNG. We'll be able to find that illusion rune in the top, and almost level 7 for the max toss. Toronto Tokyo cutting the mid wave. You get the D-ward as well, too. Should be able to. Nicely done.
Might go for Toronto Tokyo here. I mean, 9 class. Has to set up stun.
Got good damage, a lot of magic damage.
Oh, yeah, Toronto Tokyo. At this point, he cannot survive through that. Maybe later down the line, but at this point, yeah, they can kill the Enchantress up pretty easy between those two supports.
9 class is doing a lot. He's doing quite a bit here as this Morphling, thanks to the Ion Shell, of course, but some nice movements. Not the traditional Ion Shell carrier by any means, but doing a great job of just sandwiching on these heroes. And Ramses so far, even though he did die bottom, his net was great. He's gonna have his mech finished up very soon, so they've got the timings of being able to run around with these Ion Shells and mech very early, as we tend to see from the Dark Seers. And a good lineup with it. They've got the Jakiro, they've got a Tiny and Ursa, they've got a lot of different heroes to carry that, and the combos, of course. So BBT, they've got hefty stacks prepared, but they might get stolen. Topson, he sees them.
He does, and Yeah, that's easily the majority already going towards Tundra. I mean, they're going to try and chase Thompson out of it. They've got the kisses coming in. Bushwhack comes in as well, so they'll punish Thompson for taking a fair share of the stack.
Most of the big creeps, I believe, actually survived. So I think GPK got a couple of them there, at the least. So it doesn't lose a whole stack, and they get 2 big kills. Nice rotation, and now they can turn it into a tower push here. Toronto Tokyo getting that double kill. And now he wants to scale. He's gone for the scaling build, too. If you do look at the build, we don't see this too much anymore from the Enchantresses. Toronto Tokyo is saying, you know what? Move over, guys. I want to try to scale. I want to try to carry as well. I haven't seen this Impetus build in a while.
Look at the catch onto 9 class, not quite enough burst. TPs are coming in, Thompson leads him with the avalanche. Won't need to go for any sort of toss play. They've got Ramses coming in from the side.
Careful.
There's also going to be a haste stream that Ramses is going to be able to take away from GPK. Toss comes up for Thompson, that's GPK gone.
Oh, that's a big kill. After what time of start he was having, he stepped up way too far.
So small, the world will hardly notice.
I think the tip there is from Pure. Miro was pump faking Doom. And I believe Pure popped the Enrage to try to block it, and he did not use the Doom, so they just tip each other because of the fun of it. Now mid tower getting some pressure here from Thompson. Starting to get some comeback save, taking an insane amount of damage. Almost just
He's
dies.
going to live, but yeah, he's going to have to take a walk back to base probably. TP's going to be coming in. He turns with a sharpshooter. Avalanche to stop GPK immediately getting the combo out, but he'll still find the scatter blast to take Whitemon down.
Toronto Tokyo is actually doing a lot of damage. I've been seeing pretty much strictly like Pavis / Solar Crest with the heal Facet going heal build. He literally is going for the damage.
And Miro
gets the Doom off.
Oh, and he's
got him. He walked.
Why did he walk back?
Well, Pure gets the kill. Pure's happy about that.
Why did he walk back? He was fine, wasn't he?
Guess he tried to get the chance. I thought he was fighting.
I thought he was.
He's dead.
I mean, I guess he felt he wasn't, and he was like, well, I might as well just die.
Well,
maybe wanted to get a quick reset back to base, but I thought he was fine.
I mean, Pure's super happy that he gets so much experience. Look at this.
See again. He's got his phase boots out.
Oh, well, he's got outplayed.
Well, he outplayed himself.
Yeah, I mean, that's a bit above.
Literally, if he pressed no buttons and kept walking back to base, I'm pretty sure he would have lived. I don't know what he's doing.
Well, he dies. Pure level 9 now because of it. And that battlefield will be coming quicker and quicker.
Radiant's middle tower is
These mistakes definitely will add up. Power rune.
Wait up.
GPK's here.
Thompson's in with the avalanche.
Hefty damage
down on the 2 of them as well. Toronto Tokyo, he's dead.
GPK's burning too, and 9 class is here.
He's ready to help back him up and maybe see if they can chase down GPK.
Oh, GPK's in trouble.
Toss forward. 9 class, he's in. He's able to use the spells of the Snapfire against them. Bushwhack's there to hold back the 2 of them, but the tree, that's not going to hit. The avalanche, it will. GPK dead again.
They started that as a 3v2 on the side of BBT, but it's so much damage from the Tiny and Jakiro combo.
And look at this as well. You look at the net worth between the 2 of them. You remember how the laning stage was going between Thompson and GPK. Now they're pretty much at the same net worth, despite that laning phase. GPK pretty much tripling the farm, the CS of Thompson. It's completely wiped out now.
It sure is. Thompson's also level 9, nearly level 10. He's got the experience advantage versus this Snapfire now. He's made a full recovery, and now he can just run around with that big burst, of course, with the Jakiro as well.
Miro's got his Midas snap, so should start to be able to catch up in goal.
All right.
So we've got a way to go, and yeah, the fact that from again the laning stage, talking about that bottom lane, right? Ramses had a tough hand sort of dealt with him with what he was going against. He was against this Enchantress, which should have caused issues. He's now top net worth.
He absolutely is. And his team overall, with what they can do, they can force the issue pretty hard with Greaves in comparison to no Greaves on the other side. Thompson surged in with an Ion Shell.
Let's see what he can find. He's in straight away, goes for GPK. They'll be able to catch him with the Bushwhack. The stun comes out. Thompson may have got a bit too deep this time round. They'll pop the heal to try and keep him alive, but the 5 of the BB team turn up and take him down.
I think it was mostly Enchantress doing that damage. The impetus has really started to just add up there.
Oof.
That was
that Bushwhack nearly got him.
Yeah, Ench did 900 of the damage, even though there's kisses and everything flying out. Toronto Tokyo's build is kind of helping them a lot in this early game, because maybe he is worried just to seeing the snap and stuff and seeing what's happened in a couple of these games. He's like, I got this.
Yeah, his cores have been doing in the other games, and he's like, wow, someone's got to carry.
Yeah. Definitely making the difference, at least of the damage there. That's a fight with the Greaves kind of coming in. Thompson just pushing it too far. They get turned on. Now Tower potentially too, and Thompson's turned up top. They're on top of him. Can they get on him, though?
Gonna start charging straight for him. They've got the ATOS to set things up. He is very, very dead.
Nice moves, back to back.
Here we go.
Thompson again.
Is under attack.
There we go, GPK.
Look at the tower as well, BBT.
That was a quick one. Nice move. I don't think that was expected at all. Going through that portal right away. Now they can back up as well too. I believe the God Strength from Nightfall was used for the kill, so he can turn that into those super efficient stacks right afterwards too. A nice move for the Sven.
Now, without any doubt, 15 minutes in,
it's better.
It's much better than what we've seen from BB Team in their other games as of late on the main stage.
Absolutely. But there is going to be this core-to-core matchup. Will start to come out eventually too. The Ursa versus that Sven up here. He wanted this matchup, and he's having a very, very good time on this Ursa. Level 12. He's matching the Sven, which is a big deal, because Sven overall, in most situations, especially because he has built-in cleave, usually is ahead of these Ursas. I mean, he's a little ahead, but not as much as I think that he would want to be. Blink coming out for Thompson, even though he has died still. Getting a pretty, okay, not a great timing, but an okay one, all things considered. Yeah, I'm going to be watching Toronto-Tokyo a lot in these fights. I'm going to be watching how much these impetuses really do stack up, because he is important. The Dispel that he can provide versus Dark Seer, also just the positioning, if he's able to just wail this pure damage versus some tanky heroes.
Yeah, I mean,
nice.
If he's able to do it and they win this game, I feel like in the future games, if BB Team are able to remain in, they got to continue to adopt this strat of just be like, Toronto-Tokyo, you can be as greedy as you want.
Yeah,
Play some sort of support that's going to be able to scale and carry us.
Oh, we have seen him do it in the past, even on random heroes like Undying and stuff. He's become a beast, so I wouldn't blame it. Smoke on. With Doom available, Miro.
9 class, he's going to try with the setup.
Miro's got Blink. He wants a target.
Yeah, 9 class is just trying to poke some sort of reaction out of them. He's going to get it. They will immediately kill him. Thompson looks for the burst on to save.
He lives.
He is indeed.
Ooh, the stick, just enough. He's got double salve to be able to heal back up. They can keep playing aggressive here on the side of BBT. They kept the Doom available for a bigger target. Tundra looking to strike back, though. They don't want to play slow by any means, Miro.
Oh, they might find Miro.
He's been spotted.
They will find Miro. They've got him with the combo. Ice Path laid down. He thinks about getting the Doom out, but does not want to drop it there. Would not have got a kill.
And they're going for another. Instantly surging Thompson. He's got the Blink up. Can't quite find anybody there yet.
Might still go for something under the tier 1. They've got 9 class pushing out the mid as well, ready to connect with them.
They've got the max dual breath too, so it's a lot of damage. These three it's a crazy amount of magical burst. Nightfall. He's got a BKB at the ready.
Strength from Nightfall. He's going to try and go for Ramses. They've got the kisses as well. Toronto-Tokyo coming in from the side, offering that damage required to take him out. So another kill for Toronto-Tokyo as he continues his killing spree.
And he's in the right place at the right time. Gets the enchant off, dispels the surge. Says thank you for the kill. Nice play. I like that from Nightfall. He knows he's perfectly fine there. Even though it's massive magical damage, he has BKB, so he's going to be able to pop it. They're not going to be able to 100% CC him. So he leads the charge. 10 to 10. Close early game. Pure now has his own BKB, though, so he's going to start joining the fray as well. Very early timings still for this Ursa. It's higher level than the Sven still. Pure is honestly just a beast at farming.
Save. Let's go in the river.
Oh, bonk.
If we got
into
the
fire
neutrals there, that would have been quite something.
That was very close, yeah.
Macro damage taking him out.
Up top, the bullwhip. He's looking for Miro. The Miro can blink away. God Strength on cooldown, 30 seconds. Same thing for the Mortimer Kisses. Tundra looking to take as much advantage of those at least as possible. Looking for another kill too. They seem to know that Miro is still potentially up here, or maybe they're just looking to that Roche. Looks like it is going to be that force of Roshan. And with no kisses, it's definitely difficult for BBT to contest. They're going to send some TPs up top. But without kisses and without God Strength, that feels like a very difficult one to contest, and it's probably already too late.
Yeah, just going to have to seize it as the Ursa.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Let's see how they look to make the next move as well, too, around this one.
Fallen to the Dire. Dire's
Pure
bottom
has spotted
tower is under
Nightfall.
attack.
So they're going to go straight through between gates, maybe see if they can catch anyone through the jungle of BBT.
Dire's middle tower is
Super
under
active,
attack.
just seeing them, these three in particular, just running around together. Thompson wipe on as well as Ramses, just looking to keep applying pressure. Seeing Miro's Midas definitely start to kick in. Getting that good farm on the Doom as well, too, nearly level 12. I keep trying to check if he hasn't done any of like the selling stuff.
He didn't, right? Because he
has
did
not.
go Midas
Into the blink. No selling from this guy.
No, the only time we would probably see selling later on is if there's going to be situations where he needs an item.
He needs an item, and he sells the Midas and buys.
To finish the item.
I'll be trying to keep track of that one. Pure. Poke mid, will get dispelled.
He's going to have the fortification. They're turning up to try and fight this. Of course, Pure has got the Aegis, the BKB mirror.
Blink out
Tries
from
to the Doom target, but Thompson's able to blink out in time, so no Doom to be found.
That was close. Almost gets the War Stomp into the Doom. Have to make sure you kill that target, though, that you do get the Doom on, because if you don't just full focus him, he's going to get surged and reset, so... It's a good thing the Miro didn't throw out the Doom afterwards.
I better not far off.
This game neck and neck, though. These two mid laners pretty much dead even farm. The offlane and this carry as well, too. Just all even here, at least on the net worth. Some big items being picked up here. Ramsey's now at Lotus. Very good item this game. Versus the Sven stun. Versus that Doom in particular. That's the biggest one, of course, but... Any other auras that they've been able to get just yet? No, just Whitemon having a 4-staff positioning. And 9 class, we do see that Yules. So no auras on the side of BBT. They've gone for the greedy Eternal Shroud on Toronto Tokyo rather than going for a pipe for the team. As you said, he wants to be that scaler as the 5 position.
Radiant's middle tower
Tundra
is under
more than
attack.
happy to keep looking for the action, just staying on BB team's side of the map.
Yep, especially Pure with this Aegis, just trying to get as much of it out of as possible. So far seeing the gold going the other way. That's the Midases and just the passive farm from the Sven. Tundra trying to find something here though. Smoke up again. What level vacuum is it? It's okay, level 4 vacuum with the ice path level 2.
Oh yeah, they've got the wombo.
They always will have that wombo combo. BBT has to be very cautious how they stack.
They're gonna find Toronto Tokyo and they're gonna burst through him immediately.
I'm not sure how I feel about this Eternal Shroud on. Because in some
not gonna
situations, it makes you invulnerable versus a lot of teams, but he's versus Ursa, so Ursa will just 100 to 0 you in almost every situation, so... And we'll see if that ends up hurting in the overall team fight aspects, because... Yeah, he'll be able to survive in some situations if he's in a good position, but if he's not, he just dies instantly. And positioning is always hard versus Arcs here. He can just force you out of that spot. See if it does pay off for him or not.
BB team's still able to get their timings here on the next round of items.
Yep, that Doom. BKB is about to be finished. Snap, the Gleipnir's done. Level 13, GPK is falling behind. Seen this before. They're gonna smoke. So Aegis.
I mean, still there for a minute and a half, so it's a risky smoke, really.
It's a BKB timing, though, for Miro that they're trying to take advantage of.
Okay, let's see if we can find the Doom.
Pure?
He's going to make the jump. This is the Aegis target. Let's see if they can take him down quickly once to be able to get the Enrage off. And it should die. I said he's able to jump out. He's going to keep the Aegis safe. They surge him as well. They're able to get him out of that, so the Aegis will be protected.
How does he get out of this? All right, great Enrage usage. Holds the BKB, resets the positioning. BBT were trying to get some type of smoke catch with that BKB timing, but he played just, Pure like jumped in and it forced, I think it saw them for a second there because I saw ping from Thompson instantly. Now they can back away as that Aegis gets reclaimed, finish up that next item. The Basher is done. This is the key timing too versus that Sven. Once the Ursa has these 3, that's when he looks to really fight head to head versus the Sven. Nightfall though keeping up, but he's a little behind the Ursa. Well, at least in that gold.
Unlikely to make another go whilst the Aegis is there. Come to an end now.
15 seconds.
Radiant are
Be able to take out the Tormentor here. By himself, of course, the Ursas. 9 class will get it. And they're itemizing the anti-Sven builds, right? We see a 4-staff on the Jakiro. We see a 4-staff coming out even for 9 class. So any ways to be able to reset and kite this Sven around is the option for them.
I guess the question is, Tundra, do they feel the need to fight? Like, who's doing better on the scaling front this game?
Tundra. I feel like they're getting much more scaling out of this one. I feel like just because of that Ursa versus Sven matchup, you know, it can get a bit hard because Sven has to fight on these cooldowns pretty much every single time, while Ursa can just play a lot freer with those cooldowns. I just feel like Tundra's pretty happy as the game scales, and also they have the wombo combo. So if there's one situation where they mess up a stack, BBT just stacked up, they get 3 or 4-man vacuumed. I've seen it time and time again, especially from Ramses. Has been getting picked quite a lot here for him.
They want to make a go with this blink dagger pick up. Now grouped up, and yeah, there's the smoke. They want to try and do something with it.
Jump in.
Yeah, Thompson. I found one of them. Now they'll get the jump on a GPK. They're going to drop the wall and the vacuum down onto him. GPK's gone. BBT, and they've got to run. They're not set up to take this fight against Tundra right now. Nightfall has to put the BKB and get out of here with the TP.
I'm sure people are typing the Nightfall because it's the BKB TP out inside the fight and people love to be mean to him, but that's kind of what it just was right there. He literally just BKB'd and just panicked out, and it's close, and he's actually lucky that he gets out because I think Pure, maybe if he saw it faster, could have got on top of him and gotten a bash, but...
I mean, was there just no way for sort of BB team to react as a unit and try and fight back there? They did have to get out.
GPK just at the start of the fight, and he's their mid laner. He's completely fallen off, and I have big concerns as the game progresses.
Because you got to remember how good of a start he had. He had a complete free farm.
Just nothing's happened from it.
Yeah, indeed, now he's at the bottom of the cores. And by quite a bit.
And Tiny overall can contribute a lot easier, it feels like now at this point. Thompson can just be an avalanche to follow up from the vacuum plays, or just be a big burst onto one of these supports. Save.
Ah, they found him. So he's got anywhere to play his way out with a bushwhack, but no. Thompson's here to make sure that this hoodwink is not going anywhere.
And also to point out, you know, it's like you're probably seeing the net worth and everything being relatively close, but this is a Doom with a Midas. So that net worth, it's a lot of inflation that comes out onto Miro with that.
Yeah, it hasn't really been able to do a huge amount, right? We've seen him sort of try and lead the way through these team fights and find the Doom opportunities. They've not really been there for him. It's 2-5-2 on the offlane to Doom this game, Miro, despite the farm.
Scanning.
And their lineup, besides they're pretty single target too on the side of BBT. Tundra's just got massive AoE, massive team fight, so Nightfall definitely has his work cut out for him as the Sven.
Radiant's top
They want a full top. Tundra. And keep pushing in for more.
Gem picked up also on Tundra now, so they can control the vision. And little thing to point out also from 9 class is since he did get the shard earlier, seeing him turning into the Sven, he's always going to be able to get this like insane war cry for his team, or one of these Facet kind of steals that he does get as this Morphling. They're going to try. Have the shard picked up. They're going to look for something. They have to get a pretty good initiation.
They really do. They've got the damage now. Nightfall with the complete Daedalus.
He does a ton of damage. It's just, can he get on the right targets?
Yeah, we don't want to, BB team, at least for their perspective, they don't want to be seeing another situation in which he's having a BKB TP out.
No.
If that happens, we know things have gone horribly wrong for BB team in this effort.
And Tundra, they're getting in a pretty defensive posture.
Oh.
And Roche, it's up in 10 seconds. So this is going to be a pretty massive fight that comes out here.
Yeah, BB team, this really could be the make or break team fight for them. They suffer a loss on this team fight. This game likely to rapidly fall out of their any sort of chance of them really getting it under their control.
Miro needs to get a pretty prime Doom target. Probably onto Ramses, I say, because the Darkseer's really scary, but also Pure is terrifying. So it's one of these two has to get caught, probably. And you can't have the rest of your team get caught in the vacuum combo, so EBT have to play this one pretty careful. Tundra.
I mean, do you imagine, will they stick around and go straight for the Roche, or Tundra will look for the fight first before they try and do it?
They can look for the fight. They can put these wards down since they're in the position already.
Okay, set up for this. 9 class in the trees trying to dispel the smoke.
They see it right away.
And BB team, they're already getting scared. They know with that sort of setup with the Morphling on the front, it's just not a way that they can go about starting the team fight.
No, they know they lost the vision thing too, and as soon as they back away, that Ursa, if he sees the Roche, can go in. It is up. And he kills it very fast.
There he goes, easy Roche for Pure.
Yeah, and it's gonna. And now they probably don't make it in time. The roar comes out, they'll reset. They're gonna try.
Okay.
That vision is still down. Tundra, they're reading the play.
They really are. Tundra's more than ready for this. BB team, can they do something crazy here?
Ramses. Shows Thompson's in.
Thompson's already in. And they're pretty much what, a 3-man avalanche straight away. They're in on top of the Tundra's been able to take Miro out. Nightfall with the BKB does turn towards Thompson. He's able to bring down Thompson at
Pure's
the
on
least.
him, though.
But now they're outnumbered. And indeed, Pure with the bashes coming in on top of the Sven. Vacuum from Ramses onto the two of them. Nightfall still somehow
Big
alive.
cleave.
Oh, that's a huge cleave. He gets a triple. White one will kill him.
The cleave.
I mean, it's support versus supports here. Unfortunately for White one, he is outnumbered. Toronto, Tokyo, and Save. Can they tackle the Dragon?
They should be able to. What a hit there from Nightfall.
I mean, he did it. Okay, TP's not going to work, sir. But he dies. They get a team wipe. Oh, BB team.
He lined it up. We just look at the last second of the fight.
Again, you're right. The catches the two of them.
Miro dies instantly, but that was a beautiful connection just right at that. They almost lost GPK and Miro at the start of the fight, and Nightfall, the last swing, that was the crucial one. Oh, look at this. We got to slow it down. Oh, this is going to be beautiful.
Away.
Here we go.
Where is it?
It's coming.
It's coming.
It's coming. Here we go.
And, I mean, look at Pure's health. Bam! That was a lot of his HP gone in that last hit.
Hey, yeah. That's a bit of that innate coming in too, right? On the Sven, he stunned the front target, so 17% bonus damage to the stunned front target, and then a wham, cleave right through.
That is something.
A needed timing for BBT.
A little bit of a slowdown to the game, and indeed a lot of money and stuff picked up there by Nightfall, just by dying at the end. Of course, just getting the job done beforehand.
That was hype.
And stops Tundra from getting that immediate Roshan.
That was insanely hype. They literally lost their offlaner mid almost at the start of everything, and Nightfall able to deal the big damage. That was sick.
Definite chances here for BBT. Again, 30 minutes in, they haven't lost the game yet. This is,
it's impressive.
Great improvements.
Yep. Even though GPK still can't really do much in the fights, Nightfall might just be able to do it on his own.
He's been trying.
He's been trying a lot of these games.
Indeed, his farm, it's been there. Finally, he might have the team around him to allow him to get the win.
Smoke. Wards up.
Oh, and they're in. Fury's going to go straight away for safe. Remember the pushback. Miro jumps in. They're going to get the zoom down on towards the Ursa. And Nightfall, he's ready to fight. BKB's on Tundra. They have to get out of it.
Oh, save.
I mean, White Mon's gone. Indeed, immediate bushwhack in reaction there from the Hoodwink.
Thompson, can he reset away? Blink up in 2. He's okay. Instant catch save, so quick to react. Gets the 2 of them there. They had the ward down too, so they saw this move coming. They got the catch onto 2 of them right away.
Tundra's got to be a bit more careful about how they go running at them. A couple of times now they've led into the fight. Sure, they get this sort of opening jump. But as you say, quick with the turn. Miro, good follow-up. Gets in. So able to offer up the Doom straight down off the Ursa, and at this stage, Nightfall with the BKB. Back up, got strength as well. It's just full retreat for Tundra.
His damage is still pretty ridiculous. I think he got a Defiant Shout, the triple hit as well too, or something there that came in, because he just annihilated them.
And with that, they get the Roche. So BBT.
Very nice.
They're in the lead.
Signs of life, massive signs of life for Nightfall in particular. Almost has Satanic now after these 2. This is the BBT that we've all been kind of hoping to see. It's been taking forever, but...
Yeah, they've received quite a few stomps back to back to back.
Look at that, actually Save doing the highest damage. He has survived a couple of these fights as well, too. He is starting to get that scaling. Cool stuff. Now they got the gem, too, I believe, right? From that last fight. So, yeah, they were able to take down away from 9 class as well. High ground vision, so important.
Tundra. Let's see what the game plan is for them now that they are
shaken up.
Very much behind. You say Nightfall with the Satanic. Absolutely massive on the Sven. Check for the wraparound on towards 9 class. Tikis will be coming in. He's going to pop the God Strength and go for this. I mean, they've got the pushback and the little shredder. Oh my goodness, there he goes.
Nightfall with the backup of Save. He's doing it.
Dire structures are fortified.
The damage that he does versus these stun targets is crazy. I actually really like this Vanquisher thing. It's actually quite a bit extra that he's doing. These crits are massive.
The team, can they keep this up?
It's like 2 back-to-back fights that they get some pretty dream situations there for Nightfall to get the lineup of the cleave. Tundra still getting timings, of course. They still have now an Octarine on Pure, so still very large on him. But the last few fights, the execution... Actually, I mean, top fight was pretty good execution. It was just the big cleaves that kind of carried that, then one from BBT. But the bottom one, He got crushed.
Now, with the game going on, White One, you know, he'll be happy to start working towards his Aghanims. Sure.
Radiant's top tower
Two big fight wins. Now getting some momentum themselves. Pure still wanting to play aggressive.
Now, that's the Octarine now. So we'll have those lower cooldowns to play around with in the midst of the team fight.
Yeah, he actually did take the Fury Swipe damage down too. This one is the one, I think the one that gets switched up the most. He jumps in.
He wants to try and jump Nightfall. Nightfall's going to have the backup coming in. Mirror jumps forward, jumps the Doom down on towards the Ursa. It's full retreat now. But Pierre will turn over towards Thompson, grabbing under the tower. Nightfall's ready to dive in. Thompson, he's going to end up ticking out.
The Doom is gone though. The Enrage was popped pre-Doom.
Nightfall now turning over towards the Dark Seer, but he gets caught by a stun. 9 class, they're turning into the Sven, offering up a stun to allow Pure to go to town and take him down.
Toronto Tokyo's getting some good damage out though. It's on to 9 class too.
9 class back up and shifting into the strength. They will get back up to the high ground. So they take the Aegis out of the hands of BB team. It does cost them 2 of their lives.
But they do get a double catch. Yeah, double catch onto the Darkseer as well as the Tiny. They've now found Thompson and Ramses now, I think, stacked up like 3 fights in a row that they get the catch. Nice moves. And now a Butterfly for Nightfall. So he's going to have the edge in items now versus that Ursa with this itemization, because he saw that the Ursa, of course, went for the Octarine, so he'll have this evasion that can kick in pretty good for that just straight-up man fight that'll continue to happen. Cool stuff we've got coming out here. And Pierre, he did get the Enrage off pre-Doom, so that's why he was able to reset and at least get some type of trade on the Aegis, but not a trade that he would like.
Tundra falling further and further behind them.
Sure are.
A gold lead now for BBT.
0-5 on Ramses. Now he's landed a couple of these combos. Now just chain dying. Needs some extra way to survive. He's gonna still look to finish up that Shivas. He did find the Craggy, but it's not saving him. It's too much damage. And it's level 25 now also, so an extra timing as well for Nightfall on top of the Butterfly. He'll have that even more bonus damage on the God Strength. Save. Vision has been crucial. Tries to get a ward down pre here, and they're all TPing down for the fight. They still have these wards placed from before.
They might catch Tundra by surprise. I don't know. Tundra was going to expect this sort of fight coming in. Mirror's got the Doom back online.
Nightfall is showing in mid though.
They're able to drop the Doom straight down onto the Ursa. Pure's gone. They didn't expect BB team to strike like that.
That was cool. Nightfall showed mid. Don't think Pure expected that as soon as he saw the Sven, and now 80 seconds they can get the push.
Time. Butterfly delivered out here for Nightfall. Time to maybe consider approaching the base here for BB team.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Should be able to poke at least a little bit to force a reaction. They've got the double catapult mid. He's got an arcane rune. They're even just going to pop the glyph for it.
Aces to pop God Strength and go. Macropire will get laid down.
Gets the banner down too.
This push is still going to come in pretty hard. Still 50 seconds. No Pierre. The jump in. They go for 9 class. He's got in a couple of hits.
It's a glyph used as well.
Into the tier 4s. They got the bushwhack onto the Jakiro.
They might look to bypass.
I mean, Ramses, it's a nice 4-man back wall, but he's looking pretty dead. Nightfall steps up a couple of hits. The Darkseer's gone as well.
Oh, Nightfall is just doing the biggest lifting ever, it feels like. Putting the team on his shoulders.
And none of these heroes have buyback.
Nope.
BB team's going to get a lot of time to at least take two sets of racks here from Tundra.
I thought they might actually just bypass the melee racks and go for tier 4s, but not looking to risk that, just getting a double racks advantage.
I mean, I think if they knew that none of the buybacks were there, they would have gone for it.
Perhaps. Maybe also just feeling that they got such a big opening now in these 3-4 fight wins. Nightfall, he's going to go for it anyway.
Yeah, they got the fortification now with the respawns coming in. BB team, they'll probably either back off or maybe they'll look to fake back in onto them. They are that strong right now.
4 consecutive team fight wins. Yeah, let's back it up. Now Miro has a refresher. He's got an Octarine, tons of items just being delivered. He's got always going to have the Doom at least for one of, or even 2 of the targets now.
Dire are scanning.
Game has gotten incredibly difficult here for Tundra. And honestly, GPK, I don't feel like he's had to do too much as the Snapfire. I feel like he's getting a bit carried, but either way, it's been a pretty darn good game here coming up from the Sven. I mean, Nightfall. These cleaves. Love to see it.
GPK's pretty close to being able to offer up some damage himself. Right?
Almost 20.
He's going to hit the 20. He's got the day list pretty much coming out. So
close.
He'll also be hitting very, very hard in the middle of these team fights.
He's getting a lot of tension on him too. You know, I'm just giving him some crap. They literally are jumping him pretty much every single one of the fights and just comboing him, so. Abyssal for Pure has been picked up, but oh, Enchantress has a nullifier. Did I see that right? I believe I did. Really cool build from Toronto Tokyo.
Things are coming into place for Whitemon. You know, you said before, you know, he's sort of King of Jakira. He's got the timeless relic.
That's
Nearly
true.
got the Aghanims.
1 or 2 more steps.
Indeed, all it takes is one sort of high ground push into a 5-man vac Ice Path Macropire.
They're not out of it yet. They're absolutely not out of it yet.
The high ground defenses can be strong, especially with some tiny toss backs. And yeah, the wombo combo of the Darkseer and the Jakiro will definitely be something the BB team will be very cautious and wary about as they look to push the game forward.
Yeah, they're not completely out of it, but it's a difficult one, especially versus the double Dooms, because now Miro, he can pretty much pick and choose his targets and might be able to throw even one of these Dooms onto one of these other heroes, not just one of these main choruses. Might find Pure in that ward from earlier.
They're in on top of him.
He's got the enrage.
He will indeed get that off. And looks like he's going to be fine. So that'll be at least one of the Dooms tanked.
These wards, so important. That bottom ward that we saw from earlier to get the double sum, to get the catch. Now this one as well. They can probably turn this into the rush. It's going to shift down here. And they've got great vision down here, so Tundra could be their last chance to try to fight here. Pure has now seen the butterfly, so he had didn't actually, I forgot what he had queued. He had something else queued before, but then he switched it now. He's got the MKB queued. I think he had the Swift Blink queued. Does want that answer versus this evasion.
Should be able to take a quick roche here if they want to. I mean,
or the fight.
Yeah, let's see what BB team opt for.
Start poking it. They want to probably save that God Strength though for the fight. GPK is able to contribute.
They'll take it down cautiously. Now with the roar, they'll look to play from the smoke.
Seeing a lot of teams do that. Bait the roar and then kind of just like try to catch him on a ward.
That's it. I said this is the fight where Whitemon's hit level 18. He's got Timeless Relic and he's got Aghanims.
Okay, he does have it all.
So they're gonna watch out for the wombo combo, BB team.
Toronto Tokyo in the front.
Jump first. They're gonna come up with the avalanche as well. Nightfall turns with the stun. There's the Macropire laid down. They use the heals first to control the Sven. Jump forward over towards 9 class. They're trying to take out the Morph. He's able to slide to the side with a 4-star, but caught by the Gleipnir. 9 class will go down.
Very nice kisses too. It's a great. He doesn't really need to use that for anybody else. It's great to just throw that onto the support Morphling. And now with God Strength,
and he's back in. He knows there's no Macropire now. It's on cooldown.
And Toronto Tokyo, you know, I've eaten my words a bit about his build. He's just been standing and actually tanking a lot.
Tries for a bit of a steal, but it's a little early. There's still many HP left on the Roshan. It looks like Pure is able to get the erase the BKB off. He's caught by the Doom, but does get Lotused over towards Miro. Walls down from Ramses, but they just fight through it. They turn towards the Darkseer, take him out. Nightclass is leading in. I mean, they're getting combo. Thompson with this burst damage, the Avalanche, the toss is able to take Miro down. Nightfall's dead. Now Thompson, he's over towards GPK. The ice pass in from Whitemon. They've got the control on towards the snap. The toss comes in as a double kill for Thompson. I mean, he can maybe even go for more. Miro brought back for this. He's charging him with the BKB. They're keeping Pure safely out of the team fight.
He's still alive.
Find him, but Pure's ready to just turn with the swipes. Take safe down.
Oh, Pure. He is doing insane work with these enrages. He gets the timing every time before the Doom.
I mean, Toronto Tokyo now left on his own. Macropire's back up. Whitemon's ready to slowly but surely burn him down. I mean, they put everything into that fight, BB team.
Pure survives all of it. He eats 2 Dooms. He gets the reset.
He brought back for this one. Thompson's going to be able to get the catch on him. And Thompson, of course, his buyback there coming in big time to secure the team fight for Tundra and get an incredibly painful punch there back the way of BBT.
Look at the fight recap. Look at the spells that they were casting. Oh, it doesn't show it for yours. No. Oh, well, there we go. Look at how many spells they were able to get off. The Ursa got 3 enrages, 5 ice paths, 3 Sven stuns. They reset and kited that fight so hard, so beautifully. Nightfall didn't have buyback to rejoin either. He spent his gold. So he didn't have that second life to come in.
Because the buybacks were pretty crucial. Thompson coming in. And Miro tried to play as part of second time round, but as you say, the way Pure is able to play around the threats of the Dooms and endure through them.
These are just beautiful team fights in particular of just the resets, right? Seeing him get the Lotus Orb onto him, he reflects the Doom. Then he gets the reset because I think he got double 4-staffed from the Morph and the Jakiro too, and then just individual skill, getting the Enrage off before the Dooms back to back. That was sick. And now they've got a pretty big, I mean, at least big gold options to be able to go for these next items on Pure, and even for Thompson. Gets a full Lincolns, a BKB now on the Dark Seer. A full set of items for each core.
And sweet.
What a swing.
Easily about a, well, what, about a 15k gold swing.
15,000 gold swing. And that was without Macro Pyre.
Yeah, he didn't.
The Macro wasn't even in that fight.
He just sort of came out at the end to kill off Toronto Tokyo on the Enchantress. Yeah, they didn't even hit their wombo combo. It wasn't necessary. Yeah, with the way that Pure was able to collect the fight and the way that Thompson was able to lay down these avalanches and completely control multiple heroes each time.
Just beautiful spell usage, really, as Pure's in.
He's just going to make the jump. Look at the Macropire laid down as well on a Nightfall. He's got to start backing off.
He's getting force-staffed out. Can he get away?
He's in with the jump. Nightfall will be able to put the BKB. He turns straight over towards Thompson. Thompson gets forced out the side. Thompson goes down.
Trouble.
There's a Macropire here once more. I mean, the Nightclash, he's trying to jump in to try and finish up the Sven. He's not quite able to do it. Miro comes in, but again, the Doom gets Lotus. This time round, though, Pure will fall. And inside the base, Nightclash, he's still trying to take Nightfall down. He's got a waveform, he's playing around with him, but the Glyde comes out. He'll lose 9 class, and Nightfall, he'll live.
And Pure dead now for 90, and the Morph dead for 100. BBT, a high ground defense that goes very well here. They keep Nightfall alive, this time with their own Force Staffs to reset.
As well, Miro. Another Doom, drop down onto the Darks here. 3 heroes dead, and none of them with buyback. BB team, they can look to run it down a lane. I mean, Tundra, I think they got a little too ahead of themselves after that solid fight around Roshan. They went all in for that attempt. You know, Pure leading the way, feeling that they could maybe punish Nightfall, but I just really sort of disrespected the fact that they were that close to the base.
Pure's 80 gold. Okay, they find a bounty rune. Thompson was able to find it. He's got buyback. I was like, wait, he had like 7,000 gold. He does have it now available.
Well, that was a rough play there from Tundra that might
cost it for them.
It might indeed. BB team coming down the lane. He's going to have to buy back Pure. The tier 4s are gone.
Macro Pyre at the ready.
No Darkseer, no Morph. Thompson outside of the base. He's going to force up to the side. He'll turn with the Avalanche. Ice Park not going to connect onto the two of them, but the Macro Pyre is down Pure. He's jumped into the middle of the fight, surrounded by the 5 heroes. He's trying to stand his ground against Miro. Bring down this Doom. Miro's going to get forced twice again away from the Ursa. Pure now having to retreat as the BKB and the Enrage comes to an end. But Toronto Tokyo's bringing in the damage with these impetuses, taking Pure down low. The fortification will come out, but Pure is gone. Dead for 2 minutes. The creeps are onto the Ancient. They're looking to close this up, BB team. 10 seconds until the Darkseer is back in play. Thompson trying to hold the defense, but it is over. GG is called. BB team, they will be able to find a win here.
I think that, for me, is the best I've seen them deliver in these late-game team fights out of most of their games, if not all of them. That was crazy as it got to all of it. Both sides, defensive force staffs plenty coming out, but this time they're able to reset to high ground, and Tundra maybe getting a little ahead of themselves after getting that successful roast fight.
That was a bit of a rough fight to take. They really felt that they could just jump in and take down Nightfall. You know, Pure leading the way with Whitemon. The two of them just made that go on him underneath, well, very close to the tier 3s. I think they just sort of forgot how far Nightfall was this game. You can't jump it, especially when you had the Butterfly, and Pure had spent up for the Swift Blink, did end up not getting that MKB, so didn't really have that guaranteed way of physically bursting the Sven.
Yeah, and overall, I do want to give credit to the supports too. I was a little bit against the internal shroud, but it ends up working beautifully. Toronto Tokyo, the damage distribution that comes out, even though it's a Sven that's that big heavy hitter, he's actually not really one of the highest damages. GPK does 36k, Hoodwink 32, Enchantress 26, so it's distributed nicely across the team. That was great. That was super nice. Back and forth we go from both of these teams, but this time BBT able to show that they can bring it back and play this good late game Dota.
Absolutely, they got it when they needed it as well. I believe, I mean, the panel will cover it, but looking at the status of the other results, this win, it did secure them moving on in the tournament, I believe.
A very needed one, but yeah, it's good to be able to see them progress in this one, because even though they've had a bit of up and downs, this one was definitely one of those ups in a lot of those team fights. There was some really cool plays, really cool force staffs, especially for both sides, but that was really awesome.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be, as you can see, over the moon with this one, being able to stay in the competition. But at the same time, I feel like as a team, they're going to walk away from the series and, you know, still bringing up that game one. They've got to continue to improve. And we definitely saw it happen in this game too. BB team take the win in this game too. We'll head over to the stage for a post-game interview.
Thank you very much. I am joined by Save of the BB team, where your teammate actually already spoiled it for you. Nightfall quickly checked the sources, and he can confirm that you are moving forward in this tournament in the lower bracket. Congratulations. But man, was it tense near the end there. That game 2 was incredibly back and forth. How's it feel for you right now?
I mean, feeling good, obviously. We could have been eliminated by this tournament, but we're in the lower bracket and we're fine with it.
Could have been better, but it also could have been worse. Ultimately, this is a result that has you moving forward in the tournament. How about in the end of this game specifically, who would you credit your MVP? Was it Toronto, Tokyo, was it Nightfall, or maybe it was you?
I don't know, I guess we all played kind of good. Maybe me and Toronto, Tokyo, yeah.
The supports finally get some credit around here. And I noticed that backstage you guys were huddled up, hyping yourselves together. Is that something you've been doing all tournament, or you find that the emotions need to be pumped up a little bit more the longer you go in this group stage?
I mean, we're doing every time. We're hyping before every match. Our media guy, his nickname is Love the Law, and so he's hyping us before every match, so yeah.
Can you feel it having an impact? Do you find that it gets you more energetic for a match?
I mean, sure.
All right, then how about we share some of that energy with the crowd and everyone who has enjoyed this group stage save. Congratulations on a heck of a run. Can't wait to see how the rest of the tournament goes down for you guys as we send it back to the studio.
Finally, we see BB Team perform the way that we were knowing. We knew that they could do it like this, Effie. It's just, it took so long to bring this BB Team out.
I think there was still a little bit of problems in that game for BB Team, but ultimately they did clutch it. And I just want to say, like, the supports of this team are such good players that if you can just pick them side lane heroes that can secure lanes and scale, then they will deliver, because Save and Toronto Tokyo are carrying so many of these team fights. And yeah, this game looked pretty scary for them. I think the lanes were a lot better set up. The only difficulty was probably just the Ursa versus the Doom, but even then you have a Hoodwink. Your Snapfire completely shut down the Tiny mid and slowed down Tiny's blink timing and his momentum, and your Sven was like pretty comfortable just farming away. And when you're coming into the mid game without a laning stage deficit, like in that game one, there's a lot more that you can do on the map, Brian.
Yeah, I feel like the key to BB Team this season is to just not have faith in them. Just after that draft in game 2, I had absolutely zero faith left in the tank.
Okay.
And they delivered. So every time I've got my hopes up, they get 3-0'd in the finals. Let's be clear, they're having a pretty successful year. They usually place in the top 4, and then they kind of fizzle out in the last 2 days of the tournament. But nice to see them moving forward. And I think this team's a contender, to be honest. Like, I think last time we saw them do this exact thing at Dream League, they managed to have like a convincing performance in the playoffs, and these guys are a pure mental game. So if this is what it takes to get them back, like feeling themselves, believing in themselves, then yeah, I think Mira talked about a good formula for them.
Yeah, I agree. I think they'll make it far. I mean, as long as they make it through, it's BB Team. You can never count these guys out. I just love that somehow all the stars always align with this team, so that they just continue this rhetoric, this like narrative that like they can always do it. And the moment you think that you can count them out, it's like, oh, this is them fizzling out. They don't.
No.
And then they really trick you into expecting big things from them, and then they get like 3rd place, which is still really good, but then they trick you into thinking they're gonna get like 2nd or 1st or something. This is a very magical team. I love watching this team.
I mean, I'm still concerned though. We're singing their praises, but that wasn't very convincing, honestly. Like, the drafting this entire tournament wasn't convincing. Like, a lot of the scrappy fights taken were like a little bit odd. So I think they do need to sit down and talk about what kind of vision they want to have going into their next games, because drafting a different opener every time, that's not going to work for you.
Well, they got some time to think about it. You know, they made it through. No tiebreakers need to be played at all, by the way. So BB Team, they can rest easy for now. We'll see when they come back. But first, let's break down this game a little bit more, because there were some really cool moments that we want to show you, Brian. This was, I don't know if I'd call this really cool. I'd call this really worrying.
This was one of the most depressing deaths as a carry player. I just felt like we should have, like, you know, a moment together, any of the carry players in chat right now. As usually you think of like, maybe I stepped out of position and got caught in the lane, and maybe my support was pulling when he wasn't supposed to. But this is just getting the good old walk down treatment and just feeling there for Nightfall. Last moment of misery before his ultimate triumph.
Okay, but Toronto
Tokyo
enchanted Darkseer instead of Morphling. And
Well, there you
Darkseer
go.
was far away from
Well, no, we heard
said.
Fogged Theory craft this, and he said that he probably enchanted Darkseer's Einshell off because he didn't want the Darkseer to get the last hit.
He was
That's
too
an
far
interesting
away.
theory,
He was too
Kraft.
far away from the Morphling. Otherwise, that would have been true. But not from the stun. The stun was like here in the dark.
I know.
Was like
I know. Just saying.
My theory, Kraft, is that he was really unhappy with Nightfall over something that Nightfall said, which honestly makes sense to me because I told
that's
you.
happened to you.
It has happened to me. Nightfall says very incendiary.
Day that we're paneling.
Yeah, he says incendiary things, and that's why this sort of treatment happens to him. So Toronto Tokyo's like, just humble him a little bit, then he can carry the series.
Is your highlight still the one on the cliff?
No, that's a spoiler, actually. That's my play of the day. My highlight, I couldn't remember for the life of me. I sent it about 15 of them, so we'll see which one it is. Oh, yeah, actually, this is another goofy one where Miro, who I actually would say played extremely well in this game, doomed up the Ursa here. And
he lives. He was about to live.
And he could have lived. And here's where the greed kicks in. He wanted to turn around, get that last hit. He didn't expect the turnaround play to come here from Pure, but Pure was like, well, I've got nothing to lose. And so they both go down. I don't know who really that favors because the Ursa was owning, and probably the guy that kills the dude first that favors. But still, if I'm an offlaner, I'm like, space, guys, all right?
I mean, if I'm the carry, I'm also like, hey, I got extra
I just
free.
solo killed.
Yeah.
Doom on cooldown.
Yeah, Doom on cooldown, I solo kill. Everybody's happy in that scenario. That's just a Dota 2
I
right
don't
there.
think Miro is happy in that scenario.
I think he's chilling. I think he's always got that smile on his face, right, Effie?
Yeah, he's a he
is a smiley
player, but also like this offlane on BB team has been the most dependable factor of this team. Like they consistently win difficult lanes, and you can count on those two players to always deliver within a game or always try their best to and not kind of tilt. So even a Doom getting a kill against an Ursa, if he gets it second, that's still a Doom doing well because you're not supposed to be able to do that.
Very true. We got another highlight coming from Jenkins.
Oh, I have another one.
Yeah, you do.
Really good. Yeah, this is some sort of team fight, it looks like. Are you sure I submitted this highlight? I feel like this is Brian.
Oh, you got this, man.
I just can't remember for the life of me. These fights were extremely confusing.
Oh, it's the Nightfall, man.
Oh, the night. Yeah, okay, that's what. That was the end of it. I remember now. It was the BKB TP. That's the part that I noticed was the BKB TP, and then into the immediate tip, obviously.
He did the Nightfall
from the 9 class.
It is literally called the Nightfall.
It is the Nightfall.
It's really funny to see.
It's funny because I'm just watching the fight. I'm like, I don't remember this at all. But then at the end of it, it's like, yeah, that's what it was. It was another joke clip from me.
Yeah, well, there were also serious clips, and I believe we've got a very pivotal fight, Effie, coming from your highlight.
Yeah, so I wanted to highlight the turning point of this series because the initiation here from Tundra on BB team was good. Like I think Thompson just goes in blind here, gets the multiple hero avalanche. Nightfall, it goes on Tiny on the side, and it looks like Sven's gonna die here to the Ursa, right? He's getting a bunch of Fury swipe stacks, everybody's dying, but here comes Save with the most clutch bushwhack ever, and then Nightfall gets such a beautiful double kill off of the cleave. And honestly, if this hadn't happened, if Save hadn't clutched in that last second, Sven would have died, and then Ursa would have lived, and that fight would have looked different. And this is a fight that snowballed them into winning all the next fights.
Yeah, we're seeing one of those next fights here. 9 class didn't have a good time towards the end there. He got blown up quite a few times. That wasn't the only top fight that Save had, though. Save had some great moments, Brian.
Absolutely, his bushwhacks were on point. We even saw some early ones where he predicted Thompson blinking in before he even went on his target and managed to land the bushwhack as he was blinking. And are they going to pull up my highlight? Are you alluding to this, or am I just supposed to talk about Save? Because I have a highlight for Save.
If you have another highlight, then by all means,
I have a highlight where I wanted to emphasize Save.
No,
he is also our MVP.
He's our PlayStation MVP. That's what we got to talk about
too
here.
many highlights for this game.
Yeah. I disagree with Baby Driver. I actually think Miro is the MVP. Save hit some nice bushwhacks here. I told production to change this to Miro. I think dooming the Ursa with Enrage was the way to go. Mr. Tinnitus over here disagreed with that fact, but you can go ahead and talk over this one here, Big B.
Yeah, it felt like every single time that Tundra initiated, they were either getting 1, 2, even 3-man bushwhacked, and it felt like the supports for BB team were the clutch factor. We've talked about that several times. You even see in his inventory, freaking dataless on Hoodwink. We've seen these Hoodwinks go for scaling items, but when he only has a single 4-step as his utility, it just kind of speaks heaps and bounds of what he thought his role in this game was.
No, he played a great game. He actually had the highest hero damage for the majority of the game up until Snapfire got some more levels and got a Daedalus, but he ended the game with 33,000 damage dealt, with the first most damage being 36k from Snapfire. So Save definitely carried a lot of these fights, and this is just the... That's the difference when Save is playing.
Oh god, that's not a good angle.
A scaling support versus what they gave him in that game 1, a Tusk. Like, he really can make a world of a difference depending on the hero that he's playing.
He can. The question is, will they pick him more Hoodwink later on? We'll have to wait and find out. For now, though, I believe we can take a look at the group standings because we're done with those. That's actually, I say that very happy, but it's actually very sad because it means that 4 teams get eliminated. We already saw a couple, well, we saw one key getting crushed already, but now Group B is done as well. And even though Beast Coast, Jenkins, they won their last game against XG WBG, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, I can imagine the excitement from them coming out of that game. I don't think they were.
Oh, actually, you know what's happening? So we have the crushioning, the mass crushioning. Jabs really, like, he's like, please, 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 can I crush Blacklist Key? He wanted to.
That is very vindictive of him, which I would say is definitely within the character of Jabs. So
the intra-regional, smiting that's going on here. Honestly, that crushing animation is much more satisfying than I thought. Like, in my eyes, I had it like collapsing.
Animation,
like
Brian, that is such gamer brain rot right there.
Yeah, but instead it's like a smooth, like, my life is, lava melting before my eyes.
Slowly being drained from the body, right?
I'd like for it to be crushed more.
Okay, relax.
It's not crushed enough.
Spoken like a true Dota player.
It's the way
levels are really high right now.
The way that I know hydraulic presses is that when you see like clips of it on social media, there's like everything goes everywhere, There's no space. At the end of the pressing is like all the way at the bottom, and everything that is being pressed is like everywhere else.
The problem is the keys were too well made.
Yeah.
The metal is too solid. It's real gold plated, I think. I don't know what that means. I'm just
gold plated. It's actually actual gold plated.
Yeah, so they're just too well made. Just make them worse next time. Make them out of wood.
Well, we'll do our best. While we wait for some more crushionings to happen, let's check in and see what Purge is doing.
Here we are, guys. We just saw a victor. It was actually Team Falcons. Wow. The crowd favorites here. We're watching Free Fire. It's a game I've been watching for approximately 20 minutes, and I think it's very, very clear that Team Falcons deserve to win that and everyone else deserved to lose it. Those guys are so excited. We got to watch them tons in the last 20 minutes leading up to this moment. There's a lot of competition, man. Winning a battle royale, look at all these teams. They beat every single one of them. It's amazing for them. Can't believe it. Another Falcons victory gonna go on the team charts. Man, they look very emotional, very, very happy squad. The cheering in here, I don't know if you guys can hear it, but man, they are like singing in the crowd. It is wild. Wow. Anyways, many more games to come. That was Free Fire. Back to you guys.
Yeah, I think someone should tell Purge that we actually cannot hear anything else but him.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of silence in that, actually.
It's a really quality microphone.
That was still very ASMR-like.
But based on how loud he was speaking, it was probably pretty loud,
Yeah, considering normally he's whispering.
Yeah, but I mean, Team Falcons, they're just in every finals at the EWC. I mean, they're looking hard to beat.
They're looking hard to beat, and they won. So another 1,000 extra points in the club championship on the board for them. I know they didn't win Mobile Legends Bang Bang, but coming second still gets you a lot of points as well. It's going to be a very tough task for anyone to try and beat them off their throne over there. That being said, they're doing good in Dota as well. They are in the upper bracket, so are 7 other teams, because 8 teams make it to the upper bracket. Before we talk about brackets, though, which we will show you, we do have some plays of today to show you guys. Let's get some Kidia play of the day. Mira, your play.
Where is it?
It's on the screen.
Cool. Okay, so this play I picked from Heroic versus Falcons game 2, and it may not look that impressive, but keep in mind, this Centaur came from the top lane, from Snake King's Enchantress. It came through the gate to gank the Wind Ranger, and they used the cookie into the stun, while Snake King was happily securing Skeeter's lane in top, he was having impact bottom, and this was the most important lane to win, because Amar on his offlane Slark was getting shut down. But, Snake King saved it, salvaged that lane.
That was really cool, actually.
It was a cool play.
I didn't see that one. Good for him.
Yeah. BSJ, your play of today.
This was the one that I thought was going to be a part of the highlights from that last game, because it was the fight following up with the one that Mira showed us that gave them hope, as actually this was the Morphling chasing them down. I guess we get to relive this nightmare as a carry player. I will not be able to sleep at night because
of the screams.
It's the screams. It's the slow but sure deaths. I can just imagine Nightfall with the help, slowly fading away as he.
Was there anything else he could do?
Survival.
Like TP out?
Maybe like a quick spin in place with the directional move where you do that.
Give me a quick
use the
spin in place.
Morphling. He doesn't know which way you're going to
quick spin in place from Big Brian over
here. It's like this.
Can we all do it?
Yeah. I'm done now.
Very good.
Oof.
Oh, wow.
Like that.
Before we go to your Kidia play of the day, we're going to watch another crushing.
Yes.
I believe we are watching, it's Toronto, Tokyo, crushing the key of, I believe this might be Beast Coast.
Yeah, they effectively eliminated them with that last game, right? So it's only poetic. Makes sense.
Fair.
Just imagining Toronto, Tokyo's Enchantress stomping on that pedal right now.
There he goes.
That feels like a team choice by Toronto Tokyo, but maybe they felt they didn't perform well enough to get one of their rival teams. They just went for, we took you out, we'll take your key out to Beast Coast.
I wonder why Tsunami's wearing a hard hat, but Toronto Tokyo
because it's not the white hat. He's the manager on the workforce.
Yeah.
And he's also handling the dangerous machinery.
Oh,
I would not trust Tsunami. He has extremely soft hands.
Very supple.
Very supple hands. I would not trust him to manage a hydraulic press workforce. He doesn't know what he's doing.
He seems pretty capable with the hard hat.
He was he had a little earpiece in. Okay, 1-2 catcher 1-2-6-9. I'm gonna go do the hydraulic press on one.
You have an earpiece in as well. What's it telling you right now?
Nobody tells me anything. I never hear a thing through this. Okay, can we computer roll the clip for the third play of the day? Kadia play of the day.
Very good.
Are you laughing?
Good timing.
So this play was another Enchantress related play. Obviously, very good dive here coming out from Toronto, Tokyo, and
I don't think it's Enchantress related.
Nightfall. This is Enchantress related, and then all of a sudden, boom! Check this out. The vacuum onto the cliff. Ladies and gentlemen, there's actually a third team in Dota 2, and that is the neutrals and also the map. And one thing we all have to remember here, I don't know if you guys have heard me say this before, the house always wins. The house does always win. He's got the TP on cooldown, and finally it's up. So big waste of time and huge morale victory, I would say, there for Tundra.
Didn't help, though.
I wish he had a BKB, so he could get BKB then TP.
It was a bit early in the game.
That would have been a twofer.
Yeah.
Very true. Very true. Thank you for that. The great play of the day. That was the end of the group stages, guys. It's been 5 days. I know the playoffs are starting on Tuesday. We'll have a day break, but I do want to reflect a little bit, Effie, over what we saw over the last 5 days. What is the biggest surprise other than BB team?
I think the biggest surprise is easily Entity and how well they just kind of stomped. They bludgeoned through their group. They ended with 10-3, second in Group B, which turned out to be no joke, right? Because we saw how strong Tundra was and how strong Liquid shaped out to be as well. You can't forget Extreme Gaming, but Entity coming in through the play-ins, being a team that everybody underestimated, a team that didn't make it to much tournaments this year, to play like this, to perform like this, even outside of play-in teams. Bringing it to the best teams in the world, looking this good, that's got to be the biggest surprise, Cheever.
I'm going to address the elephant in the room here and say that even though Entity has had to struggle through all of those qualifiers to barely make it to this tournament, as well as TI, 6 of the 8 teams, all 6 of the Western European teams are in the upper bracket. So this might be one of the most region-dominated tournaments I've ever seen.
What about Miles?
Are they not MENA?
No.
Oh, they're European. My bad. 6 of the 7 Western European teams occupying 6 of the top 8 slots. I'll just say that that seems so skewed to me. Like, obviously, I agree that Entity's put on an incredibly impressive performance. Yeah. But the fact that they're barely scraping through the qualifiers and they're effectively like 5th or 6th in their region and they're still in the top 8, I don't know. That's concerning for the regions moving forward. I'd like to see it be a bit more balanced.
We've seen this storyline a few times in Dota. Not usually for too long. It's never something that lasts like years. Maybe like there'll be a year where Western Europe is like really dominant, and then all of a sudden like China is back, or like NA will have 2 good teams. That's been a very long time since we've had that. But right now we're back in that, like, it seems to be like a cycle, and we're just back in it currently, which fine by me. Good Dota's good Dota.
Yep, and good crushing is good crushing as we have our final crush.
Yes.
I know, there's 4 total because 4 teams get eliminated, and we already saw Heroic, and we already saw Blacklist, and we just saw Beast Coast as well, but we have not yet seen Mouse. Again, and you know, the other keys all got crushed by someone who either basically eliminated the other team or they really wanted to crush another team from the same region. I don't know who's gonna crush Mouse's key. We are about to have Mouse's key crushed. By the way, one thing that... oh, there we go.
He was looking very intensely at the camera there. That was a bit intense for me.
Oh, this is live. That's why he was looking intensely.
That was a bit of like a guilty look where, okay, he no longer looks guilty. That looks...
No, he's
gleeful.
Yeah, I feel like the Mouse one. Go ahead.
Noob is too pleasant of a guy to be doing this.
No, he looks gleeful. We're gonna see it. Instead of he's just smiling, no, he's smiling evilly. Look at the grin on his face. He's enjoying this.
I mean,
yes.
You put a human being in front of a hydraulic press with some metal under there, I think they're going to smile. Everybody likes this.
Everybody likes this. The crushing. Now, this is only 4 keys being crushed today. There are still so many teams left into the tournament, guys. 12, if my math is correct. And that means we need 11 more keys crushed. For that, we have a fantastic double elimination series. Now, the bracket is not out yet because there's still 2 teams playing. On Stream C, you'll be able to witness Liquid versus Entity, so head yourself over there and keep an eye on social media to make sure you know exactly what's happening in the bracket. The playoff bracket starts on Tuesday. We will start a little earlier again than what we did for the group stages. But for the group stages, that's it from here for now. We'll be back in just a couple of hours. 48. Less than 48. 36.
A couple hours.
It's been such a long
Just
day.
keep
It's
saying
fine.
numbers and they'll be right eventually.
Go watch Entity versus Liquid and come back here on Tuesday, and we'll see you then. Have a good night.
see you, I can't help but fall back into my emotions. Cause all the good times that we had is flooding like an ocean. Sometimes I wish we made it through the summer.